Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast, episode 86 for the 18th of February 2023. I am, as always, your host, Bezic, and today I am joined by, he's back! It's Trium.
I've been released from the ship, once again back to the land. Cthulhu has returned.
No,
Cthulhu.
you're the crack hen.
Look, I know enough about Trim's hobbies that I know where this is going.
Shut up.
No more tentacle porn for this channel, please.
I mean, it's going to be Kraken on Eldritch Crow tentacle porn.
Nah, I'm not going that far, but unless you pay me.
And Crow's like, why the fuck are you bringing me into this, you asshole? Speaking of which, Crow's here. Hello, Crow.
Hello.
Do you have anything?
Hi.
Do you have anything to share? Maybe tell us about some things going on in the Crowverse.
I guess, yeah. Obviously I've been creating YouTube content and stuff. So yeah, I finished playing Dead Space, and there's a poll on my YouTube channel now for what game people want to watch me play next. And additionally, I've just
Damn it! All the ones I want to
Discord
suggest
server.
for meme value, well, are not allowed on YouTube.
Oh no, Earl has done it again.
Yeah, you said it. And
dear.
Robert's just been like, "Did somebody say tentacle?"
I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. But yeah, I've created my own little Discord
Going
server.
everywhere if you've seen enough hentai.
I mean, it's the internet. Hentai is like, what, 57% of the internet at this point?
The other 43 being porn, and a minor percentage being.
And I'm not getting a bloody ID to access it, you bastards. Anyway, hello, Ardent.
Hello. Today I would like to lay a curse upon the houses of Harp and Aristotle for creating a blizzard that is now keeping my woman from coming to see me and bring me a sandwich.
Wait, did you say blizzard?
Yes.
I can only get so erect.
What the fuck?
I like
Context.
snow. I like snow.
Then get over to fucking Norway and get your rocks off, because I am so sick of fucking snow.
Well, you shouldn't fuck the snow.
That frostbite's a
That
bitch.
explains-
See, this
That
is what
explains why
happens
it's yellow.
when you. This this is what happens when you come from a culture that strips naked and dives into the snow.
Yes,
That's actually Finland.
Well, close enough.
Going there later this year.
it's all Scandylandy, and of course,
Do you think I'm going to have to dive in the snow when I go to Finland?
it
Yes.
is mandatory, and you are aware that you have to film it.
Oh, God. All right, fine.
It's going to be your sauna stream.
Well... yeah,
Anyway,
we'll
moving
see.
rapidly along. Bleach is here. I'm not sure if that's a good thing at the moment.
Am I? Am I here?
That or is a figment of our
making noises.
collective insanity. Speaking
I
of...
think I'm just a figment of everyone's imagination at this point.
He
Mhm.
does look like a fever creature, so there's a truth there.
Yeah, speaking of
Hey, at
the...
least I'm in somebody's dreams.
Speaking of Bleach, I do believe the good Bleach has made some YouTube videos in the last week.
Yes. I have dropped a video just about every day this week, with the exception of Friday, because wanted to hold off on dropping that one just yet. But yep, I've been diddling around with some content, and yeah, enjoy.
Excellent.
Pretty good videos.
Now, I would like to shout out Ardent's most recent For Fuck's Sake Friday, but I don't think I can even do that much on YouTube, so you know it's going to be good.
Yeah, no, that's getting some good responses on Rumble. I'm very proud of my work there.
Yes, we will check in on that when we transfer to the Rumble exclusive segments.
Let's get ready
Speaking
to
of Rumble, we apparently
rumble.
have 8 people watching on Rumble. Hello, Rumble friends.
Hell yeah.
Also, hello, Rumble frenemies.
Yes,
Notorious enemies.
Yes.
Notorious B.I.G. No, wait, what?
Yeah,
Okay.
just to give everybody a little taste of what they can expect from my Rumble video. Fuck you, we were right. Fuck you, we were right. Fuck you, we were right, bitch.
Okay, I am opening that one so I can watch it.
I must say, I'm very glad I didn't take a single one.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
what?
correct. But
A
anyway,
Oh,
single
yes.
one of those
Yes,
things.
yes.
anyway, moving rapidly along.
Pure blood and proud. It's about. I would say
Shh.
the. What? I was talking about Harry Potter, man.
Oh, in that case, fuck the Mudbloods.
Harry
Yeah.
Pothead.
Horny Pothead in the Chamber of Scissors.
Wait,
If
are we,
you
are,
fuck the Mudbloods, that's how they keep making more of them, you know?
Exactly.
are we allowed to talk about Harry Potter on YouTube anymore? Probably. They haven't changed the rules just yet.
Well, we can talk about Harry Potter, but we can't talk about that accursed game.
Here's a
Yes.
better question. Since when would that ever fucking stop us?
I have to point out that Real Holtznader in the chat has pointed out that Nick Rakita has managed to get Goatsy into a lawsuit.
Oh,
Mean
God.
magic is real.
Yeah.
Praise
Oh
Keck.
my. Oh boy.
I'm very confused.
We're getting a lot of spread on that one.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Who let the Norwegian back off the boat?
My
Well,
boss, he got
I guess
tired of
labor
him
laws.
being there.
Yeah, I think labor laws are written poorly in Norway, where they actually allow people to leave.
Yeah,
Well,
it should be
it's more like-
slavery at this point.
I
I,
was more chased off. for the
I
skill.
think Trim should be keelhauled.
Ooh.
Well, they
That's not fair
tried,
to the
but
keel.
they tried, but unfortunately, the boat couldn't get any.
You're
further
so
because
fat that your buoyancy rolls the boat over.
basically, I'm like a floating anchor.
So
The
Trim
entire
gets
boat
halfway
just
under the
keeps
boat,
going.
and then the boat capsizes because of his buoyancy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever there's a lot of waves, I'm just told to move to the other side of the boat.
Crow is contemplating the physics of that with a pained look on his face as he realizes that it does make sense in a sick, twisted way.
Yes.
I'm just thinking of putting, you know, a buttered bit of toast on top of the back of a cat and then just dropping it and watching it spin.
Unlimited energy achieved.
Yeah.
Yes. Last bit of madness, as you can probably see from being on screen. Good news for our friends of Power Washing. They have announced the release date of the next little bit of expansion content. So,
Why is it my favorite game as well? Fuck you.
yes.
Wait. Oh, wait. That's the Buster Sword from Final Fantasy.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because
that
Square
is.
Enix is their publisher.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm. So Disco and I are going to be playing that, possibly on the day.
Oh, that
Hard to
explains the
tell.
Tomb Raider.
Do you think
Oh,
we'll
for
get to
fuck's
power
sake.
wash Tifa?
But only Annie.
Hey, is it
If
the
you
Italian
get, like,
version?
A
or
high
is it
pressure
the
blast,
regular?
maybe.
If you get to Power Wash Tifa, I guarantee you can get Az from Heel versus Babyface to play this with you.
Yeah.
There's a womb broom joke in there.
For some reason, I'm just imagining Barrett switching out his Gatling gun hand with a power washer now.
Getting a little nozzling going on.
Look,
Or maybe the healing arm from
it's
Devil
Japanese,
May Cry.
so I can absolutely imagine the consistency of the power washer.
Oh boy.
It's on Pulse.
No, I was going to suggest that it would be dispensing soap rather than regular water.
Oh, I see. I see. I understand now. Yes.
White foam everywhere.
It's a Gatling cannon of foam.
I read not a Bobcat's
Foam in
surgeon
quotations.
simulator message, and I read that as sturgeon simulator.
Well, if it's Nicholas Sturgeon, you just walk away repeatedly.
Or you just accidentally drop the ashtray inside and sew it shut.
I don't know what Base Tape's talking about. I've never heard of that. FFX2.
Presumably,
special effects game.
apparently it's something that doesn't exist, so it's fine.
Final Fantasy 12.
Freedom Fighters X2. Sounds like a great game.
Yeah.
I thought that was fun, fantastic.
Shut up, Maureen. What are you doing?
Pickle
Doesn't
Vex
exist.
2.
She's
Quiet,
trying
Mom.
to live out someone's Final Fantasy.
Anyway, yes, so stay for
Le
those.
Petit Mort.
Oui.
God,
Sorry.
you
We're
turning
children.
Japanese,
We can't help
Crow.
ourselves.
You turning Japanese, Crow.
Oh, I just spoke French.
Oh,
I
clearly,
really
Crow
think
does
so.
not get that joke. Yes.
Turning Japanese.
Yeah.
I know the song.
It alludes to how you get to Le Petit Mort.
I know.
Yes, so that's a reference.
Oh,
Cricket noise.
Yeah.
you were
Yes.
just being like matter of fact with it. I see. Yeah, I get it now. you were just so blunt with it. I was like, yeah. Like, what's the joke?
Since when has Besek been subtle?
Well, apparently I
Yeah.
can deliver it so fucking deadpan that Crow's like, yep, that's clearly a natural fact of the universe.
Like, Crow still hasn't woken up quite yet.
Crow needs
That is acceptable.
a, what do you call it, an Irish coffee?
Yeah,
Actually, that's a really fucking good idea.
Do it.
there it goes.
I just don't have any whiskey. I might have some brandy lying around, or maybe some port. I don't think port would work though.
I
Oh, port
don't
and coffee would be
No.
absolutely
know.
horrible.
Is port one of the
Port and
ones?
brandy together is pretty fucking good.
Yes.
Is port one of the ones
Isn't
you
port
can
basically
gently
just fortified
warm?
with brandy anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you put it together and it becomes even stronger. It's great for going to bed. If you really want to fucking sleep, half a glass of port, half a glass of brandy, glug glug glug. You sleep in no time.
And you're out.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I'm derailing conversations here, I think.
Oh
Yes.
no, I was just going to say the last time I had a hot toddy, I actually made it with essentially put half a shot of Malibu, which is like a coconut flavored rum, and half a
What?
shot of Kahlua, which is a coffee flavored liqueur, into a coffee.
What's a hot toddy? Because a hot toddy to me just sounds like someone you're banging.
No, that's
Well.
a hotsy totsy.
Because a
like a
hot toddy in the
woman's
UK
thing.
just literally is like a hot woman. Like, oh yeah, she's got a nice ass or something like that, you know? She's a bit of hot toddy.
I think toddy is what she was after. Oops, not toady. There we go. Toady.
A
Toddy.
hot toady. Oh,
A hot Tony.
I'm gonna have to Google this, aren't I? I'm just
Yes.
It's basically just a warmed alcoholic drink. Doesn't really matter what. Well, there is a legit. hot
Also,
toddy
who the
recipe,
hell
but-
is chilling wine in general?
Oh, I was thinking totty as in Totty. Yeah, that's
There's
Hot
a
toddy
problem
is
though.
something
We
else.
don't do wine here because wine is for Nancy's. We're doing beer like men. And
You
liquor.
say that, but what was that about the Viking vineyards they found under the permafrost?
Yep.
Yeah, but there's a
Yeah,
reason why we
it-
stopped it, and also I'm
here in
blaming the
Newfoundland, those
Danish.
are probably blueberries that were growing on the ground.
Yeah.
Well, that's it.
you know,
that's a
anyone
really good
who-
idea. I could
has-
make a blueberry mead.
There you go. Anyone
Yeah.
who has never had Turk's blood is missing out. It's
Ugh.
mixing red wine and champagne, and it will get your ass so drunk so fast. It's hilarious.
I fucking
Red
hate
wine and
champagne.
champagne.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of
Champagne's
champagne,
just pointless.
But I could see that
I'm-
actually being halfway tasty.
It-
Depending
it-
on the
it's
wine.
amazing.
It's
you have
basically
to
a
pick
sweet
good
fucking
wine.
red wine because you put
No,
in a
no,
really
no,
sweet
no.
drink.
I mean,
right?
Crow, if you're into
no.
making alcohol, you need to get a hamster and some elderberries.
And then fart in it in your general direction.
Yes.
Don't you a second time.
Indeed.
We don't want any. We're already full.
Oh dear. Okay.
Stupid
What the
English
fuck
niggas.
was that?
It was a
I was
fart
blowing
sack.
raspberries.
Yeah. Oh, for
He-
fuck's
Except he
sake.
did it inside somebody's ass, apparently.
That's not how you're supposed to motorboat, Trim.
Oh god, he got Disco's picture, didn't he?
Oh,
The
what?
one with-
What?
What?
Huh?
What?
What?
Where is this going now? What the fuck?
What are you talking about?
Disco famously
Oh,
sent some troll
that
on the
one.
internet. Yes, some guy was taking a picture.
Oh,
he had
yeah,
his
yeah.
ass in a bra. So she sent that to some guy. And he's like, "Oh yeah, those are great tits." And then it's like, she shows
Here's
him
the
full
and it's
picture.
like,
And she's like, I hope he had his dick in his hand when I sent the second picture.
She's a cruel mistress.
Yes.
Oh, dear, indeed.
Small, but fierce.
Anyway, for more of that, tune in hopefully somewhere around March the 2nd.
Oh, Lord.
But because it
Oh,
depends
dear.
on how Disco's move is going at the time, because Disco's moving, she's busy. But once the move
Hooray!
is complete, she'll have lots and lots of extra time.
Yeah, I've already harassed her about my server just because I don't think she'll join because it's me, but like, yeah. She'd be like, yeah, fuck you. I'm just like, I don't want to be in another fucking server. It's like, fuck this.
I mean, she's called Discordia for a reason, so she better be in every single server ever.
Callum in chat is asking, where is Disco moving to? Callum, I don't know if you understand how the internet works, but we don't tell people where we are. Not specifics, anyway.
No.
Discordia is
Doxing,
moving
and
from
it's not
England
legal.
to England. And I don't think
as
that
I like to
I
say.
don't think there's any actual laws against doxing.
She's
What?
technically moving from here to there, you know?
Yes.
Yes.
Point A
Oh,
to
yeah.
point B.
And it's and she's going to go by everywhere on the way.
Everywhere. What, like quantum entanglement? where
Like
she travels
no,
to every
like
single possible.
Santa. She's going to
Oh,
travel.
oh.
Is she going to leave little presents? They're just going to be little, like, if they're little presents, what would Disco as Santa Claus leave for you as a present? Would she just leave
Oh.
everyone cold?
She won't
Oh.
leave. She won't leave presents. She will
She-
just fly by you and call you a hoe.
She just drives by and gives you a pipe bomb.
No, she flies by and calls you a whore.
I mean, she's
I'm gonna pipe bomb
she's
you to call you
Scottish,
gay.
so she's a Scottish cat lady. So if you're good, she'll leave you a bottle of scotch, and if you're bad, she'll leave you a box of cat shit.
Hmm.
I mean,
Both
yes.
good options.
What?
No, I'm just
Okay, I do not. Oh, gee, boy. Here I thought it was a degenerate. Fucking hell.
Callum says he was just making sure she wasn't coming back to Scotland because it's shit there. Yeah, it's gonna get fucking worse.
Speaking
no, she's
of,
not
let's
going to
move on
Scotland
to some
Friday.
And I'm
actual
sure we're gonna
content.
cover that. Yeah,
So-
What now?
So,
Incontinent,
derailment-
Trim, your mouth.
Oh.
I know.
Right,
Fuck.
now that we're getting onto the real content, I gotta leave.
I know the derailments are what everybody comes for, but we actually want to do real things today.
no, Disco would not make you eat a kitten. She would feed you to a cat, slowly, piece by piece.
Yes.
Yes.
Probably a horde of kittens.
While you're alive.
Sort of like how we treat old ladies in the Norwegian health system.
You feed them to cats. Jesus, you
They're
talk shit about
usually
Canada?
They're usually forgotten in their own apartments.
That's
And
not the
their
same.
cats eat their corpses.
Okay, so
It's not the
that's
same,
still
Trim.
considerably better than Canada.
Wow, this got dark fast.
Oh, sorry. I just decided to eclipse the sun.
Says you think that's bad? Did you see what Trim? Did you see what we were talking about, saying about Crow?
No?
Well, Crow was talking about his perversions, and someone in the Discord was like, "Crow, have you considered maid?" And my response was,
Oh,
"Crow has considered maid, but he says it's not as good as regular snuff porn."
yeah.
Oh yeah, that one. I remember that.
You know,
I mean-
I suddenly had this moment of made in Canada labels will have a lot new.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Hello,
Oh,
Blacko.
if I remember correctly, there's this. I saw this screenshot of a news article saying that Trudeau's cabinet are saying that children should be eligible for maid.
you're a bit
Oh, yeah, no,
behind. Only several months.
They want to open it up for people. Like, one of the whole reasons for creating the regulations around it, one of the big pushes that finally got it approved was it has to not be available for people with mental health problems.
So they got it approved
you
as
know.
not being available. Then they turned around and went, "Okay, it's now available to them."
Yeah, basically.
Because it's the government and the slippery slope's just a fallacy, right, guys? Right?
Oh yeah.
Whoops.
totally.
More like a ski hill.
A
Yeah.
ski hill covered in freezing rain.
I think
And-
it's,
More like in free
it's
fall
more-
in a fucking vacuum.
I was going to say it's a bit like Ski Free, where you have a fucking Yeti trying to eat you.
But in this
And
case, the
entire
Yeti is
ground
the
covered
government.
by linoleum.
Do you guys know Ski Free? I'm not making a random reference that you don't get.
I am
Yeah,
aware
yeah,
of
Ski
Ski Free. I
Oh, thank God.
I actually know it by
I
the Yeti
vaguely
memes.
remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I used
Yeah,
to love
if-
that fucking game. I
Uh,
would watch my
if-
brother play it for hours.
Right, so on to our first bit of good news. Susan's gone.
Hey,
Yay!
ding dong, the bitch is gone. Oh wait.
I mean,
Yeah, but what are we going to get as the replacement?
that's my concern.
Well, we
It
Some
always
guy
gets
named
worse.
Neil.
Why do I hear the 3 letters N, F, and T?
no, and she is getting replaced by the guy that makes her look useful.
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
Yeah,
The diversity
he
hire.
wants to call you about his car's extended warranty.
I know a lot of people don't like that he brought in shorts, but I actually so far quite enjoy using shorts. I think they could be better implemented, but
Well,
the
my
discoverability from them.
most of the problem is the implementation, and what in the sweet fuck is going on with the ads in them? Have they put no thought into this?
Yeah.
Every single one I have seen is an actual legitimate scam.
Yeah. No, YouTube has been allowing scam ads for at least a couple of years now. And
Yeah.
it used to be you could report the ads. Now they've removed that
Yeah,
function
yeah, they've removed
because,
the
well,
option to report the
money
ads.
is more important.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, considering this guy's background, are we really shocked that there's scams involved?
I mean,
Clearly.
if the government was
Maybe-
if the government was any fucking use whatsoever, you'd think we'd be able to go to the FTC and go, "Hello,
Mm,
would you like to look at this?"
Maybe with him in charge now, he won't have barriers to fix the problems that Susan might have been causing herself.
What are the
That's
chances
real
that
hopeful
this guy
thinking, though.
makes any improvements? It's
Sadly-
pretty low. I'm just
Sadly, the EU's
Yeah.
sitting around being fuckheads and bringing out dumb shit like GDPR. But no, they're not going to go after the illegal advertising practices.
no, because there's money.
Yeah. There is one piece of good news about YouTube ads. Recently, Rumble has started running ads on YouTube.
That is hilarious.
That is
So-
absolutely letting the barbarians in through the gate.
Oh
Yeah.
my.
It's not quite, because this
God.
time the barbarians are the good guys.
Yes.
True.
Well, they were at the Rome was pretty bad during the time, so the barbarians were just doing us a favor at that point.
So speaking of savages, I did a
Fairly new.
quick LinkedIn look at Neil
Hi.
Mohan,
Oh wait.
and so let's see. He went to Stanford University, so that's a strike.
Yeah, anyone who
Senior
goes to
analyst
Stanford is
at
just straight up a sociopath.
Yep. So he was a senior analyst at Accenture. He was
And which
director of
BlackRock
global
subsidiary
climate.
is that?
That I'm not sure. And then he went to DoubleClick Incorporated.
DoubleClick, the ad company.
Yes. Then he went to Microsoft for a bit. Then he went
Oh god.
back to DoubleClick and something called MMA Global.
Which is
Google.
probably not nearly as cool as it sounds.
Yeah. So he went to Google, IAB, then taught for. Oh, he was a management board member at Stanford, so he's sucking his own dick right there. He's a member of the Council of Foreign Relations.
You know, this sounds like someone else I know who likes to suck their own dick on their own LinkedIn.
Mm-hmm.
Someone,
Starts with a C, right?
something with a C and then Unensen, something like that. So I can't remember quite how you pronounce
Oh,
it.
someone with a cock in
I
their
get a
ass.
mental image. I get a mental image. Giant fucking ears and a a parody of a religious.
Oh,
hero, right?
speaking
Right.
speaking of giant ears and inducing vomit, there's a fucking live action Dumbo remake.
I was going to say, I was literally about to bring up why are we like throwing Dumbo under the bus here, but there we go.
So I want to round out Neil's last 3 board of directors positions: 23andMe,
Oh, fuck off.
Stitch Fix,
Oh,
and
fuck
then
off.
now the CPO of YouTube. So
What the hell is
so-
23andMe?
What
it's a genome mapping company.
Yeah. So
American
what
Man?
exactly has he ever actually done? Has the man ever
He's
actually
taken
done
lots of-
anything?
He's taken lots of money and spent it on himself.
Yes, that sounds about right.
California.
Insert racial stereotypes here.
And any slurs that you want to mix in.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, have you again car salesman?
No,
I don't think
he's
he's
more
that
of
smart.
a car's extended warranty. Yes.
Yes.
Car's extended warranty.
If you use this accent and you slowly verge into Russian, it's less racist.
No,
Yeah.
actually, it sounds more like Romanian.
Okay, anyway,
Probably.
enough about the people that will steal the fucking wheels off your bike.
What about Philadelphians?
Oh, dear. So, we're on a good roll. Another evil, daft, woke cunt is gone. The fish is out.
Fucking other.
Sadly,
Unfortunately, it's another irritating brown guy that
Arden
should be in charge.
is having some interesting internet problems. Maybe,
Yes.
but it's not
I
confirmed
just
yet.
thought that was Canada censoring him in real time.
There we go.
I would not be surprised.
Holy shit! The fish is gone.
Yep.
We just said that, Trim.
Jesus Christ, Tim.
What?
That's
God.
literally how I introduced it.
Yeah, but I'm like reactionary.
No, you're
Trim,
delayed reactionary.
You've got the
Trim.
reaction
Well,
time
that's
of
because
a dead
I was
rat.
looking at the YouTube screen instead of the Discord screen because I was typing
Yes,
in chat.
and at no point did you actually listen to us.
No, I did.
To be fair, I think the voices in Trim's head are probably louder than ours.
There's a strong possibility.
Shut up, pig for elephant! I'm not going to drink. Go on.
But yeah, the bitch is gone. And yeah, there's a possibility that she'll be replaced by Mr. White himself.
Oh, good.
White, you
And
son.
here is me. I was going to say, here is me thinking they'd replace him with some sort of Mr. Pike or something.
I
Well,
didn't know
they
Susan
replaced
was
him with a
an
total
man.
pike.
Idiot boy, Pike.
An absolute pillar.
Well,
Yeah.
Look out, Scotland! You're not going to be allowed to be white anymore.
Monkey in the chat is experiencing a little bit of PTSD, post-traumatic sturgeon disorder.
I think we've been suffering from that for a long time. It's kind of like having the shits.
You know what I find really kind of philosophically interesting. So what does this mean for Scottish independence? Well, suddenly they'd be like, yes, it's the formal name of Iran. It's like the great and wonderful Iranian Empire or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
It's like, is this now going to be Scotland?
You
Okay,
mean the
it's
Great
called
Arabian
Scottish
Empire? Yeah,
independence
sure.
Is a lie. They
Gonna
never
turn into
had
Persia
independence.
War.
Well,
And they never will have
Yeah.
independence.
Well, Disco said that if he does get in, she fully supports England invading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to be fair, you
Yeah.
probably don't want an Islamic caliphate that close to your borders.
No.
When you've already got one essentially inside it, in Afghanistan.
Yep.
Mm.
Marku has a good point, and I would agree. I would love to see Count Dankula run for Scottish PM. That would be fucking awesome.
That would be hilarious.
Could you imagine just the sudden basedness of Scotland?
That would be good. That would be good indeed.
They would definitely become white.
Yes. I just wanted to see a ginger in charge. Is that so wrong?
You'd like
Yeah.
to see a Scot in charge of Scotland.
Yeah, go figure, right? You know,
Man, gee, racist.
now
dude.
that makes me sound like an ethno-nationalist. But it's gingers, not Scots.
Man, I can't believe you're so racist.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean you can't believe it? We've been friends for months.
Oh, right. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Only
he just
months.
But he's
Sorry,
been
my Alzheimer's is kicking up again.
he's been on the boat. He's forgotten everyone else.
It's the
What?
waves, dude. It's shaking my memories up.
Let's go. Robert
does
went out
not
of chat.
exist
Next up
off
is a
the
ginger black guy.
Oh dear. Next
I
up,
mean,
the
why
most
not?
racist man in Scotland.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look, there's his new cabinet.
Yep.
Oh God.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, to
God
be
can't
fair,
save
they'd
us
probably do a
now.
better job.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
they've
they would be technically ginger.
here's the thing. Those people have actually worked for a living.
Ooh. Hurts.
They're not upper middle class, university educated, in politics, big noting themselves, doing nothing useful, living on their mothers and the taxpayers' dime, twats. Anyway, we'll talk about those again later.
Politicians and fucking cunts like that. Hate them
You-
all.
The only...
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, Callum, you have won the chat.
Oh,
Ra-
fucking gold.
round of golf claps for Callum.
Oh my god, that are actually spot on.
I mean, 07's in chat.
But anyway,
is
no,
what
that's
we're
not the overpaid, upper middle class, university educated twat muncher we're talking about today.
I don't think he's into women anymore.
Yeah, they aren't into him.
Anyway,
Exactly.
Are they? With a peg.
You know, there's something about acting in such an arrogant manner that women just don't seem to like.
well,
Yeah,
I don't
fine.
know. If you've looked at who his girlfriend is, she's exactly the same kind of person I just described.
I was showing her to my partner like the other night, and she's like, "Wow, she looks way older than she is."
Ooh,
But
that's
anyway, speaking of Connor's relationship and toxic dumpster fire.
bad. Oh gods.
So,
So this is what happened on Valentine's Day.
this is the result of Connor being in a relationship, yes. So, Ohio kind of exploded.
Yeah.
Hey guys, remember how the pipeline was Keystone Pipeline was really
Well-
bad for the environment, and how trades were so much fucking secure and safe?
Yeah, well, look at...
Well, I'm more
was it
interested in
2014, Lynchburg, Virginia, they had a massive oil tanker derailment that everybody conveniently forgot until this.
Mhm.
Yep, Lac Megantic in Quebec.
Well, what I'm really interested in is how the fucking police blew it up before they gave people time to evacuate.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that... What boggles my mind, and I've got some probably, you know, maybe not the most popular takes on this when we dig into this a bit more, but the thing that I thought was strange was they're in a rush to say Norfolk Southern didn't have a manifest quickly available, but you look at the timeline, it's like the first responders made decisions on the ground before the manifests could be properly given to them. So
Also,
yeah,
I don't know
like-
specifically what the regulations are in the States, but pretty sure if they're even remotely sane, even by American standards, when you're dealing with chemicals like that, big fucking placard on the side of the tanker.
Yes, but it doesn't
Yeah.
always. It tells you the nature of it, but it doesn't tell you what it is.
Ah, well, that's the problem. In Australia, it actually tells you what the bloody chemical is.
Oh, nice. I don't think they even do that in Canada.
It's kind of helpful to be able to call up.
Yeah. Because they'll tell you the classification of what the chemical is, but they won't tell you what it is.
Yeah, which really doesn't help when you're dealing with things that might react with water. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What was it? Fucking
And-
phosgene gas?
You mean the result?
Phosgene, yeah.
Which good old Yellow Cross for anybody who knows World War One.
Yep.
It's the way I'm looking at this, this is a systemic failure of everything. We've got a failure of the railroad, we've got a failure of first responders, we've got a massive failure of the fucking EPA, and it's somebody's echoing there. I'm not sure if it's just me.
It's true.
It's
How
always
can I be
Trim.
fucking echoing? Jesus.
All I'm hearing is, and I'm having to do a lot of effort for that.
Fuck it.
But
I'm,
anyway,
I'm dropping out of this and joining in on my headset on my phone instead.
There you go.
Yeah,
But
using
anyway.
a headset might be an idea.
I'm using the headset on my computer, but apparently the fucking sounds bleed through. I'll be back.
So anyway, but the thing that I'm really hung up on is there's a lot of blame towards Norfolk Southern, which granted they deserve a lot of it. But what bothers me is the government agencies and all this shit are getting away with what could possibly be murder in a raw situation like this. So I want to make sure the blame goes where it's deserved. And a lot of the blame is local government acting too quickly because they don't know what the fuck is going on.
Well, the good news is to my knowledge, the agencies that actually investigate the aftermath of this shit are the last to be captured. Because I think you've got the NTSB and the one that deals with like generically super hazardous work environments. They're
OSHA.
slightly not OSHA. It's the other one, the one that deals with like oil rig explosions and shit.
Oh shit! Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah,
They're the ones that do the really cool videos.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone knows who the
Yep.
fuck they are, please let us know. But they seem to be the least ideologically infested because they require actual knowledge and skill.
Yep. And I think it's right to be pissed at Norfolk Southern not sending a representative to that town hall. But at the same time, it's like there's a part of me that is suspecting that they were told not to come by a government agency.
I can
There's just an
also
element of me that's like,
understand a little bit about why they wouldn't go, but they need because they would probably get eaten as they deserve. But you need to come up with a better fucking excuse than just not showing up.
yeah. It's one of those you gotta hold a press conference. You've got to go and do a lot of behind the scenes work, and then you get these rumors of $1,000 hold harmless checks being offered, and I was like, well, that's bullshit. So
Sort of
Fuck
like
me
Uvalde
dead
in
for a
some ways, this.
and
No. The difference is in Uvalde, the cops stood by and let the kids be killed. In Ohio, the police are actively responsible for the deaths.
yeah.
Because they're the ones who kind of exploded
No.
chemical weapons in the middle of fucking town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'd have to look at the rail regulations. And the thing that also, the big picture thing, this is like was it the Bhopal explosion back in like the 80s? Where big chemical plant went up in India.
But not a Bobcat posted something great in a live stream.
So,
live shows
yeah,
channel.
speaking of, so an EPA guy actually went to Ohio and said, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And it just goes to show how wet America is, considering that they didn't just lynch him on the spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, they didn't want to appear racist.
The EPA's never been fucking useful, that's for sure.
No, I think they've caused more damage to the environment than anybody else. But
They're like the electric cars of anything else.
yeah. But what? There was a moment where it was Senator Vance from Ohio. I don't know if you've got this in your list of stuff. And this is just one of those. I think this is kind of being overblown without actual facts and coming out because, of course, people are fucked up. But so Senator Vance, went to a creek and like stirred up some water, and it's like, oh, look at this oil slick that's coming up. And having grown up in that, kind of region,
Yeah, wasn't
the
that
better
like
state to the
algae or
west.
some crap?
Yeah, it's an iron, basically an iron oxidizing algae, and everybody's freaking out. And I've been told I'm a horrible person for saying this could be an algae. This could be a chemical. It could be algae.
Yeah.
You can't tell.
But on that note, I would like to get the CEO of the train company and the EPA official and, I don't know, any other politician within grabbing distance and just start dipping cups into the river.
Yeah, they should be forced to say, yes, this is safe, and drink the water.
Well, that's it. If they say the water is safe to drink, I want to see them drink it.
Yep.
Yeah. If they're not willing to, then there's
And they're
something
clearly
massively
lying,
wrong
and we
going
should
on
hang them instead. Here are
Yeah,
your
no, I
choices.
They
agree.
should be forced
Drink-
to swim through the water themselves.
No,
Drink it. That should be their choices. If they say the water is good to drink, they either drink it or we hang them.
Inject it into their veins.
Oh, I'm into that one.
They're
We won't get a read on whether it's
politicians,
healthy or
they
not.
don't matter.
But yeah, and our absent ardent is pointing out that Booty Judge
Butt
is
crack.
saying, "Oh, it's no big deal." And it's like, yeah, I mean,
Oh
trains
my
derail
God.
regularly. That's just a fact. I've lived in a railroad town. It's like, yeah, that shit happens regularly. But usually not with these disastrous results.
Yeah, and I don't give a shit. Okay, actually, no. Let me rephrase that point. If you do have over 1,000 derailments every year, what the fuck kind of fly-by-night bullshit donkey fucker operation are you bastards running? You're telling me you have two
I mean, you
fucking
can just-
derailments
you
a
can-
day? 3 derailments a day, or some shit.
Well, there's
Hey,
there's
you
a
can
part
use
of-
the same thing with like.
Jesus
You can
Christ,
use the
Trim,
same
are
thing
you,
as like, oh,
is
hey,
your head
break-
in the toilet?
No, I'm using the headset on my fucking Bluetooth. I ain't got nothing else.
the toilet soundtrack.
Yes.
I could just leave if it's too annoying though. Sorry guys. This is the
No,
best I got.
Your previous
We
headset was
just
far
have to
better.
figure out how to toin down the volume. Yeah, Dave. Yeah,
Point down the volume. My God, what happened?
So, let's see.
my programming had a stutter, error code.
I clearly we need to kidnap Trim at some point and fix him. I mean, fix his mic.
We should probably fix him too. Speaking of, there's a
Come
tablet
with
for
a
that.
knife near my balls and I'll fucking blow you
No,
off
no,
with
no. There's a
dynamite.
pill for that. We'll look at that later.
Aha.
But,
Aha.
The other thing is, it's like, oh, well, wipe down the surfaces. In what radius are we talking? Because the plume went over the city of Pittsburgh,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a huge fucking mess right there.
Yeah, also, if we're wiping down surfaces, what with?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to suggest we use the water that you refuse to drink?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's like, are you supposed to use like wipes? Okay, well, what kind of wipes? Just in case, there's some chemical reaction depending on what all the off gases are, because there are things that were off gassed that, because they had chemicals they weren't sure what they were until after the fact.
Yeah, so what do we got? Vinyl chloride, hydrogen chloride, and phosgene. Lovely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Colorless
All
gas.
those sound really healthy.
Used as
All
a
I can
chemical
say
weapon
is
in World War One.
If you smell wet hay, get out of the area, because that's typically what phosgene has been described as smelling like.
How the hell do you know what wet hay smells like, though?
Go out and touch grass.
It's called being near the country, Crow.
City boy.
I'm literally in the middle of nowhere, not even close to a city, but I don't know what hay smells like off the top of my head.
Top 10
Yeah.
owners of Norfolk Southern Corp. Vanguard, JP Morgan, BlackRock.
Great.
I can tell you, Norfolk Southern is not the company that it used to be, because it used to be a very community-minded company until about 25 years ago. And then it's like, that's when all that money started flowing in, because and I don't want people thinking I'm just blindly defending Norfolk Southern. It's just, it's a company that needs a hard check, especially now. But the big problem with American Freight is it's just a small handful of companies these days, and I don't want to see that taken over by the government. That's kind of my fear of the fallout of this, because there was a attempt at a rail workers strike back in like November, December, and I wonder if they're going to try to punish Norfolk Southern additionally for political ends, because they will.
Of course.
Apparently, Netflix recently released a film called White Noise about a train derailment of toxic chemicals causing a massive explosion and a deadly event in East Palestine, Ohio. Fucking hell.
So Netflix caused this.
Well, it seems to just be
Yeah.
another case of them just coming out and admitting that the whole thing is an op. It's just another fucking CIA op.
I hate this so much.
Okay, let me see if it is true.
Now, I also want to remind everyone that Ohio is the state where the Cuyahoga River, caught on fire at least twice.
Didn't it catch on fire like
The
5
river
times?
caught on fire.
Yeah. What was that? That was
Wasn't it like 5 times or something?
something like that. It's like there's some minor fires, and then there was like the big fire in like '69.
Yes.
I will. Oh, and there was one in 2000.
So what's next? There's gonna be like mutants popping up out of the water soon?
Oh man,
Yeah.
imagine that, super mutants.
Oh god, we've got an actual fucking article. Here we go. Extras from White Noise are now living the reality of the film after the Ohio train spill.
Wow.
Residents of East Palestine, Ohio are facing a strange dystopian reality after the plot of the 2022 Netflix movie White Noise seemingly came true earlier this month. Holy
Yes, I
shit.
saw
You know,
some.
I think the CIA should be not allowed to have Netflix access.
I did see an interesting video
I
on
think
TikTok
at this
where
point Netflix is a subsidiary of the CIA.
Always
I
has
saw
been.
an interesting video on TikTok of someone in Ohio after this trying to make a cup of tea, and they poured milk in their cup of tea, only to find that it actually started fizzing in reaction to the milk.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, huh.
Yeah. No. If you're in Ohio or in the chemical plume, get bottled water.
Yeah, bottled water for sure. They switched to bottled water in another video to update to show that it was actually the water in the area that was causing the problem.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Hey, you know
Right.
what? You know what that cloud needs now? That plume cloud needs a little autistic Swedish girl yelling, "How dare you!"
No, she'd approve of this.
Well, she was
That-
just calling for illegal direct action for the environment.
Yeah.
Again.
This is the thing that drives me nuts is the people who are screaming about how we need to get rid of petroleum vehicles and all this shit are like, oh no, the EPA says it's fine, just drink the water.
Oh yeah.
Fuck you.
Fuck
This is
what kind of idiot would trust the government?
exactly.
It is not
yeah.
the approved faith, my friends. This is not the approved scripture of the holy book of climate change. That's how I view it.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Uh-huh.
That's it. Because this is just one of those things where all the blame is going to put in one area where it needs to go to everyone involved.
Yeah. So yeah, we've
Yeah, but
got
they're lefty politicians. If there's good at one thing, it's dodging blame.
Oh yeah.
yeah. Well, they've already fully committed to blaming it on Trump. I'm not kidding.
Seriously?
Yes.
Yeah.
How?
TDS.
Okay.
Oh my
back.
god. The mental gymnastics for this is going to be
Yeah.
interesting to see.
So
You just-
we had dead fish and cow reported as far as 100 miles away from the site. Yeah, do you know what's approximately halfway between a fish and a cow? A human. In mass. Some of us are closer to the cow than others. Are you talking, Ardent?
Just checking to see if you guys can hear me. I asked earlier and I didn't get a response. So.
Ah, we can
I
hear you
can
now.
hear you now.
Okay, excellent.
It
I
helps when you
can't
talk.
hear you at all. Yeah, I see you talking. I can hear your words, but I don't hear you at all.
Oh, you can hear him, but you're not listening.
Yes.
You'd make an excellent woman.
I thought that was trim.
Congratulations on your transition.
No. Trim would make an excellent wife.
Maybe, but could you afford me?
I
You're
don't-
always paying.
I don't think you understand how this works, Trim.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Crossing the border.
Yeah,
That's nice.
it's not just crossing the border; it's fucking
my
all the
God.
way in there. Oh shit!
Yep.
What's
Ardent, what's this bit in the top right of this little map?
if you come to that little projection at the very bottom of that piece you're pointing at,
This bit here,
little more to the right.
out here.
No, the projection just along the coast there.
Oh, that projection.
Yeah, that's where I am. I'm right there.
Oh shit! Oh,
You're
just
really-
in real time.
What's really
You're-
terrible is if you go 2 inches to your left.
Like
Little more.
inches on my screen, inches is about here.
Yeah. Okay, so go another one of those.
Out here.
That's where I'm looking at moving. Is that area there?
Well,
Oh,
given
the
that this
Gatsby
is
Peninsula.
from the 7th of February, it's probably well and truly past that by now.
Yes.
Mhm.
And in fact, I expect to smell chlorine any second now,
Phosgene.
too.
Oh, well, that too. But they've also released chlorine.
Mm.
Right.
You know, this is like a World War One reenactor's wet dream of like, yeah, I can go and relive chemical warfare.
Yeah. Enjoy your mustard gas, you fucking clowns.
Ah,
this
dear.
is,
So what else do we have?
This is absolutely atrocious because that area that's moving towards is the richest fishing ground in the world.
Mm.
I
Not
don't-
for long.
And of course, they got the bloody
Exactly.
chickens.
Yeah.
Yep. You know,
Thank you, Crow. I see that in the live chat. Fucking perfect.
For the record, it's this.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, dear me.
I'm sorry, I've been sat here chuckling to myself because I found my old meme folder. It's filled with some fucking bangers.
So, look, check this bullshit out. Check this fucking bullshit out. From the 15th of February, President Biden, because of our climate investments, our kids will breathe cleaner air, drink safer water, and get to school powered by clean energy. Except in Ohio.
Ooh,
and
Yeah.
And the
this
entire-
is wrong.
And,
Ah.
yeah, the comments were not fucking having it. The
This
ner-
aged poorly.
Yes.
Just like Biden.
Well, it didn't age poorly, Trim, because the fucking idiot said it a week after it happened.
You're kidding me.
No!
Oh my God.
This is
Of
only
course
3
not.
days old.
It's Biden we're talking about here. It's Biden we're talking about here. Idiocy is a guaranteed.
But yeah,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
like this guy says, the nerve you have to post this propaganda while real Americans can't breathe clean air or drink clean water in Ohio. another person says, imagine tweeting about children having clean air to breathe and clean water to drink, while children in East Palestine, Ohio are breathing air and drinking water filled with their deadly chemicals. Someone says that toxic chemicals were found 250 miles away in Cincinnati. That's okay, it's only Cincinnati.
Wait, that's the wrong direction the air would have been moving.
Yeah, that's how big of a problem it fucking is, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, that's
If true, that's really fucking bad.
Granted, I mean, it's probably somebody that likes Gold Star chili rather than the proper Cincinnati chili, which is Skyline.
Yeah. What an absolute fucking joke. But yeah, everyone's fucking ripping him to shreds.
Yeah.
Like, normally
As they should.
normally you see the bootlicking retards getting up there because of their bots and shit, but it's so fucking bad.
Even the shills can't fucking chill.
Yeah. And really, you know, this is where, you know, the whole federal government had this thing where I think it was FEMA's like, well, because it's not the right kind of natural disaster, we can't really get involved.
Wasn't there
That was
something
that I was listening to on the radio just yesterday. Because it's not a natural disaster. They're not able to really get involved.
I heard some bullshit like, oh, they can't go in unless the governor declares a state of emergency. So, if that's true, then we need to hang the governor.
Yeah.
This counts as a fucking state of emergency. These fuck chuckles invoke states of emergency for certain things that we can't talk about. But this isn't a state of emergency.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a shit.
Excuse me, I have to cough.
Yes.
Yeah, I think if America had a nuke dropped on it, it would probably react in exactly the same way. Like, yeah, nothing's happening, don't worry.
Yeah, with this administration, absolutely. Because, and this is what I'm so bothered by, and again, why I think people mistakenly are like, oh, he's defending Norfolk Southern. It's like, no, not at all, not one whit. But I want the federal government's blame to be publicly put out there because they're the ones that would swoop in at any other time and say, "Oh no, this is a terrible disaster." They're being complicit, and
Yes.
that's where the blame needs to be put.
They're always complicit. And they're sitting there fucking whining, oh, but Trump and Republicans and deregulation. It's been 3 fucking years of Biden at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And he signed more executive orders in his first fucking day than Trump did in his first year. So don't give us this, oh, it's Trump's fault shit.
No. Yeah. And the rail worker strike was over pay and benefits. That was my understanding from talking to some locals for me.
Yeah, but that's a true story, though, and we can't have something as inconvenient as the truth help clutter the message.
True. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, Billy's right. Yeah, Booty Judge should be getting some heat. No, he should be basically off-gassing Phosgene. He should be getting so much heat.
How long before being called a truther is actually an insult?
5 years maximum.
He told the truth! Get him! He's not lying to everybody! What's wrong with him?
Oh, you mean going full 1984?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a bobcat. The problem is there's not enough laws. Yeah, not general incompetence for those involved. Yeah, no, we absolutely laws. We need laws for everything. We need to become like England.
Here's the thing. We've got laws that cover this shit. I guarantee that they would have broken numerous laws to end up in this fuck up.
Yep.
Death possible, injury possible. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
It's not unreminiscent of a nuclear explosion map, is it?
No.
Yep.
But this,
Well, I mean,
like,
you guys all remember the old Chernobyl.
this
maps.
is particularly fucking good for fucking... This is outstandingly tone deaf, even for the potato. And of course, he's tagging in the fucking administrator of the EPA. You slimy, corrupt sacks of shit.
Mm.
My God.
Let's finish the job. Oh, that's a threat. Biden's threatening Ohio. He's
Yep.
finishing the job.
You think the train accident was worse?
Mhm.
Why wait till you see what I got lined up?
You think it was an accident, huh?
I would at this. I wouldn't put it past Biden to fucking accidentally lose a nuke in the middle of fucking Ohio and blame it on Trump or Russia
Oh yeah.
or Trump working for Russia. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
And then also he'll get down on his knees and suck off Ukraine for the empty time.
And to answer Billy's postulation, someone told me that it was not legal to transport that shit close to a populated area. No, I mean it's possible. It's just it's supposed to be Department of Transportation regulated, and I don't know what permits were pulled and all that, but yeah, it's legal to do it. It just has to be marked and.
I'm sure they
Supposed to
didn't do
let
it properly.
Well, you're supposed, if I remember right, there's some of this stuff. It's supposed to be notification of the first responders in these regions on how to deal with that stuff, and it's like
Oh, like
no.
inform them of the hazardous materials coming through their region. Yeah. So you can. What the absolute fuck is wrong with them?
Did the CDC update toxicological profile of vinyl chloride 11 days before the disaster? It was done 17 years ago. Ooh.
I
That's
did hear about
interesting.
that, but I didn't go and confirm it because I'm lazy. Sorry, whoops.
And Marco,
I hate-
anyone remember
Oh, go
the
ahead.
politician threatening to nuke Americans if they didn't surrender their guns? Yes, a Californian politician.
I hate to bring this point up, but I have to ask: did Bill Gates do a simulation of a chemical spill sometime in the last 4 years?
I'm sure he did, but we haven't seen
Oh.
the receipts yet.
Yeah.
Give it a minute.
Ah, dear. And yeah, the EPA did just turn around and go, don't worry, just go back to work. The air is safe to breathe. The US government after 9/11.
Yeah.
And yeah, see, they're blaming the fucking Trump.
Yeah, but when Biden came in, he had no problem turning back everything Trump had done.
Yeah.
So why didn't
So
he do
yeah,
this?
why didn't he reverse this one? Come on, fuck's sake.
Can't use logic.
No,
Yeah,
can't. We
you
can't
can't
look
blame-
at that. Oh.
I missed
that
it
was
Oh,
anyway.
yeah,
glorious.
the
We
Aaron
can't-
Brockovich reference, yeah.
We'll keep this one for later when we're on Rumble, because I want to come back to
Yeah.
these.
Can you scroll down to the Chaplin one just again real quick?
As a
It looked
chat
like
room?
Charlie Chaplin. I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
There we
we
go.
can't talk about that.
Yeah, no, can't talk about that here.
That would be evil and cruel.
I
Meanwhile,
like the Leslie Nielsen meme.
Yeah.
so we've got a good old G Prime meme. Yeah, it's perfectly safe to return home. Sign here, please.
Oh.
Dead birds, dead fish, still a fucking mushroom cloud in the sky.
Yep.
Yeah. Discolored
Yeah.
water that's, steaming in strange ways.
Because-
Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here.
And I think honestly that's the scariest part of all this is the rush to be like, no, it's fine, just stop questioning anything. Trust the science.
We'll talk more about that
Fuck
later.
science.
We'll talk more about that later.
If you question the science, you're evil.
Yes.
That's right.
Huh.
Because
anyway.
the science of water testing, to be
Yeah.
clear, YouTube,
Yeah.
Neil,
Yeah, the science of, hey, this smells funny.
Yeah.
smell my finger.
Anyway, moving
Oh.
rapidly on before you idiots talk us into another community guidelines strike. So let's.
Wait,
Oh, why would we do something so
You guys
harsh?
got that while I was away.
Yeah, it turns out that they
But you-
don't like actual reporting on here on YouTube.
You call it community guidelines strike. We call it playing YouTube roulette.
There we go.
Yes.
It's going to be an
Anyway.
interesting new time without Wojcicki.
Yes. Hopefully they get rid of a bunch of this
It'll
stupid
probably
crap.
be pretty much the same as the old bullshit.
It'll probably be worse.
Yeah, but
Probably
this time we'll
call her
just be called
woke
racist instead of sexist.
Yeah.
No.
Why not both?
Honestly, at these points, it's more of a compliment.
Yeah.
It's like Pokemon. Gotta
Pretty
collect
much.
all the ists.
And the phobes.
Yeah.
Gotta catch 'em all.
Meanwhile, in
Marco in
California,
chat is
that's
on-
called it for
oh, okay.
STDs.
Oof. Oof.
Speaking of California, Marco in the chat suggests people should always responding to Brick of Methamphetamine, saying people should build a wall around California.
Well, I've been
Based-
saying that for ages, that they should just extend the Mexico border wall up and around California, and fucking Mexico can have them.
Yeah.
You know, I
Have
wouldn't
them
be
back,
surprised if Mexico invaded America and America did nothing at this point.
They
That's
already
like, yeah,
have.
no.
I mean, like, yeah,
I was gonna say,
the,
have
the,
you
They're
never
cart-
taking
heard
back
this other
Texas.
word?
the cartels kind of did that years ago. The cartels
Texas
pretty
is
much
now-
own all of Southern California.
Yes,
Southern California, they're
George
gonna
Floyd
spread
was
over
a
to
cartel
Texas.
casualty.
Take all the guns away from
but they
Americans.
have a little bit more of a struggle in Texas. Because the Texans are like, fuck you in the face with a high power rifle. Speaking of high power rifles,
Ooh, guns.
yes.
I like guns.
So,
Guns are nice.
Of
In
all
the-
the amendments, the
in the-
second one is the best.
in the fascist hellhole known as Australia, that used to be part of the West, but now is on par to make China look like the good guys. So, the hellhole known as Western Australia
Oh, no.
has decided to ban high caliber firearms and ammunition because
Because they're
reasons.
fun.
Yeah, basically, yes. For no good fucking reason whatsoever. So, Western
You know what's
Australia.
really funny? You can get an air rifle capable of doing the same thing. Just saying.
Not in Australia.
Marco, they're the meme about the U.S. invading back again. I mean, I'll put it this way: there's a political activist group in the United States called La Raza, which means the race, that has been talking about a reconquista of old Mexico's borders, and this is like 10 years old. This bit, they were openly talking about it. So, you do the math.
Yeah, right. So, the fascist in chief has announced a ban on high-powered firearms and ammunition capable of accurate long-range shooting, claiming police and the public were at risk and the consequences could be devastating.
So, who has artillery pieces in Australia?
Apparently, everyone just has like 3 in their backyard. So the ban will come into effect on the 1st of July, for which time the owners of 284 currently licensed firearms will have to surrender them or sell them interstate. The ban will outlaw 56 types of firearms, as well as the 19 calibers as listed below. The ban was
And
specifically...
this still only affects 284 people.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
That's fucking retarded.
Yes. Welcome to Australia.
No, fair.
The ban was specifically requested by Western Australia head Gestapo. Fuck. Can't continue that sentence. According to the acting piece of shit, who implied police feared being targeted by large caliber long range weapons. Have the police ever been targeted by long range high caliber weapons in Australia? No. Have they been targeted by long range high caliber weapons in the States? Not very fucking often.
Not unless there was a bell tower involved.
For some reason,
I
my
have a
brain just
question.
goes to artillery rounds.
Something in my brain just goes, why are the
Nice.
police afraid? What have they done to make themselves scared?
Well, the last 3 years.
Yeah.
They looked in the mirror or saw their own
And,
shadow.
Yeah, and
Well-
Chad is having a bit of a discussion about what exactly high power
We'll
means
get
in
to that.
Australia. So, yeah.
The ban.
Of
So,
course, the not a Robert Cat says, "Oh, so 22 and up."
so the useless fucking Karen that was apparently put in charge of shit said that some projectiles from these firearms are capable of penetrating the body armor worn by police officers, as well as most hard surfaces of police vehicles from up to 2 kilometers away. What's the effective range of 22 again? Stupid fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Do you know?
2 kilometers. Okay, the longest shot ever made by a sniper that's been admitted to is still only about 2 kilometers. And that was a military sniper trained to fire in perfect conditions. There's no way they need to worry about this kind of shit.
I would love to know what level of paranoia these people have.
All the paranoia.
It'd be a fascinating study.
And
it's definitely paranoia.
Chat's talking about what they think high caliber power is. We'll get to it. Tristan's like, mass shooting from a hotel window in Las Vegas comes to mind. AR-15s aren't fucking high caliber. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's
pump stocks are not
like aren't they 223 or something?
Yeah.
It's literally a fraction of a millimeter. It's a fraction of a 15th of a fairy's cock over 22.
I've never heard the word 15th, and now I know I'm going to use it a lot.
It's remember the black holiday Juneteenth? Now it's Poofteenth in my brain.
There we fucking go.
I can't say it, but I want to. I gotta put it in live chat so I can
fucking 223. Like that's not fucking high caliber. It's literally 0.003 larger than a 22. Yes, I know there's a shitload more fucking powder behind that, but that's not what they give a shit about. They're talking. Yes, it's a much longer round, but they're talking about caliber because they're idiots and don't know the difference. Are they?
This is retarded.
Are they afraid of
It's
insurgency?
beyond retarded.
Yes, they are because they know that they've done things that they deserve to be insurgent for.
What's the largest what's the highest caliber full automatic weapon available?
50.
Does anyone have any idea?
50 is
Unless you want to get into auto cannons. I want
something that a person could actually carry into a battle and fire without blowing their arms off.
Oh well, at least 308.
The BMG 50 Beowulf, maybe.
No, I don't think I've ever seen a machine gun in 50 Beowulf. A proper military style one. But if you're talking about man carried, like you do get your heavy machine guns in 50 that a man can carry through, but the Bren's a fucking 308. I think it's a 308.
No. It's
I mean, what am I thinking?
458 SOCOM.
Whatever
that's the largest caliber, basically that can be used as an automatic, and it was developed by U.S. Special Forces back in the early 2000s because it can fit in the same magazines as a single stack that typically 5.56 will go in.
Honestly, those bullets look like somebody's trying to compensate for something.
Yeah. Let me see. The Bren was originally in... Oh, fuck's sake, I don't care when it was rechambered to a faggy NATO cartridge. 303. And that is a shoulder fireable machine gun.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to get a little into the weird space, you've got the if you want to do semi-auto, but they're man portable, but you can't wield them by yourself because they're so big. It's like the Finnish Lahti anti-tank rifle is a pretty big semi-auto, but
yeah,
that's into weird spaces.
But yeah, you can get shoulder fireable machine guns and some pretty hefty rounds because they're using full-size rifle shit.
Yep.
Have you seen the Parabellend ammo?
Yes, I have, and it's fucking fantastic. Best part is, I reckon that would feed too.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah. I mean, most feed ramps would handle that.
Well, any feed ramp that's touching that part of the rounds is odd, at best. Because technically it does have to be smaller than the actual casing. Otherwise, you've got some serious fucking problems. You've got problems, not the guy at the other end of the barrel.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Arden, check DMs.
So,
He's sending you a picture of his.
so these idiots also said, with specific types of rounds, a bullet from these firearms can also penetrate Western Australia Police Force armoured vehicles. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that I could purchase fucking armour-piercing rounds in Australia. Wasn't aware that we could get red tips or black tips. Fucking retards.
I kind of want one of these on my front lawn. If I could have one, I've put it in the Sultans podcast chat.
Crow is in fact talking about the autocannon.
Largest machine gun in the world.
You
I'm
say
sorry,
that.
I don't like autocannons. I want something that I actually have to pull the trigger of myself.
I don't
You
think
do
you
pull
want.
the
That's
trigger
not
of
what
the
an
autocannon.
autocannon is, Arden. Fucking Canadians, I
Oh,
swear to
okay,
God.
sorry.
Yeah.
You do pull the trigger of an autocannon. You just have massive rounds, and it needs to be mounted to something solid, so it doesn't have recoil that you deal with.
Well, autocannons
okay.
start at 20mm.
Is that what these guys are loading?
Yes.
Yeah, there's another
Yeah.
picture here. It's a bit
Wow.
smaller, but
Do
yeah.
you notice how the actual projectile is about as thick as their thumb?
Yeah.
Bigger, almost.
Marco, you are thinking of the AVT.
That would make
which-
one
the AVT
interesting
format.
dildo.
So anyway, the retards in Western Australia, of course, gave no examples of it happening anywhere in Australia, nor did she mention any specific threats. And then the police minister pointed to the seizure of very high-powered firearms being incorrectly stored in a secret underground bunker. We'll look at that in a moment. And
Oh yeah, that guy was a fucking Chad, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
Of
the
course,
fact that he had an underground shooting range.
Yeah.
Oh.
and then of course the Chuckle Cut said that most of the weapons were licensed, as was the owner. Reports so far hint that the only allegedly illegal item was a suppressor. So basically, they're whining that his bank vault sealed bunker wasn't secure enough. Do you know what? do you know what would have been secure? A metal safe that was mounted to the frame or the frame or floor of the building. Note that I said metal. I did not specify thickness or the type of metal.
Are you kidding?
I could have a thin aluminium box.
Yes.
Potentially in some places. The last time when
Something you could open with a can opener. Jesus.
in fact,
I like my firearms
in fact,
tinned. For
it is
convenience.
in fact here in Queensland they say that a appropriate safe for a handgun is made of solid steel and is bolted to the wall or frame. There is nothing to say that that solid steel needs to be more than a millimeter thick.
Did they specify that the box should be locked?
I believe they do. Secured by key or combination. But you know what they don't specify? They don't specify that it has to be mounted to the inside of the house.
Can you have a single-digit combination lock?
Yes.
I assume so.
I mean, yeah, this is like, child's first combination lock, where it's just like a keypad, there's 4 buttons on it.
Press the big red button. Yeah, that's the one for opening.
Actually, let me see if I can get up a picture of a legal gun safe.
I'd rather see an illegal gun safe, a high-powered gun safe.
Also, this is how fucked up shit is. They've got gun safes at the local hardware store.
I am going to have to get my shotgun license at some point. I really want to enjoy playing with them. Playing in quotation
I'm going
marks.
to have to.
No,
look
I'm
at
not
that
sharing
again
going to share my location because I'm about to drag this bloody thing over onto the live stream. So, let's have a look at the safes. These are all legal safes. Let's have a look at the cheapest one. How thick do you reckon that metal is?
Maybe an inch
Not very.
on the like thickest point.
No,
maybe
maybe
not
no,
thick enough
like a
to
stick.
defeat a pickaxe.
Not even remotely an inch
Thicker than Biden's
anywhere.
head.
There
It's
is.
meant to look thicker than it actually is. Then.
Well, that's
Yeah,
that's just the. There's nothing in there. It's just where they keep the fucking mechanism to open the door.
Oh.
The body of
brick
the
of
safe is 2 millimeters thick.
I could punch that and bend it.
Yes. But his
Brick of
hidden underground bunker with a vault door was not secure enough.
A hidden
Yeah.
vault door.
I
Yeah.
would specify. I would go to court and say that these people are fucking out of their minds.
Yeah.
But
then it's Australia, so you're fucked.
Yeah.
Based is not understanding. Based, stop applying logic. Because Based is saying, don't they put cement in them? Like, no!
Not anymore.
These
well,
are
you're
not
not gonna
double.
vault.
These are not double walled. That is literally 2 mil sheet metal bent into shape. You think that's bad? You think that's fucking
You
bad?
could
You
you
think
I
could
need to
shoot
res-
through the fucking vault, let alone.
you think that's bad though?
Yeah.
I know another guy who's licensed and has had his safe inspected by the police and approved. It was a fucking bent sheet metal toolbox. I don't think it was a mil thick.
Oh God.
I'd have to get the fucking calipers out, but I'd be impressed if it was a mil thick.
Yeah. I need to respond to a brick of methamphetamine in the chat. He says, you don't need a license for a shotgun. You just need nitrated piss and a barrel that withstands 10,000 psi. I am not firing the Shinzo Abe handgun.
I do believe that Brandon Herrera pointed out that was a bad idea.
Just a lot.
Indirectly, yes.
Billy's like, I thought the safe had to be capable of containing the
Very dishonor, bro.
If you'd let me talk to him. Billy says,
No, you're not meant to store your ammo
Absolutely.
with the guns. Well, at least in America, in UK law, you're not allowed to store your
ir-
firearms
ir-
next to the ammo.
either way, that in this case, if you see the little hole at the top of the safe, that's where you put your ammo.
Okay,
But
well,
anyway, Billy
from
said
here.
that I thought the safe had to be capable of containing the explosions of the ammo if the house burned down. I don't think that's the case
No.
anywhere in the world.
Nope. Nope.
It's not the case
Maybe if you're,
anywhere in
like,
Australia.
talking some strange place like California, where it's like, oh, it's got to be this, that, this. No, everywhere else, if they require, if you're in some backward shithole that requires you have a specific types of storage, then yeah, it's like it has to just be inaccessible for the casual stroller by.
Yeah. Also, look at the thickness of that internal door. That is the thickness of the rest of the safe.
Oh dear God. Yeah, it looks like maybe 1.5 rounded up
But
to 2.
the underground, secured with a vault door bunker, wasn't good enough.
I just don't know how they can legally do anything with regards to him. Like, if this is what they can approve, why wasn't his stuff? Is it what? It doesn't make what just because it wasn't in a locked storage cupboard in his bunker in his vault.
Yes.
That's fucking dumb.
That's literally the entire problem. If he had taken a filing cabinet, bolted it to the floor of his basement, and then put the guns in the filing cabinet, that would be legal. Because there's no requirement that it be made of anything other than steel. Possibly just metal in some places.
Honestly, it's just a fucking joke. Honestly,
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So,
now you're making me mad. I can't even have guns, and I'm getting mad.
yeah. There is a strong feeling in the shooting community that the raid was insubstantial in its outcome and is being used as a propaganda tool by the cocksuckers and the other cocksuckers now to push their agenda for tired
well, no
guns. Well,
shit.
yeah, no fucking shit. You'd have to be a fucking Democrat to not see through that. The belief was underscored by the dipshit police minister's comment that unbelievably the worst offence this individual has allegedly committed is failing to apply to the local council for approval to build the bunker. and underground shooting range.
Fuck's sake.
He's getting done for not getting a permit to build the bunker.
It's just petty legislation for the sake of pettiness.
And of course, there are excuses how outdated and weak our 50-year-old firearms laws are here in Western Australia. Your firearms, and that's just straight up a lie. The firearms laws aren't 50 years old. The National Firearms Agreement, or whatever bullshit they're calling it, only came out in the fucking mid-90s. And I know I'm getting old, but it's not quite 50 years yet. Callum's like, can you get crossbows and bows without a license? You cannot get a crossbow without a license. And no, the fact that you are allowed to possess a rifle and a handgun does not mean you can have a crossbow, because that's a different license.
Of course. Of course.
If you're talking to us, Sergeant, you forgot something.
With the crossbow thing, does it matter what power level the crossbow has, or just that it's a crossbow?
It's all that matters is that it has a trigger, because that's how retarded our laws are.
Oh,
That is their problem
yeah,
with
but hairspray has a
crossbows.
trigger.
Yeah, but that's probably illegal too.
Yeah, that's like those trigger handles for spray paints.
Yeah. So, the banned cartridges.
I had to get fucking ID'd for spray paint the last time I bought it,
Yep.
by the way.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Graffiti. Because
So-
graffiti is such a problem in rural fucking Newfoundland.
So,
Fucking Walmart.
these are the banned cartridges. 340 Weatherby Magnum, 28 no slot. 28 no slot.
Wait, what? Oh my fuck.
As an idiot who doesn't understand any of this, I'm assuming a 28 is going to be pretty small considering a 22.
It's 0.28
Yeah.
of an inch.
Ah, that's what that means. Okay.
Holy
Yes.
shit, it's tiny.
Yes.
ITAC is on there twice.
I mean, yeah.
And also, this
Wow.
is the bullshit that they're claiming with, oh, it's a high-powered rifle every time an AR shows up being used inappropriately. That's 223. That's even fucking smaller.
yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
and yes, again, before anyone talks about it, it is a longer cartridge, and there's more powder behind it, but do you think these fucking idiots know that?
I don't think they even know what kind of fucking day it is.
Kind of want to go hunting with a 1.0 round.
Wait, a 1.0 caliber?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bro, you're aware of what 50 BMG means, right? That's a half inch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Okay,
So
you wanna
1.0 would be a whole inch.
Yes.
I want to see you shoulder that and pull the trigger.
I'd
I'd like to see what it does to whatever I
What
fire
shoulder?
it.
Somehow I think that might
What
involve
kind
a
of
fixed
shoulder?
bipod. One that doesn't exist anymore, Trim.
Yeah.
This is where I fire it like a champion and I don't go anywhere. Breaks my
I'm
ankles
pretty
in
sure
the
you want to
process.
sit in an Ed 209 and fire that.
Anyway, carrying
I just
on.
imagine throw it out.
Anyway,
sorry.
carrying on.
Sorry.
Included.
I'm getting distracted with my little fantasies of having
Yes.
a massive cannon.
Yes. Anyway,
I mean,
Spe-
penis
I'm
envy is
not
real.
saying it. I'm not saying it.
Don't take that out of context, you assholes.
We broke his throw.
so we also have 330 Dakota, 338 Lapua, 300 Lapua Magnum, 338-404 Jeffrey, 338 Norman Magnum, 338-378 Weatherby Magnum, 338 Edge, 378 Weatherby Magnum, 300 Norman Magnum, 375 A Square, 375 Gibbs, 460 Steyr, 375 Chatac, 416 Barrett, 408 Chatac, 50 BMG, and 55 Boys.
I have to point out, I love some of the names on these because
Mhm.
clearly they've started to run out of things to name them.
Yeah,
They've started
clearly.
naming them things like Jeffrey and Norma.
Yep.
Well, that comes from the
Gibbs.
ammunition manufacturers.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've...
My favorite is the the Beowulf. It's like, and it was a Beowulf and then Grendel, and it's like somebody's been paying attention to English lit class.
Yeah.
Yep.
Someone's been reading their ancient literature. Marku says, since we're talking about guns, I'm heading to a gun show tomorrow, so probably won't be around for my stream. Oh, excellent. Buy me something nice.
Yes.
buy Ardent some freedom.
Yeah.
I want a Mauser gun.
What type of Mauser?
All of them.
What was that? What kind of Mauser is
What
called
the
that?
fuck is wrong with you, Trim?
The all of the Mauser? So you don't want
Yes.
the Gewehr 88 then? Okay.
I want the Mauser.
I think we've established that Trim has
All
no
of
taste.
them.
Ah.
I said all of them.
No, you
It
said
came out as
you
garbled
said
nonsense.
hunk of them.
I know.
Trim is with guns as he is with women. Not particularly. No, I'm sorry.
Not particularly clear.
No.
Not particularly.
Trim,
I was gonna say.
No, it's I'm like with guns and with women, no taste at all.
no. Trim is like with guns as he is with women. Never touched one in his life.
Oh,
I
That's
like the
not
fact
fair.
that not a Robert Cat has called Trim's little freak out there a Biden moment.
Oh, I mean, it's either this fucking piece of shit headset or me using the one that causes echoes everywhere. I got nothing else. I'm sorry,
You
guys.
can't blame the bloody headset for that. The headset was working fine.
Wait, you have two of those with the stocks?
Yes.
What? That's such a ridiculous looking gun. I love it.
what is this? Oh, the pistols with the
the-
massive wooden stocks.
Yeah, the old-
Yeah, they made those for Brownings too.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, but why the fuck would you get a Browning when you could have a good old Mauser?
Why
Because
not
they were
have
made
both?
in Canada and they're stamped Inglis, and Inglis now makes dishwashers. And
Either
that's
you're
why
a
it's so
massive
funny.
pussy
Look,
and can't
Adam,
handle
if
the recoil
that's
of the
the-
Mauser,
if that's-
or you
that's
just
the standard-
really, really want to make sure you hit them.
If that's the standard
Sorry.
we're going with Ardent, GE makes the Gal 38?
Yeah, I'll take one of those.
Yeah, me too.
There's a picture of that in live shows.
I was actually watching Fat Electrician's video about the Gauss 7 the other day.
Billy is
I
trying
believe
to
it was the
apply
Gal 8.
logic to the caliber restrictions again. And
Do
he
you
is...
have a Mosin Nagant, Bleach?
Which model?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yes.
Do you have an M1 Garand, and can we please hear a ping at some point?
No,
Oh, God,
actually,
yeah.
I don't have a Garand.
Oh,
I was thinking the M1 Mosin, I think. M1891.
Not a Robert Cat. Trim,
What?
is your headset a Mark Twain?
oh
What's
dear.
a Mark
Hope the
Twain?
Norwegian. No, don't do that again, Trim.
Do we have to
What
beat
is
the
a Mark
Norwegian?
Twain?
It's about 2
A Mark
fathoms.
Taint?
It's 2
Mark
fathoms.
Taint.
Hmm.
Mark Twain. No.
I can't fathom.
Oh.
Right, anyone in the vicinity of
You
Norway,
brought
can
that
you
on
please
yourselves,
beat
guys.
Trim?
You cannot blame me for that.
No, it's entirely your fault.
Oh no, fuck you.
Robert Cat is dying from the cancer that is Trim
The
having Biden
cringe.
moments.
So, anyway,
Norwegian cringe.
should we have a look at the bunker?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That thing is
Now,
cool.
keep in mind, this is what the police have a fucking problem with.
Yeah, it's not secure enough. That's their issue, right?
Yes, that is their problem. Apparently, that's not
That's a
secure
steel
enough.
fucking door.
It needs cross bolts, so it's locked and has to be unsealed. That's what it needs. Then it would be an actual safe door, but because it's just on a hydraulic lift, anyone could pry that open. Honestly.
If they could find it.
What?
Oh,
Oh, that's a
that's
shooting range.
awesome.
That's
Yes.
fucking awesome. For a second, it was like, that's a launch tube. It's got torpedoes.
Oh,
And
and,
torpedoes in his bunker.
And that's
Taking
a
out the
wanker.
neighbor's cat.
yeah. Oh no, not 50 BMG. Oh no, it can break through a cinder block. Hold on, cunt. Let me get a 22 in a rifle and.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no,
God.
body armor. Oh.
If I remember right, wasn't there a 22 Hornet that Demo Ranch put through a brick?
I don't know,
Why?
but there is definitely a 22 Magnum.
Why
Yeah.
are they arming the police with body jackets made of cinder blocks? That's what I don't get.
Well,
Because they're too lazy to
also,
carry that shit
their
around.
their argument is that the rounds will go through body armor. No, yeah, listen, you chuckle fucks. It's a rifle. Who the fuck is aiming for the chest?
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
show me which armor you're wearing so I can't shoot you in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, hell, and you could go face or pelvic girdle. Those neither are terribly well protected.
You
Honestly,
can hit
I
them
don't
in
want to get shot in the
ankle with a
pelvic
50
girdle.
BMG
In
and
fact-
solve all your problems.
I think most women don't want to get shot in the pelvic girdle, frankly.
Unless she's taking
Depends on the
a
woman.
kind of shot to the pelvic girdle.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing that
Oh,
Earl's
God.
pointing out is most police armors raid for handguns. Yes, a basic bitch. Like, fuck me dead, a 22 long rifle out of a fucking actual rifle will probably go through most
You
fucking
think-
police body armor.
I reckon most crossbows, arrows, maybe even a slingshot, if you've got enough power behind it, would probably do some serious damage.
Oh yeah.
And Callum Dayton points out that Army training is normally aimed for center mass. Army and police does, in fact, teach you that.
Yes, they also have the corollary that don't do that if they're wearing fucking body armor.
And that's also, if you're in a hurry, it's better to aim center mass because at least you'll definitely hit them, or you're much more likely to hit them. If you have all the time in the world through a scope from 500-600 yards away,
Or 2
You
fucking
don't need to
kilometers
worry
away,
about-
they reckon.
yeah. But my point being, if you have all the time in the world to line up your shot, why would you aim for the chest?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, this makes me want to go shooting again.
Yeah, and of
Odd
course,
conjunction with the previous sentence.
all the cocksuckers, all the cocksucking cucks in Australia are like, how dare he? He broke the laws. Shut up, you fucking.
Pussies.
My question is, who tipped off the police?
Probably someone who saw it and was jealous.
Yeah,
They're like,
probably.
I don't like this guy.
Ex-wife?
He's showing off his fucking bunker all the time. I want to have my own bunker and have my
Ex-wife?
friends come to my fucking... yeah, probably an ex-wife or something, yeah.
Makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
Or unless
Callum
he's
is-
gay and ex-husband.
Anyway, speaking of
Yeah,
body
that
armor,
works.
hold on, let me get up
Okay.
another video.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'll just respond to Callum real fast. He makes a small point that crossbows, bows, and slings are silent compared to a firearm. This is true. And after this is over, go and look at Demo Ranch, and I think it's called the world's quietest sniper gun. It's a 50 caliber air gun.
Yes.
Well, air
It
guns
is-
actually were
is-
around at the same period of time as black powder rifles, and they were one of the most deadly things at the time because they left
Yeah.
no smoke trail. They were more high caliber. They were they didn't require like any sort of like black powder that you could run out of. You just literally could pump them up, and they became
Yeah.
illegal. Basically, black powder won out because of cartridges, are pretty much in the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
But
if
yeah,
you had
air guns
a-
are terrifying.
If you had a 50 caliber air gun, it's going to be pretty nasty. Also, I find it interesting when people say that crossbows are silent. I mean, silent comparative to a firearm, fine, but if you've ever fired a fucking crossbow, I can tell you they're not fucking
These are
quiet.
loud.
Yeah.
No.
Even
Bang
bows
is
are
quite
loud.
audible.
Also, we're not quite talking the same range characteristics when we're talking 100 meters effective range versus 1,000 of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
You do have a
I
lot
blame
more.
video games for overhyping bows.
You do have a lot of delivery of force with bows, thankfully, because of the long shaft actually contains a huge amount of energy. They've actually had someone come down to a longbow rate with they went to a range where they were shooting bulletproof glass to test it, and a guy brought down a longbow and it went straight through the fucking glass and
Well, yeah,
embedded
because
itself in
it's
the
got
concrete
a
wall.
much higher mass.
Yeah.
I love it when you talk about shafts.
They're not dispersing it. Anyway, if Trib stops being a twat for 5 seconds.
Martin, what the fuck, man? I'm gonna have to start like saving quotes or something.
So,
The long shaft contains a lot of energy.
speaking of body armor and guns, you'll want to pay attention to this.
Okay.
hope we can
Ah,
afford it.
yeah, I was going to reference this.
Yeah, we need to go.
Okay, yeah. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, there's a better one with captions.
Wait, I didn't quite hear what the other guy said. Level 4 plates.
Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so it could get through level 4 plates. So they're retreating because they're like, we're not armored enough.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Sorry, I'm fucking dumb, so...
Oh, that's cool. It took me a while to get it too. The first couple of times I heard it, I was like, I don't under. Oh, okay, now I understand.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually a joke. I can't imagine they.
Yeah, no, I'm sure this.
Jesus
is
fucking Christ! Of course, it's a fucking joke. For fuck's sake.
It's a good joke for that matter.
Yes, it's a fucking hilarious joke. But if you can't tell that's a joke, please seek professional help.
Or stop working for the government.
Yeah.
Yeah, go away, Fed boy.
Yeah.
Callum's like, you can also fling grenades with a slingshot.
Yeah, but that's a bad idea because your ammo is grenades. And if you drop one, you're fucked, and the guy next to you is fucked, and the guy 3 guys over from you is fucked.
There'll be bits and pieces everywhere.
Oh, yeah, not a bobcat explains it better. He asked about his gun, so he asked about his body armor. Right.
Yes, so the Fetty boy cocksuckers are asking, because they've got stupid bullshit laws that are absolutely an infringement, and they're like, is that legal under our stupid bullshit laws? And the guy's like, you reckon your body armor will stop it?
Basically.
And then they just cue the Monty Python runaway scene.
Yeah. Brave Sir Robin.
Oh yeah, good luck
Run
keeping
away!
good luck keeping the hammer of the bloody grenade down in your fucking sling.
Mm.
Well, if you did like World War One style trench slings, maybe. But
Yes, but he's
that's
suggesting
basically, like, a
Balearic
crossbow
style
from-
slings. Completely fucking different.
I'm just saying, slings are slings.
Mhm.
And yes, Bezik's terminology is being corrected by Earl. Grenades, in fact, don't have a hammer; they have a spoon.
Who
Yes.
cares?
I know. I imagine
Well,
spoon carries.
Ah, yes.
The idea of calling it a spoon sounds fucking hilarious to me.
Yeah,
The big
That's
spoon or small
simply
spoon?
simply because of the shape of it. Yeah, Le spoon.
Yeah.
Monkey's on his kick about the hot tub stream again.
What?
He does like
Well,
himself
anyway,
a hot tub.
Ignoring Mikey, because you... Really. So, up next, what do we got? So, we now we know why Shinzo Abe got.
Yep.
So Klaus Schwab paid off the other guy. That's my tinfoil hat moment of the day.
Yeah.
Great.
Do you really need a tinfoil hat at this point? They're pretty much telling everybody.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, they just keep coming out and saying it. So, Foreign Minister says Japan will work to realise diverse society. Oh, you poor stupid fuck.
Right,
Yeah.
I should move there
Well,
immediately. and
goodbye,
then help.
Japan.
So anime is now going to be terrible.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Gee, I wonder why Japan has had one of the lowest crime rates in the world. And what... Gee.
Yeah. How dare you imply that homogenous societies might actually be safer?
Kind of are.
That's racist, don't you know?
Like the only...
Okay, I just saw the picture of the cannon next to the Volkswagen Beetle in show chat. I want one, and I want to mount it on a trailer behind the Beetle.
So you can go
And
faster.
call it the Blue Beetle. And call it the Blue Beetle.
We call it the blew up things Beetle.
Oh, dearie. Anyway, so the tweet being
Okay, yeah, back
captioned
to
here
Japan being fucking idiots.
says, "Good game, Japan. You held out for as long as you could. At least you'll have some ethnic food to go with your rapidly rising crime rates and loss of cultural harmony."
Sushi and watermelon.
Oh,
Dear. And
Sake
think
and your grape drink.
Japan was probably one of the only places I would have ever bothered to visit. Even despite the fact that they've always been innately authoritarian. And we have a ding. And it's Holtzinator. He has donated $5. Thank you very much. Sharon says, I saw a video of a guy who had mounted 2 flat cannons, 1 minigun, and 1 other heavy weapon on a truck. It was amazing. Almost as amazing as the free all-expense paid trip to Aruba I get to take in a month.
Earl has pointed out that someone has in fact mounted a GAU 8 to a Prius.
Cool.
I want it.
That's a
And
pretty
it's the only time you'll ever hear me say. Yeah.
Hold on.
The only time you'll ever hear me say I want a Prius.
I have questions, and my first question is, how the fuck is a Prius heavy enough to stop the gal from making it full away?
That's the secret. It isn't.
Oh, that's Black Rifle Coffee
You're saving
Company
on
did that.
gas
Yeah,
by shooting.
You mean cuck rifle?
To drive
coffee
to get
company.
momentum.
Another Bobcat's given us the what is it? Is it the BMW Technical?
Yes. Yeah,
It's an Isetta, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh god, the Africanized Isetta.
The only thing that
No.
would bother me is the hot brass would drop right through that skylight.
That's true,
Yes, yes, it would. Although
You could side mount it much better though.
Yeah.
But you'd have to do 2 because you'd be unwieldy otherwise.
yes.
Sultan's patrol vehicle?
Yes.
For
Yes.
the
feel like-
compound.
Definitely.
I feel like some sort of like
Yeah.
panels need. Oh, it actually has got panels. I think if you look, that come
No,
down
I
on the
think-
side to help stabilize it.
Doesn't
No,
it?
no.
Panels?
Yeah,
No,
if you look
no.
on the left, it's got like a little key thing, and it's got a little flap thing, which might be
I
like
think
a
that's the
platform
engine
that's
compartment.
really.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
that is. 'cause
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's a 3-wheeler. It,
Oh,
Yeah.
it is it? How the
Yes.
fuck does that thing stay up then?
Oh boy.
German space magic.
I have a suspicion that if we saw a front view of this vehicle the way it's sitting, it would be listing heavily to port. Or no,
Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
starboard.
Yes.
Heavily to starboard.
I would say so.
I would want to
And-
paint a big fucking shark face on the front of it. You know, like
Yes.
Oh fuck yes!
I stand corrected. It's not a 3-wheeler. It's 4, but the rear wheels are so brought
Oh, God.
in the rear that it looks
Oh,
like a
yeah.
3-wheeler.
Gross.
huh? What's the
Yeah.
point? It's still going to be as
Maureen-
unstable as a
Maureen says
tripod.
it's adorable and cute.
It would be even more adorable if it had a shark design. You know, the fucking Warhead classic design that you have.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Hey, don't laugh at this guy. He's on hard economic times. It was either lose the car or lose the gun.
So he went for come and take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know everybody in here knows what I'm talking about, but I'm thinking like this kind of paint job. That would be fucking badass.
Oh
yeah. No, let's be honest, guys. When we start our compound, we have to be like, we gotta focus on budget
God,
first,
that's
right?
ugly.
So this is a
No,
good
screw
idea for
you.
the first generation.
Yeah.
as long as it's not one of those damn smart cars.
Oh
No.
fuck no, we have standards.
Well, I mean,
No.
second-hand Toyota Hilux with a mounted Russian machine gun is the standard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which smart car are you talking about though? Because they have a few different brands.
All of them.
versions
I actually like the Smart 4.4, but it's very rare.
Well, it can work if we attach bombs to them and make a bunch of,
Have you
I
seen
guess
the
it's
smart?
there.
Have you seen the
Well,
smart
yeah.
Roadster?
No,
Oh, God,
because
yeah,
that's
I,
right,
see
right.
those, I see those and I want to commit war crimes.
The smart Roadster is
Speaking-
ugly as sin.
Speaking of war crimes, Billy Bloggs does have a point. Use a Hilux. It's tried and tested.
It's almost as if that's what I said.
And Earl
Yeah, but we
wants
gotta
to mount
use
a
this
12-inch
before we can
plastic
afford a
dong to something.
Hilux.
And Earl wants to mount a 12-inch plastic dong to something and call it the fuck unicorn.
Fuck unicorn. I mean, based on the dimensions of this car, if you mounted a 12-inch plastic dong to the front of it, it'd probably tip up off the wheels. Oh dear.
You know, the real horror of the Izetta, at least to me, it's like if you're in a front end collision, you can't get out of the car.
Are those bars at the front so you can lift it and move it?
No, those are bumpers.
No, that's the bumper.
That's the bumper. Okay, I was gonna say, did they add them to help them move their gun platform?
No, that's
No,
the bumper because you can't have a
and I know
solid
this
bumper
is real
across the
because
front.
I've seen it. Yeah, I know this is real because I've seen it. You can actually grab those bars, lift the vehicle up the front end just off the ground, and roll it where you need it to go if you can't get it parked properly.
Yep. But here's the
Good
thing.
city car then, really.
Here's the thing, Crow. Have you noticed that there's a door handle on the front of the car?
Oh yeah, you climb in through the front. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the steering column swings out
Oh,
of the
boy.
way when you open the door.
You know, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know, the more we talk about this, the more I kind of like, this would be awesome. Imagine having 1,000 of these on a battlefield.
This
It's
would
Yeah,
be
yeah,
more
but
practical.
I
This would be
mean,
much more practical if you mounted Uzis instead of Maduses.
yes. But
on the
also,
sides where the headlamps are, and just
Yeah.
have two M50s either side instead.
you kind you
AR-15s?
kind of don't have much in the way of rollover protection for the machine gunner, and God forbid you stand up in that thing and try and take a corner.
Well, the other problem is it's basically there's no place to both drive and fire with that setup.
No, that is
and
correct.
Callum is right. At least on the earliest models, these cars did not have reverse.
Well,
Sorry, I'm not thinking of M50. I'm thinking of M2.
you don't need reverse. You just get out and pick the car up and turn it around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that was their logic.
Would that not cheat some moron out of martyrdom and his 72 virgins? Oh, God.
That ain't a truck of peace, I can tell you that. But it'll be a truck of pieces as soon as it hits someone. It'll just fall apart.
kind
Earl
of-
has a point.
I
Oh,
kind
go
of want to
ahead.
see someone go killdozer on this with one of these.
Oh, God. I
don't know if the suspension of this thing could support me in the driver's seat, let alone killdozering it.
Someone has to try. Can we get the FBI to fucking get someone in on this?
The FBI doesn't support killdozers, remember? They can't stop them properly.
No, the FBI far prefers to set fire to 30 women. What is it, 30 or 40 women and children? Yeah, something like that.
Pretty much, yes.
40 odd women and children. Yes.
Yeah,
The more sadistic, the better.
yes.
You got to finish the job.
Biden 2023.
Yeah,
Marku's pointing out he's pretty sure this thing doesn't have a suspension.
yeah. Biden has a solution for all Republicans. It's a final one.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And
okay.
true.
I just keep imagining this in Mad Max, like armored and covered in like raider shit, and like fucking someone's put a spike with skulls on and shit.
Jacked up with big mutter tires on it.
I want to see a Mad Max version of that, but yeah, the villain's main car is a Reliant Robin.
You mean you mean possibly the
A to B.
you mean the possibly the one car dumber than this?
Yes.
Oh
Depends
my
on which
God.
version you're looking at.
All of them.
Yeah.
At least
I'm
this
It's called a Reliant Robin, but it doesn't look reliant at all.
this thing clearly has better cornering than a Reliant Robin.
What doesn't have better cornering than a Reliant Robin? A
I'm
stick.
pretty sure
Huh.
me being half blackout drunk can take corners better than a fucking Reliant Robin.
Had
Remember
you
when they used the Reliant Robins to make police cars?
no?
Seriously?
That sounds
But they were
phenomenally
great.
retarded.
I'm gonna post an image for you guys of a police Reliant
Oh my
Robin.
god.
Oh no, they didn't really, did they?
Oh my lord,
Yeah.
they
I
did.
mean, you could
Excuse
hit the
me?
thing over.
Oh,
Oh
boy.
my god, that's hideous.
That is
That is
awful.
amazing.
That's their rapid response unit, by the way.
Oh yeah, the car that
What?
can't take a corner.
Yeah.
It literally says rapid response on the fucking
Yeah.
car.
Ah,
Oh
dear.
no.
Anyway,
Oh no, somebody did one up for a fire brigade too.
you'd hope the one for the fire
No.
brigade was a meme.
I'm hoping it is, but yeah, there's pictures of it. So, chat, if you want to go out and really get entertained, now you know what to look at.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody's ever been crazy enough to use a Reliant Robin as a rally car.
They
That'd
must
be
have.
fucking amazing.
I think Clarkson might have done that.
Holy shit! I've just seen. Oh, that's even amazing. Oh my god, I love this.
Oh dear God, what's this now?
Oh, this is just amazing.
What fresh hell is
Look
this?
at that smile. Look at that smile.
Oh no!
He's
Wow.
so happy. No fucking
Oh my
way.
god.
With the tracks, I think
The
that would be much
rugged
more.
Robin.
With the tracks, I think that would be much more stable though.
Apparently,
Yeah.
there's an
Yes.
article about it in the mail. Apparently,
Oh my fucking
Uh,
God.
I'm going to send this to you up, Bez, because they declared war on Jeremy Clarkson, apparently.
Oh.
Uh,
Oh my God, that's amazing.
I want that. I want it just because I want it. That's it. No reason.
Tank version of three-wheeler.
the vehicle can be driven on the
Is that
roads
fucking
because vehicles with
Maxim
tracks
gun?
don't need an MOT. Yes. Actually, no,
Oh,
that
Vickers.
might be a... Yeah, that looks more like a Vickers.
Oh dear God.
It's also
built
comes
it
with
because
a
he was
fla-
fed up.
Oh my god,
Okay, it's got
it's
a
got a
flamethrower.
propeller. That's not a flamethrower, that's the propeller. That's the outboard motor.
Oh my God.
This is combat involved. This is the future of warfare, my guys.
Okay, I will say, go back to the guy's bearded
This is
face,
amazing.
because that dude just looks like Chad McBalls right out.
He was
Yes.
apparently
Yes.
he was fed up with Jeremy Clarkson basically like ragging on the Reliant Robin, so he decided to convert one into a military vehicle and declare
Yeah.
war.
Unfortunately, it's still a piece of
Well,
shit.
no.
It's just funny.
Yeah.
No armor protection if you drive that into battle.
Wait, it
No.
says there's a video.
Oh, is there?
There is? Where's
God,
the video?
honestly,
It says scroll down to see a video.
Where?
Okay. Thanks, Daily Mail for lying to us.
Yeah, and they just linked the video of Clarkson mocking it on Top Gear. Like, fuck off.
Oh.
You retards. It is the Daily Snail, though.
That is fucking awesome, though. That is nice.
I kind of want one.
Yeah,
It
I
is
kind of want one
beautiful.
too. But I,
I
want
want
to put a
it.
track on the front.
I want
now.
it. Okay, guys, when we get to the compound, we're getting one of these.
No!
We should have
Yes, we
all the
are.
most memey looking guns. So if anyone ever raids us, we're all armed to the teeth, looking like complete weirdos. Like, yeah, I'm in my Reliant Robin of Doom. And they're like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? There's a
on the upside-
killdozer over there.
On the upside, no one would ever expect to be killed by a Browning 50 cal mounted to a Reliant Robin. Oh God, I envision a fleet of armed Chevettes now.
Hold
Oh
on.
my!
Those
now
things-
I can actually
Are those
see, come
things
to think of
50
it.
cal?
Chevettes are fucking tough, man.
They might be, but...
Oh,
I think the real insult would be the Vickers.
yeah.
I just love the idea of us all having our own little compound and taking it really seriously, despite being in ridiculous fucking weapons and like armor and stuff. Everyone's like, what's wrong? What's funny? There's nothing funny about this. I'm in my Robin.
Oh, dear.
Actually, it's my Valiant Robin because it's armored and got branding.
The Defiant Robin.
That's the one with the mortar. The Defiant Robin has a mortar on it.
Every time you fire the mortar, the back end just goes flies everywhere. Oh no!
I think we've murdered Crib now.
It's an
We're all going to
improvement.
die at some point, but by God, we're all going to die happy.
Oh, bury me in a Reliant Robin.
You've heard it here live, chat.
Oh god.
Anyway,
Hang on.
I might have to
move this
kill
from there
Trim,
to
but
there.
I think we do need to move on.
One more thing. In the
One more
showdown.
thing.
Oh, this
Not
is
a
Medgar.
Bobcat was nice enough to provide us with something.
Yeah, but
Oh, this
who
is for
cares?
Monkey. Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
this is
monkey
very much
mobile.
for Monkey. We need to up armor it and put a machine gun on the front.
All you need now is a tattoo of Monkey on the side.
Fucking hell.
Anyway,
I really like this is Medgar's comment. Off the rails, like Ohio today.
Base is like, oh fuck yeah.
anyway, moving on.
Every time, yeah.
Moving on. Where are we? Ah, yes. I don't know if you guys remember this one. The priests and activists who
Oh, yeah.
were arrested for silently praying near an abortion clinic have been released. Acquitted of both charges. What the actual fuck,
Acquitted.
England?
Acquitted. They had to go to trial.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yep.
Yeah, the judge at least was like, this is a thought crime. I can't charge him on a thought crime. That would set a really awful precedent, wouldn't it?
The fact that it happened, though, it's just fucking disappointing.
Found not guilty, that's
Violently.
concerning, isn't it? What the fuck are they on about?
I think they mean...
They should never be found guilty.
Yeah, I think
They
that's
should
what
never go
they're...
to court.
Shouldn't even have been in court. He shouldn't even have been in court.
Yes, we've said that 6
Praying
times
for
already,
freedom of
Trim.
speech. Lovely.
The officer who attempted to lay the charge should have been laughed out of their job.
Unfortunately,
been arrested for
England
harassment.
is a fascist hellhole that does not believe in freedom of speech or freedom of thought. You can't even call the cops a
Sure.
cunt.
Well,
They can actually arrest you for calling them a cunt. Because free speech is totally not a right you need.
They got rid of that law about swearing at police officers, actually. That no longer stands.
Yeah, but
You
don't
can
you...
swear at them now.
No, they'll just do you for a fucking section... What is it? Section 5 public order offence.
It depends whether you're in public or not.
Yeah.
If they're at your door, for example,
Yeah,
or
so...
on your own
But
land.
nonetheless, if you're in public and you tell a cop who's harassing you to go fuck himself, they can do you for swearing in public. Which is just a bullshit fucking law that needs to die.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't think that would fly in court if you just swore at them. You'd have to be much more grossly offensive in the UK. But it's still a stupid fucking
Yeah,
thing
but the
as
fact
it's
that
set up.
grossly
It's designed
offensive is
to
even a fucking
abuse.
excuse. No, just throw a whole fucking thing in the bin. This is why
You're
you need the First
I like-
Amendment, you stupid fucking Americans.
base
I
aid
feel
says
the need to point out that what's considered grossly offensive in public in the UK is, you know, your average everyday conversation between neighbors in Australia and Newfoundland.
you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Bay State
Can I-
makes a good
can I-
point though. Not guilty of what? What the fuck did they charge him with? I mean, as a police officer, what would you say? You're under arrest because you're praying?
No, no,
Like, how do you know I'm
You're
praying?
under
I'm
arrest
praying
for
in my head, you didn't hear
violating.
it. You have no-
You're under arrest for violating a shitty fucking council ordinance under a bullshit act. It's the dumbest fucking shit. Like, England apparently has this fucking idea that you are allowed to enact laws to say what you can and can't do in general places in public. Or you can't protest near this shit. It's absolutely fucking insane.
There's a part of me that
Meanwhile,
wonders. There's a part of me that wonders if he had been a white priest, if this would have gone the other way.
I do wonder. So they've got this bullshit called
Definitely.
public spaces protection orders, and that allows them to just do whatever the fuck they want. Human rights, fuck those. So Birmingham City Council
Oh well.
has nothing better to do than to make this stupid fucking rule, to issue this stupid fucking order that says you cannot protest, interfere or attempt to interfere, whether verbally or physically, with a clinic, service user, visitor, or member of staff. You can't intimidate or harass them. You cannot record or photograph a clinic, service user, visitor, or member of staff, or display any text or images relating directly or indirectly to the termination of pregnancy. That's right.
How are they able to enforce any of this legally? That's what I don't understand.
Because you have no human rights in England. Sadly, Australia's no better.
Well,
Anglosphere.
I mean, like, they say these are prohibited, but prohibited in the public space under what law?
Under the
Yeah.
the Anti-Social Behaviour Crime and Policing Act 2014 section Go Fuck Yourself. That is the law. Because that's
Antisocial behavior. That's
I'm sorry,
fine,
but that
because if
also
society
counters
is
other
fucked, You
laws.
should act antisocially.
I don't believe in any law that is counter to other laws that already exist. They have no right. Obviously, we have no real rights, but legally speaking, I have a right to be able to say and do what I want. Apparently.
No. They've never given a
Apparently.
shit about that.
Yeah, I know. I just find it's fucking nonsense. That's all.
Yes,
That's
yes, it
only
is.
allowed in Republican America.
well, hold on.
Yeah.
Not even that.
So apparently, and this is kind of fairly new and breaking, and all I can find are like Catholic websites talking about it. But there is an incident that happened at the Chinese embassy where Reverend Patrick Mahoney was harassed by the U.S. Secret Service
Oh, fuck
for
off.
protests outside of the Chinese embassy.
Yeah, for protesting a bunch of genocidal communists.
Yeah.
So yeah, on June 4th, Reverend Mahoney and his daughter Catelyn held a prayer vigil, peacefully laid roses in front of the Chinese embassy on the 20th anniversary of Tiananmen Square massacre.
Yeah, so let's say an American citizen was visited and questioned at his home by federal agents for simply praying in the public square and peacefully exercising his First Amendment rights. How was he questioned at his home? Because
Yeah.
here's the thing, it's America. You actually pretend that citizens have rights. You look through the people and go, oh, it's the feds, they can fuck off and die.
Mm-hmm.
Don't open the door. Yell at them through the window. Fuck off, you cunts. This is private property. If you don't leave, you'll be subject to trespass action.
Yep.
It's amazing to me that cops in the country think that anyone trusts them anymore. Like, I used to be quite happy with cops when I was younger and as a teenager. I know a lot of my friends were scared of them, but whenever they would come and talk to me and try and intimidate me, I'd just be really polite and really happy around them, and they'd be like, oh, okay, this kid's a bit weird, and they'd leave me alone. But nowadays, I don't blame any adult for being like, I'm going to completely be uncooperative, even though I know I'm innocent, because fuck you.
Yeah.
Well,
My philosophy has always been, you teach kids to be deferential to cops, but when you're an adult, no. You just don't go out of your way to cause yourself a bad time.
you should
because the
never,
cop has
you should
justice
never
on
be
his hands.
deferential to the police. They're a bunch of cunts in every country.
Yeah.
No, if a cop,
But again, what I'm saying is kids should be, so therefore, if they get in a situation like, trafficking or something
Oh,
like
yeah.
that, unless it's, in England, because then they're like, oh, no, kid, we're going to give you back to the rapist.
I don't know.
But
Yeah, oh
the
yeah,
rest of the
in
civilized world.
in something like that, it's like, yeah, go to the police for help. But if the police come up to you, don't
Yeah,
talk to
don't-
them without me.
Yeah, or a lawyer.
Yeah, that's one of the other things. I watch a channel called Explore With Us, and basically they look at interviews and interrogations of police sort of situations where they're looking at criminals and trying to work out who committed a murder. And so often, these people are desperately trying to weasel their way out of things, and all they had to do, more often than not, is just say, I want a lawyer, and the interviews stop. They can't interrogate you if you ask for a lawyer, basically. That's what the law states.
Yep.
And
Yep.
yet they'll carry on. It's amazing to me how many people don't know that they can just say, I want a lawyer, even if they're innocent.
Especially if they're
Yeah.
innocent. Here's another fun fact. I'm sure you've all seen on TV the sobriety checks they do on the side of the road. You can just say no and they can't do jack fuck all to you.
Not in Canada.
I don't think
Here in
that's
Canada's-
Canada, they
yeah.
can actually,
Canada's
they
not
can
a free
actually
country.
force you to take a blood test. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, that's not remotely what we were talking about, Ardent.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was talking about the roadside sobriety test, the follow my finger, turn on the spot, clap 3 times, and praise Jesus. No, you can just go, no.
Oh, okay.
You can just go, no, I do not consent to any field sobriety tests. If they've got probable cause to arrest you, they'll arrest you and take you for an evidential test of some description.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Yep.
If they don't have probable
this
cause
is
to
measured.
arrest you, you don't give it to them because they'll just
Yeah.
come up with some bullshit because they couldn't pass the bloody field sobriety tests that they're giving. So just don't consent to the damn things.
Yep.
This is Major and Chad points out, and I agree, cops have completely blown their credibility everywhere.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's not only them, cops, politicians, doctors. They seem to all be doing it lately.
Yeah, it's basically anyone who had been in an institutional position of authority has overplayed their hand so pathetically bad that people are just like, no, sorry.
But there is
and
a
I'm being
reason.
immediately corrected by This Is Measure. Apparently, they no longer allow that here in Canada anymore. Now you're forced to take a breathalyzer under threat of charge of some kind, I assume, and maybe do a field test. They don't let you demand blood work anymore.
Yes. So what? They were getting caught too many times lying and fucking up.
Probably.
Yeah, like
And yeah, if I was driving and the police officer tried to force me to do a breathalyzer, I'd look at him and go, my breathing is problematic at best. I'll do blood work, but otherwise, fuck off.
yes, but remember, we live in communist hellholes where the police don't even need a reason to pull you over.
No, that's true.
You know how in the States they've got this thing called reasonable articulable suspicion? Huh? No. in
Doesn't exist anywhere else.
in Australia and England and I presume Canada, the cops can pull you over to do a license check or a random breath test.
Yeah.
Because fuck you and your
they'll set up
rights.
roadblocks on the road on like party nights and just stop random people.
Which is
And
most...
it's clear they profile the people they're stopping.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they don't stop the old guys. They stop the young guys who are 2 and 3 and 4 in a car.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll try to test everybody. I've had that happen to me.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the States, if they try and put up one of their roadblocks, you pull up, you go, I don't consent, suck a dick. Because they cannot force you to do it because they have no reasonable suspicion. Because it must be individual.
Yep. I haven't actually seen a roadblock in the U.S. since like 2000, and they're actually looking for an escaped convict.
Yeah. But, and this is why Americans are so bloody lucky. And any American that doesn't cling to the fucking first, second, fourth, and fifth, like their life depends on it, like it fucking does, look, just fucking ship them here to Australia, I'll take their place.
Agreed. Same.
So basically, all of California is moving to Australia.
I mean, California's got eucalyptus
only.
trees now. Oh, let's do a swap. the good Australians for all of California. Oh, Crow's disappeared.
Crow died. A horrible and feathery death.
He saw something shiny and took off.
What?
No,
In the
it was a
US, they
false
can
shine.
technically pull you over for anything, routine traffic stop. No, they need a reasonable articulable suspicion. I'm sure of it. They can lie and make shit. They can lie and make shit up. But they can pull you over for utter bullshit, like follow you for 6 hours and then go, you were only stopped for 1.9 seconds at that stoplight. Sorry, stop sign.
The thing I do get entertained though is sometimes because I've encountered wildly erratic drivers, and I will admit I cheered when they finally got pulled over, and saw one guy get a little roughed up, and he kind of deserved it after.
Oh,
trying to hit me on
absolutely.
multiple occasions.
Absolutely. Like, the problem is, the cops rarely fucking go after criminals.
No, it's always the where's the damn cop when you need him? Oh, they're on donut break.
Yeah, but, well, I kind of understand why a police officer would do that, because, well, who really wants to be taking a risk of being shot at?
And our Bobcat's
Fair,
saying,
but then-
no, they can stop you in traffic and ask for your license and insurance only. What, if you're on a public road, what the hell state is that? I don't think
That's actually it's possible in most states, but most of the cops I've known through the years, they hate traffic stops. They kind of avoid them actively unless it's something egregious.
Yeah, but I'd probably want to look at the law and the case law, but I'm reasonably sure that they can't just pull you over to see if you've got a license in the States. They need to
They
suspect you
usually
of
have to
committing a
have,
traffic
like,
violation.
typically what they'll do is if you're driving strange or maybe you're a known quantity, they'll run the plate, see who the owner is,
Yep.
and then if you have a suspended license, then they'll pull you.
Yeah.
But
I like, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't recall there being anything where they can just pull you over at random to see if you've got a license. Now, if they run the
maybe
car,
in, like, New York.
now, yeah, maybe, but like now, if you're driving a mate's car and your idiot mate has a suspended license and they pull the car over because they think it's the registered owner of the car has a suspended license, yeah, that's fine. That's a whole nother thing. But again, as soon as you go, I'm not him, here's my license, I'm not him, that should be the end of it, because that has resolved their suspicion.
Yep.
But but hey, when they can't do that, they still can't force you to breathalyze or do a sobriety test.
Yep.
Well, I mean, on a baseline level, and I keep pointing this out, just because the police have the power of law on their side does not mean they can actually force you to do something against your will. You can always say no. You just had to be prepared to take the consequences of that no.
Yes.
Yep.
Which is a lot easier if you have the Second Amendment.
Oh, fuck yeah. It's a lot easier if you had the First Amendment.
Yep.
Yeah.
But no, there's no
out,
reason at all the police would want to make body armor illegal and take away all your guns and, oh, fuck it, we'll just randomly make these calibers illegal.
Yep. And Earl points out that there are plate readers that auto scan every plate it sees everywhere. Yeah,
Plate readers need to fucking go.
Yeah, because they're actually using that on college campuses to check parking, and it's like, well, your system's all fucked up.
I think I saw recently where one of the places that was doing that got actually fucking reamed and can't use their automated system anymore. They've got to do it manually.
Good. And I remember the chimpanzee bridge, now the Andy Cuomo bridge or whatever the fuck. I was transiting through New York, and they had tolls where they read your plates and would send you a bill.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, it's a little better than a toll booth in some regards, but just make the damn bridge free, you fucking New Yorker piece of shits.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
I love how billions of taxpayer dollars can be spent on a fucking road. Then a private company is allowed to collect the money for it for themselves. It's like, fuck off, you cunts.
Actually, in the U.S., it all goes to the states.
Yeah.
It's state-run monopolies on interstate systems, and it's like, no, I want to be able to. Yeah, the road maintenance isn't that good. Why am I having to pay extra for this?
Oh dear. Have they? Hopefully they can't do that on. Which are the ones that they implemented in like the 50s or 60s, or whenever it was? I can't remember. No, it might have been earlier. I don't know if it was the interstates or if it was a particular type of interstate that they went. We kind of need. The federal highways.
Yeah, no, that's basically where it happens.
It can happen on the fucking hell.
Yeah, because what they do is they don't call them interstates; they call them turnpikes.
Of course.
And that's how they get away. They classify them in such a way, because you got like the Ohio Turnpike, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, West Virginia Turnpike. You've got the Massachusetts something or other Turnpike, and hell, it's like most of Maine. So yeah, it's like it's fucking retarded, but
it's absolutely fucking insane.
Ooh, Kettengrad. So,
Okay,
and
so Nora Bobcat has given us this, and it says a routine traffic stop is justified if the police officer has a reasonable suspicion that the occupant is unlicensed or the vehicle is unregistered. Yeah, reasonable suspicion. I can't just go, I'm pulling over every car I see to check for a license. This is where oh, you're weaving in the lane. I don't, kind of thing comes out. Yeah,
I got pulled over one early that morning.
Are you
and I
American?
was
Are
in the
you?
in-
We're not talking about. We're talking about American law specifically, Trim.
Okay, then never mind.
Yes, yes, no, Bobcat. A traffic officer can stop a vehicle at any time for any reason on any articulable suspicion. Yes, articulable suspicion. Just being on the road, I don't think counts as articulable suspicion.
unless you're driving a Prius.
Yes. In which case, you should be pulled over for suspicion of being driving under the influence. Because what kind of sober person would drive a Prius?
A Democrat.
We said sober.
He did say psychopath.
One of these things is just the same.
Okay, unfortunately, yeah, the Australian results are no help to me because we have no human rights in Australia.
Yeah, it's just it's one of those things where as long as the power isn't abused, fine, whatever. But at the moment it starts being abused, that's when those laws need to go.
Yeah, and it's been abused for decades. But anyway, I still think that just being on the road in a car doesn't give them the reasonable suspicion to pull you over to see if you've got a license, but that would require more research. Let's see. But yeah, so where were we? We were on this shit where the guy got harassed by the fucking feds for his little protest.
Yep. I've kind of been wanting to burn Chinese flags outside the embassy for years, but like, I can't be fucked with on going up to DC.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that would be an interesting one because it has been repeatedly established that burning flags is a First Amendment protected activity.
Yep.
We know this because idiots keep burning.
Someone in the face for burning a flag should be a protected activity. Sorry.
No.
Unless it's a Chinese flag, and then that's a hate crime against freedom.
Burning the Chinese flag?
Yes. In front of the Chinese embassy.
I have no idea what you mean when you talk
crime at
about
all.
this China. I don't know what you mean when you talk about this China. All I know is there's something called West Taiwan.
Yes, he means West Taiwan.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm using an old colloquialism.
That's all right, dude.
Okay, up next we have the woke language policing bullshit. So, Roald Dahl books given in
Zero they done.
Oh.
If you'd let me finish a sentence, Trim. Roald Dahl books give an inclusive overhaul by sensitivity readers.
Sensitivity readers.
Yes.
What?
Sensitivity.
How do I get that job?
By painting your head purple, calling yourself a whammon, and then, I don't know, dancing naked for 3-year-olds. That appears to be how you get these jobs.
Oh, for fuck's... It's actually a job at a publishing house.
Yes.
Yeah. But actually, the real name of it is oversensitivity readers.
Yeah.
Morons.
Sensitivity readers will hide and scrutinize the text with words such as fat removed.
Oh my god.
I hate these guys.
Okay, excellent. So you've completely removed the entire fucking point of the books. Well done.
You know, with how emotional I can be with my BBD, I kind of feel like I'd be a good fit, you know?
I don't know if you're quite insane enough yet. Maybe if you go off your meds.
I'm very tempted to start a Kickstarter basically funding me establishing a publishing house that does the exact fucking opposite of all this bullshit.
What
Yeah.
adds fat
I
words
join?
back into things?
Yes, basically.
Adds more.
If
Adds more
there's an
derogatory
insult
terms.
to be added, if there's an insult to be added, it goes in there. Something look
Yeah.
at this way fucking comes.
So they
Boobs.
actually, they actually tell us what they've removed. So Augustus Gloop is no longer fat. Mrs. Twit is no longer fearfully ugly. Oh, but of course, because they're uneducated, inbred, illiterate fucktards, they have no problem with the name Twit because they're idiots.
Why are the Oompa Loompas gender neutral?
Because they're retards.
Because they're twits.
Yes.
Twats.
I hope nobody buys these renditions of the books and they just completely lose a shit ton of money printing them and no one wants them.
Well, of course they will.
Sell like 12 copies.
If God is
No,
willing.
kids don't want to read this shit.
I just buy
Yeah.
them, the classics on eBay rather than
Yeah.
the new versions.
So the
Yeah,
Look how they ruined your books, kids.
the publisher Nonson, sorry, Puffin. No, the first one was right. Has made hundreds of changes to the original text, removing many of Dahl's colourful descriptions and making his characters less grotesque. Yeah, again, completely defeating the point of the book. The review of his language was undertaken to ensure that books can continue to be enjoyed by all today. Shut up, you retards! No one
Oh,
cares.
Bloody.
Imagine they do this, but they do it with Beatrice Potter. No,
Refer-
you can't have rabbits being scared of things because that would be mean to rabbits.
Rabbits are scared of things, you idiots.
You know what? Marco, I like his idea. This makes me want to write a book set in the South during the Civil Rights Movement just to piss these people off.
I
mean,
think
could
we
just
need to start a new
read Mark
publishing
Twain.
run of some of Mark Twain's works. In particular, Huckleberry
Yeah.
Finn and Tom Sawyer.
I mean,
And
All I can
and
say
we're
about
going
Jim.
and we're going to make Jim's name fit an entire bloody page each time he's mentioned.
all I can say is if you have kids, you're thinking about having kids, your friends have kids, go to like old online booksellers, get the old copies. Don't get the digital shit because that could be modified down the road when you don't know it. And yeah, just get old books, keep old books, because that's the only way we're going to preserve literature.
Yep. So the idiots have removed references to physical appearance have been heavily edited. The word fat has been removed from every book. Every book. Well,
So what
Gus,
if you're talking about the fat of the land?
I'm sure you can't do
That's
that
evil
anymore.
because
You've-
that's body shaming.
I'm
that's
sure you've
partial.
got to talk about the diversity of the land now. Augustus Gloop in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory may still look like a ball of dough, but can now only be described as enormous. In the same story, the Oompa Loompas are no longer tiny, titchy, or no higher than my knee. How the fuck does the last one work? That's literally
what the fuck
a
does kitschy even mean?
I don't know, it's a weird British thing. But merely small. And where once they were small men, they are now small people. Oh, I'm sorry, did we not have 50-50 male-female midgets working in the slave labour factory?
Passages not written by Dahl have also been added. What the
What?
fuck?
Wow!
What the hell? In
Because-
The Witches, a paragraph explaining that witches are bald beneath their wigs ends with the new line, there are plenty of other reasons why women might wear wigs, and there is certainly nothing wrong with that.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
Well,
they're just
the-
shitting all
This is
over it.
revisionist. It's one thing to edit it to be kind. I
No,
can
fuck that.
almost kind of accept that.
No.
But this is
No.
hard, straight up revisionist bullshit.
I reckon if Roald Dahl
And
was
I'm with
still
Earl. Burn these
Ronald
books.
Dahl was still alive today, he would have sued the ever-loving fuck out of them.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
well
Probably locked
clearly,
in the bookstores and burned them himself.
clearly when he died, the rights went to some absolute brain-dead retard. What
And
the
Billy Block
actual
points out,
fuck?
That whole bit about wigs is black women defense.
Yes.
That's Jada Pinkett right there.
Yep.
Yep.
In previous editions of James and the Giant Peach, the centipede sings Aunt Sponge was terrifically fat and tremendously flabby at that, and Aunt Spiker was thin as a wire and dry as a bone, only drier. Both verses have been removed, and in their place are underwhelming rhymes. Also, for the record, this is from the fucking Telegraph, who's criticising this. Aunt Sponge was a nasty old brute and deserved to be squashed by the fruit.
What?
That's
fruit?
just crap.
Wait, hang on. Fruit
James
is
and the
a
Giant
derogatory term for someone
Yeah.
who engages in homosexuality.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
got to be removed now.
Hold
Oh
on.
my God.
What? Aunt Spiker was much of the same and deserves half of the blame. What? That's completely unfucking related.
Yeah.
Right.
References to female characters have-
I'm going to go cuddle some books.
Jesus Christ.
The word
What-
female has been removed.
Yes.
What?
But references to female characters have disappeared. Miss Trunchbull in Matilda. Holy shit, he wrote everything that was a movie that I was forced to watch against my will. Once a most formidable female is now a most formidable woman. I mean, that kind of that's kind of a better word for a sentence flow, but we know why they did it. And J.K. Rowling.
No, it's
D-
actually
dear-
destroying the alliteration.
Yes.
They're gonna have to edit James and Giant
True.
Peach because Peach is too sensitive for like
Yeah.
people with big butts.
Right. J.K.
Next
Rowling.
paragraph,
J.K. Rowling. Listen, you need to buy these fucking books so they stop molesting them. Use the shitloads of money you've gotten from shitting all over the retards and stop them from fucking molesting this any further.
Don't
Yeah,
trust fucking
well-
J.K. Rowling. She's no better than these fucking idiots. It's just that she is disagreeing on one point.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's still
Matilda
better.
now reads Jane Austen rather than Rudyard Kipling.
Oh, fuck's
Fuck
sake! And a witch cat posing as a cashier in a supermarket now works as a top scientist. For fuck's sake! Mrs.
It's not Roald Dahl, basically. It's not Roald
Yeah,
Dahl at all.
it's not Roald
just
Dahl.
Woke Dahl.
Mrs. Twit's
Well,
fearful
yeah.
ugliness is reduced to ugliness.
even
Why? Why? Well, Mrs. Hoppy in Easier Trot is not an attractive middle-aged lady, but a kind middle-aged lady.
Oh, because nobody's allowed to be more attractive than anybody else, apparently? Fucking... This shit started with the Grid Girls, and it's only gotten fucking worse.
Yep. And of course, nobody bothered to ask the bloody Grid Girls what they thought.
No.
I remember how all the
Heaven
Grid
forbid.
Girls were going, "What the hell are you idiots doing? That's our livelihood!" Jesus Christ.
No respect for the small jobs either. Just oh no, you can't be a shopping clerk. No, you gotta be a scientist. You gotta be God.
An emphasis on
start-
being an emphasis on mental health, illness rather, has led to the removal of crazy and mad, which style used frequently in comic fashion. A mention in Is There a Trot of Tortoises being backward, the joke behind the book's title. Oh fuck, okay, fair enough. Has been excised. Well done, so they've completely murdered the entire book in one foul swoop. The words black and
The words
white
black and white
have been
I'm sorry.
removed. Characters no longer turn white with fear, and the big friendly giant in the BFG cannot wear a black cloak. What? Does he wear a
What?
cloak
What?
with colour now? Fucking...
Holy fuck.
Clothes are racist, guys. Clothes are racist.
I agree. I'm going naked
Oh,
from now
it's
on.
fucking Netflix. Netflix did it.
Of course.
Fucking
Makes
Netflix
sense.
owns the rights. Of course they do.
For 500 million
Are they
pounds.
turning the ginger characters into
Hang on,
black people?
hang on. The review began in 2020 when the company was still run by the Dahl family. In other words, the dishonorable pieces of shit that Roald Dahl provided with the amount of money and...
Well, if
I
there
need
was
to sit
ever
up.
a fucking reason to fucking remove the top period after death from fucking copyright, this is it. Like, aside from the putting aside the fact that publishers would probably start killing authors if the copyright ended at their death, these fucking wanksteins.
Oh my god. Oh, look. Warner Brothers forced to make apology after Paralympians and charities said that it was offensive to the limb difference community.
Limb difference. Yeah, a Hollywood version of The Witch has led to a backlash of over its depiction of the Grand Witch played by Anne Hathaway with fingers missing from each hand. Yeah, and the limb difference. No, shut up, you bunch of fucking retards. You absolute fucking mongs. You useless pieces of shit. You drains on humanity. These people
You
should have
know
been
another one
abortions.
that's just as well.
It's
That
just a
same year,
post-term abortion.
the Dahl family and the company apologized for the author's past anti-Semitic statements. Oh, I'd like to hear that.
Oh my god.
Someone who's not completely insane, Matthew Dennison, his biographer, said that the author, who died in 1999, chose the vocabulary with care. I'm almost certain that he would have recognized the alterations. Oh my. So his novels, prompted by the political climate, were driven by adults rather than children. Yeah, driven into the fucking ground.
I grew up with these fucking books, and now they're just fucking pissing all over it.
Yep.
Don't worry, everybody's reaction to this is fucking the same. They're like, what are you doing, you bunch of degenerates?
Yep.
The only people that are going to be happy about this are the woke fucking Nazis that want to fucking destroy everything.
You mean
that
the people
create.
who never would have read the books if they hadn't been paid?
Yep.
Yep.
Don't worry. Which one of these do I want next?
I would suggest we start destroying the things that they create and ruining them, but they don't create anything.
Yeah.
Well,
They corrupt what they touch. Literal fucking the evil from Lord of the Rings here.
like, we'll get
good
to the
Lord.
Lord of the Rings, Trim.
Oh,
Actually,
God.
let's get to the Lord of the Rings. Let's get to the Lord of the
What
Rings,
the
Trim.
fuck?
Let me get up the Lord of the Rings,
Oh.
Trim. We'll come back to this
Oh.
article, but let's get to the Lord of the Rings. Tampering with Tolkien's lore in Rings of Power is actually justified, say a bunch of retards at this stupid site called Who Cares? The Lord of the Rings, the Rings
So
of
I
shit.
I gotta mute my.
Okay.
Got a lot of criticism during and after its first season. Yeah, because it was shit. It was shit in its own right, and it was an absolute fucking travesty as an adaptation.
Yeah, I
Oh my
sat
God.
through it and
Yes,
it was like,
yes.
I'm gonna see if this is, because it's clearly not gonna be Tolkien, but it's like, is it going to be maybe artistically well done?
Nope.
Or, no, it was trash
Oh.
through and through.
It's made by a bunch of woke parasites who want to be like, this is ours and now. Why?
Yes.
Because it is ours and diversity.
Yeah.
All of this fucking bullshit keeps on going.
So the inbred retards start off with the bare fucking basic statement of saying some have. Well done. You can't. Your second sentence is missing a word. You fucking retards. Some of the accusations levied at it, like its excessive number of storylines, flat characters, and frequently poor dialogue, are difficult to refute. Yeah, but you're going to try anyway, aren't you, you chuckle fucks? But one of the most common
These people make me
criticisms
fucking literate.
is the Rings of Power being an unfaithful adaptation which disregards the lore of Tolkien, blah, 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 blah. However, it can be argued that such criticism is misplaced. Yeah, by idiots. By people who don't care about anything but themselves. By inbred, scum-sucking, commie bastards.
This is the anti-fan. These are the people who have no love for the things they're a part of or pretend to be a part of. They are here just to claim it. So they have more shit to wrap their greasy fecal matter encrusted fingers to and say, mine. These guys, Gollum, fucking Gollum, is more of a sensible person than these parasites.
So the idiots then say there's a long
Oh.
history of successful adaptations that significantly diverge from the source material in cinema and television. Name one other than that movie with Tom Cruise that was based off that Japanese manga. What? Trim,
Oh, yeah,
you know what it was. I know you know
Edge
it.
of Time.
Yes.
Yeah, Edge of
No,
Tomorrow.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Name
It is-
one
Yeah, Edge of
fucking
Tomorrow.
movie or TV show that significantly diverged other than The Edge of Tomorrow that was successful.
You wanna
Name
know the
fucking
reason why Edge
one.
of Tomorrow is better than. You don't want to know the reason why Edge of Tomorrow is better than fucking All You Need Is Kill? It's basically
Is
in
it
the
because
title.
is
Because
it because Trim? Is it because it couldn't be fucking worse if you gave it to Amazon to do?
Okay. What
Pretty
is
much.
it worse when you give it
The
to
one who
Amazon?
made the
No,
manga.
no.
The one who
Bleach.
made
The
the manga
problem is,
a notorious edgelord.
if Trim will shut up and let me tell you, the problem is that Amazon could do a better job of the adaptation than the original story did. You could get the Kangs of Power writers could adapt that bloody story and make it better than the original.
Yes, because the guy who made the manga writer who did All You Need Is Kill. I mean, just listen to the fucking name. He is a edge lord without any creative capability. He's just really good at drawing, and even then, his fucking monster designs were boring as fuck. Ball with teeth.
Yep.
Anything is better than a fucking ball of teeth.
Yep.
And even that was done boring. Sorry.
Okay, so we've got one adaptation that changed shit that was good. I've never seen any other adaptation that was better than the source material. Even when the source material was a steaming pile of crap. I've never seen another movie that was better than the book, or whatever it was based on.
No. Yeah, no. And I get, you have to change things to, fit run times and whatnot, but it's never good. It's never good.
No, it's never good. So, yeah,
I think what happened, what gets me is it's kind of like going back to the Roald Dahl thing. Is these people have never been told you're an untalented hack. It's just like they keep failing upward, kind of like Biden. And I think that's something we've really got to watch out for with culture is we have to say, no, this is a bad idea, and be willing to say no.
Oh, yeah. Callum brings up an interesting point. The first Starship Troopers movie was an adaptation. Yeah, but that's a stretch, yeah. I don't really know if the thing that was intended to intentionally be a fuck-up, but the director was so stupid that his fuck-up was brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Counts.
Well, I watched something where it's supposed to be a parody of this fascist future, and it's like, why does this parody seem so much better than our reality?
The honesty of media in Starship Troopers, in the movie Starship Troopers. The media is open and honest about everything, even the fucking casualties during a failed invasion in the other side of the galaxy. We don't have that here.
Oh god, yeah, wouldn't it be nice if our politicians were as
It's
honest as the ones in Starship Troopers?
Yeah. We might actually know what
And better
happened in
dressed, too.
Ohio.
Yeah, that'd be fucking interesting. And imagine if they immediately stepped down when it was their fuck-up. God, if only
That's
we...
what really impressed me.
Not a Bobcat says Starship Troopers is probably the only book to movies adaptation that I prefer the movie. I can see that. Like, the book expounds a lot, but I think it's reasonable to say that the movie's probably more enjoyable, more fun. But the book
More
is
concise.
definitely, yeah, it's... Unfortunately, while he's still a brilliant writer, Heinlein spends probably a little bit too much time expounding on his politics. He forgets the bit where he's supposed to include the story. Sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the same problem with expanding his politics as Tolkien has explaining literally every single detail within 10 feet.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons that the original Lord of the Rings films did so well, is because Tolkien very much goes in for showing and telling 3 times in a row. So, yes, the movies did cut a lot, but it also meant that rather than describing how the grass was growing between the hobbits' feet, it's like, here is hobbit, here is grass, okay, done.
I will admit the only character that was cut from Jackson's Lord of the Ring trilogy that I really wanted to see on
Tom
screen
Bombadil?
was, oh yeah, just because he was so jarring, but I think was actually a very important character in the kind of the tale of the plot of there were things that were indifferent to the ring.
Oh, we have
But-
what might be a suggestion for an actual adaptation where the movie was better. What is Fight Club? I didn't know Fight Club was a book, but there we go. But okay. So yeah, Fight Club may have been better. Is possibly a contender for one of two movies that were better because they changed a lot of shit.
Oh, here's another actually. The Thing. It's a movie adaptation of Who Goes There?
Yes,
Old pulp book.
yes. Fair enough. Okay, so basically we've got nothing that was ever touched by Hollywood.
Yeah,
No.
that's the rule. It
I'm-
can't be touched by Hollywood.
Yeah. Okay, so we've established that. Also, has anything we've listed even been on this side of the 90s?
No.
No.
Oh, actually, Edge of Tomorrow was
Yeah,
after
that's
that,
right.
but
It was like,
Yeah, but you excluded Edge of Tomorrow, so it doesn't count.
oh yeah, anything other than that was the question. And no, I don't think there's been anything other than that made. Certainly not since the 90s that was a good adaptation. And we can point to lots of adaptations that weren't just mediocre, but were absolute dog crap.
yeah.
Oh my god, the 90s adaptations of everything, and not even half of them were good.
At least in the 90s, it was incompetence rather than active maliciousness.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Oh, dear.
Unless the Mario movie, though, that was a trash fire without any kind of compare. Well,
Yes, but,
so that's the
but
sad thing.
humanity deserved it. Look what we've done since. We
And
deserved
let's have
that
a
movie.
let's have a
know,
look
but
at the
I did-
retard. Go on, Jim. Yeah, sorry.
Go on. Yeah, the thing is, the thing about the Mario movie, I was like, yeah, it's a really shit movie. It's terrible. But then I compare it to today's movies, and it's actually better. It's actually watchable compared to the shit we get today.
Yes. Anyway, moving on.
Congratulations, 2020. You made the Super Mario movie watchable.
Yes, moving on. So this is the useless sack of shit that wrote that article. Aaron Gimenez. So he can't even spell his own name right. As a 90s kid, on behalf of myself and Trim, you are disowned. He got strong and
Yes.
rather conflicting opinions about Star Wars that he pours out in writing occasionally. The man can't write to save his fucking life.
Well, English is doubtfully his first language.
Also, did Squid
This
Game
fucker
star
makes
just
me look
shade Star
illiterate.
Wars? What
I-
kind of fucking title is that?
Yeah.
It's
and
just buzzwords linked
yeah.
together without any real sensible use of language.
Yeah.
rings
Why
of,
is he capitalizing every word? That looks weird to me.
because he doesn't know how to write.
Okay.
And he's suddenly
Yeah.
Rings of Power worst enemy. Ridiculous amount of money they spent on it.
Oh yeah, so if they spent like, a tenth of the budget, it would still come out better, right? Yeah, definitely be better, not just a pile of shit because
Yeah.
of the writing.
Look at the absolute truffle that this idiot's shat out. Ah, my lord.
What? Wait, there's one. It's like, oh, Blue Bloods fans are really finding out how old Tom Selleck is. What are they?
Sorry, the
so
guy
damn
who
stupid
was
they
in
can't go to Wikipedia?
the guy who was middle-aged when he did his fucking detective show in the 80s.
Exactly.
Oh god.
Magnum PI, one of the best shows on American TV back in the 80s.
Yeah, but
And
that,
then they
that
raped it for a remake.
yeah, but also that's just a crippling indictment of TV in the 80s.
I don't know. You really had to be there because it was just a different time, and it's like TV just didn't take itself as deadly seriously as it does now. Because we went through, the 70s, and everything had to be super serious and dark and edgy, and it's like, but it's not edgy. It's dumb.
It is. Ah, dear. Yeah, I think this website's just a joke. It's not even up to the levels of fucking BuzzFeed. How to make BuzzFeed look good.
Starchy facts.
Oh, speaking of idiots that make BuzzFeed look good, Ethan Klein's crawled out of his hole again to beg for attention from Jordan Peterson.
I wish he would just
Oh,
fester.
Yep.
I'm so tired of fucking Ethan Klein.
Yeah, like, look at the idiot. He's like,
Oh,
Jordan, as old
Ethan.
friends, I think we should discuss it in person. Any time on
Oh,
my
go
show.
fuck off.
Old friends.
Yeah, he's
old
a fucking
friends.
worm.
Oh, and Hassan the Pike has crawled out of his fucking hole.
Ham sand pickle.
Yeah. To be announced.
They're
Oh
just
my
fucking
God.
worms. They are the worm tongues of the YouTube community.
Yeah.
Evil,
fucking
pathetic
don't
Don't
animals.
insult worm tongue like that.
I genuinely find Ethan Klein disgusting. As an individual, I just find him really fucking loathsome.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the quartering who is really pissing me off. Not because he's wrong about anything politically, but just because the way he makes his content is fucking appalling.
Yeah. But I will say I did enjoy his spat with Tiny Tim Pool.
Oh,
That was classy
he
shit.
kicked his ass up and down the fucking street.
Yeah.
But again, that's not exactly saying much. But like,
God,
the quartering's great when you get him, when you don't let him edit it.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
even imagine losing 120,000 subscribers, let alone having them in the fucking first place.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yeah,
My ranty commentary on the State of the Union with Ardent, well, I kind of got rather intoxicated, was far better than anything Ethan Klein has ever shat out.
I like the fact he also locked replies. Fucking Ethan is such a pussy.
well, of course he is. Oh, yes, and of course,
Remember old Ethan Klein?
no,
No.
he was never good.
Yeah.
He was never
More in
No,
his-
good.
I'm making how he was an improvement to current Ethan Klein. Before
Yeah,
the
but that's
fucking
not
curtain
that's
fell.
not saying much.
Maureen hits the nail on the head by calling him slimy and
So it's
spineless.
easier
And
to
then
ignore the fucker.
MedGR, Klein is so cringe it's becoming disturbing to just look at him now.
It's just
He looks
it's
like a
cringe to hear
thumb.
his name.
I mean, you
Oh, yeah.
put Klein in the same.
Ethan Decline.
Oh,
Ethan's on it.
yeah.
Ethan's decline. Yeah.
You're right on. He's like a toe, but he has severe case of athlete's foot.
Yeah, fungal infection.
No.
And that's being kind.
Yeah.
I actually
Look at this
I've
retard. Projection
Although
much.
someone turn around and be like, oh, you don't like him because he's Jewish. It's like after the shit he said.
Yeah.
Fuck
Look
off.
at this fucking comment. Her projection match. Ethan and Hassan are both pretty big figures, probably both bigger than JP at the moment. The only one constantly begging for clout is you, my guy. Okay, so firstly, your whole statement's disingenuous trollop. Secondly, who gives a shit how many subs they've got? They're both scum. They are both irredeemable trash.
Who the fuck unironically says, my guy? I mean, come on. That's so fucking...
People
Well, what are
who
you,
are
retarded?
idiots.
Yes, they are.
My guy? Like, you're literally an internet meme. Fuck off.
Yeah. And yeah, so someone comes back at him. So they get their ass kicked, and it's like, by what metric is Ethan bigger than JP? Sure as heck isn't YouTube, where JP is double him, and that's Ethan's biggest platform. Jeremy does chase the grift, that's clear as day, but he isn't wrong here. Ethan is saying irrelevant. And then this retard's like, bro, you can't only look at subs. Ethan gets as many views as JP on videos. Source? Idiot.
And how many of those are people hate watching him anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, to dig out little.
Watching the
Bits and
train
pieces.
as it crashes.
Yeah, because I swear there's gonna be a day where Ethan Klein like fakes his own suicide or something like that, where it's like, oh, I'm getting views. Look at this. It's like you're wasting people's resources. Go fuck
I
yourself.
really hope Hiller like leaves him at some point, just to like mess with him more. Just like I just want all the ill fortune to happen to him, just because of the way he's such a slimy cunt.
Mm.
Yeah.
What are the chances she already isn't cheating on the guy?
I mean,
What?
She's probably like, all right, I'm actually gonna go get a dick, and you're gonna watch.
He'd probably
be
like
into
that.
that, to be fair.
It's not like he's got a penis.
No, just on his face.
Also, I dare Ethan Klein to prove that his dick's longer than 3mm.
Well, see, he's
You've been
going to
called
go
out,
with
Ethan.
ham.
Okay,
Penis.
you know what? The Jim Consistent is more of a man than Ethan Klein.
Ethan probably has an angry inch down there.
Nicholas Sturgeon is more of a man than Ethan Klein has ever been.
Ethan or Ellen Page, or whatever the fuck that thing's name is more of a man than Ethan Klein.
So, yeah, that is also true.
And we're talking about, oh.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Trim?
He's chuckling at
The
something.
image is just perfectly timed. I love it.
It's life. Yes, you
I
finally
am
saw the
really
eunuch. Oh dear. So up next,
That's just like, I wouldn't even call that a punchable face. That's a face where it's like, how does this thing like support its own weight?
I
Like the
don't
ping
know.
pong argument.
Is it hair?
Who
And
knows?
Ardent will, I will say that Ethan Klein, the most single evil thing that I can say about anyone. I hope he moves to Canada,
Oh God.
Quebec specifically.
Jesus Christ, Callum! Do we not do phrasing anymore? Fucking hell, man. Well, you're welcome to give him one, my dude.
What? Why would you, Ethan? About Ethan or Hilla? That's what I want to know.
I mean, oof.
God damn!
What the hell?
Well, I mean,
What the
I'm
hell
not
are you
gonna
tagging
kink
me in
shame
now,
you,
Maureen?
But what the fuck?
Maureen, what
She's
the fuck
tagging
is
you in a
this?
cream pie.
Oh, Hedwig and the Angry Winch. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
Oh.
hell.
This is Medgar. Fuck that. Not even Quebec. Keep that pig out of here.
Oh dear.
Cow. No, I mean a pie to the face like clowns used to do.
I
Well,
have
I
more
mean-
respect for Nikocado Avocado.
Jesus Christ, that's sad. Reasonable, but still sad.
Fuck that. Fuck that.
Yes.
No, don't.
I would
don't
rather fuck
recommend
that than Ethan Klein, that's for sure.
You'd be
Oh,
slightly
God.
less likely to get a horse-transmitted disease.
Right,
Well-
yeah, well.
Are we talking
Yeah, you know-
about wash now?
Speaking of cream pies, I would say Ethan's face does look like a sphincter.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Ethan looks like he's been hit in the face with a shovel, or he needs to be hit in the face with a shovel.
All of the
Why not
above.
both?
Or yeah, probably both.
Chunk yogurt. Eh.
He looks like a discount chunk yogurt, doesn't he?
Yeah. Imagine being dumber than
Yeah.
chunky yogurt.
He looks like a failed clone of Chunk Yogurt.
Well, I mean, chunk yogurt's a failed clone of himself, so.
Exactly.
Okay, moving onwards. So
And upwards?
here's a flyer that was being posted around. It appears it is of course a fake flyer, but it is more relevant to think about why people thought it was a real flyer. So it says, girls to stay indoors after 6 p.m. until further notice. New arrivals to this area are not accustomed to Irish cultural norms at this transitionary time. Thank you for your compliance. Irish Centre for Diversity, a partnership with the Irish government in whatever probably bullshit it is. Of course, some retards got to fact check it, missing the fucking point.
I mean,
And Disco
Fair
kicked
for
someone's. Disco got in a fight with another idiot.
Nice.
To be fair, she can't really help herself. They seem to be magnetically drawn to her.
Yes.
yeah.
She attracts retards like. It's amazing. It's incredible.
I think it's a red hair.
Yeah. So there's this inbred fuckwit says, go where you can. Funny how Irish government is misspelled in Irish. Hashtag fake, hashtag that. You are an idiot, man. Just the fact that you included fake and clown. You're so stupid. You're an embarrassment to woke people.
Yeah. You know, I've got a Disco being short joke. Every point she makes flies over the heads of all of these morons.
Yeah. Speaking of Thomas Starling, but we'll get to that later. So, of course, Disco Swans, A, I didn't make it, and B, where is this magical spelling mistake? So the retard says, A, you shared it, misinformation. B takes the bomb leaflet, says, who cares? Disco responds, fair enough, I don't speak Irish, so I can't speak to Irish spellings. However, if that is indeed the case, perhaps the Irish government needs to seriously ask itself what is so convincing, and not just to me, to the hundreds of replies and thousands of retweets. Pose law in action. Then, of course, the inbred's like, oh, the peeps of the... What? Hundreds of replies and thousands of retweets need to seriously ask themselves why they're so fast to share it. Especially after the last 3 years.
Oh, go fuck yourself, Joe Hunt.
So of course the idiot.
Dodge.
Yeah, and Disco's like dodging the fucking question. What did some other retard reply to Disco? Why it is so convincing at what? That Disco of course says there's something they'd say / publish. No, what the Irish gov can do about Facebook. Not the question. Why is it believable than the statement they would make? Who is it believable to though? The clowns who can't go second, third, conformation. So the idiot complaining about spelling can't spell confirmation correctly. It's just goes like, it's not a difficult question, nor is mine. And I might consider answering had you not ignored mine. God, this guy's an idiot. So of course, just goes and ends up saying, you're not answering at all, you're dodging the question entirely. Why is this the perception that your government is giving people? Such so that the giveaway isn't that they'd obviously never say such a thing, but a tiny spelling error in a language most people don't speak. If you need some time, have a good think about it and get back to me. And the idiot's like, I am answering, the perception doesn't exist. Well, clearly it does, you fucking inbred.
What?
Imagine being that fucking stupid.
No,
I can't. That's a problem.
Yeah.
I can imagine these people existing. It's like, it's like no. Here's some facts. Here's some reality. Now, kindly go fuck off.
You gotta be willfully ignoring the.
But that was a fucking
here.
astounding statement, especially after the last 3 years. Oh, mate. Are you saying that after the last 3 years of the government lying to us? Anyway, we'll leave that alone for now.
Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble. I was gonna
Yes.
say.
Get ready to rumble.
Yeah. So here's one. Fucking Arden's hiding. He's off being sad and pathetic. Let's talk about this one. Canadian euthanasia provider regrets ending life for young cancer patient who had 65% chance for cure. Have you considered not murdering
What?
people? The whole thing usually takes about 5 minutes, although it took longer than usual in this case because the patient was otherwise young and healthy. This is murder.
Eventually, their heart stopped. Okay, I can't. No. I'm not gonna say what I wanted to say. I'm not gonna get us bad from you.
I regret ending the life. Well, why the fuck did you do it then, you deranged psychopath?
Killer, fucking murderer. Get the fuck out of here.
License
Just
revoked.
jump off a fucking bridge.
And there we go.
So the stupid bitch who willingly killed people told whoever it was, this news organisation, that she believes the laws surrounding the controversial procedure are not fleshed out enough, and that they're missing fundamental safeguards for vulnerable people. Didn't stop you from killing him though, did it, you silly cunt?
The thing to blame here is your lack of fucking any sense of human decency. 65% chance to survive. Hell, even when it's just fucking 10% chance to survive, you should fucking give all in to cure someone from fucking cancer.
Right, so this inspiration to
I'm sorry.
Jeffrey Dahmer oversaw hundreds of cases and personally provided murder numerous times.
No. No. New Canada. New Canada.
You're right.
I'm sorry, run from Canada and blow it up.
Well, he's in Newfoundland, so
Right, so
not really Canada.
the Pol Pot wannabe writes about how she regrets providing I should probably stop saying murder because God knows if the evil cow would fucking sue me for that. So the idiot that killed the young person with cancer who had a 65% chance to cure. The person refused treatment and two other government killing assessors agreed that they met the criteria for eligibility. The person had a grievous irremediable condition, which was only irremediable because the idiot refused the treatments available. So, this
Oh my
person
God.
refused treatment and then asked to be killed. And these people did it!
I'm sorry, but the best thing I could do is kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, this is where they talk about how it took longer than usual to kill this person because they were otherwise young and healthy. But they killed them anyway. I didn't regret it at first because I'm a
This is clearly a
sociopath.
person with mental issues.
Yeah, the doctor. Sorry.
The patient, the doctor's just a psychopath who's now fucking who, in order to fucking feel redeemed of their own crimes, now goes out and pretends to feel so sorry. Fuck off.
Yeah. So this deranged killer described how she does not allow her personal values to affect how she assesses patients for made, but notes that she does not believe that the government-endorsed killing should be provided for mental disorders. But she'll do it anyway, because she's psychotic.
Yeah, that's what she did.
No empathy, no humanity.
Needle, that's it. Done.
God damn, it's no wonder the Christians are running around going, what, Armageddon's coming. Yeah, fucking Jesus. Satan does walk amongst us, and he wears a lab coat.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh boy. You know, next time I get fucking called up by one of those fucking... never mind. No, I'm just... Sorry, guys. This just fucking blew my brain.
Yeah, we'll save that. Yeah.
But wait, it gets worse.
So she basically then
No.
the idiot then basically justifies how she killed a patient with medical and psychiatric history. That's right, you aren't allowed to commit suicide. We will send the police to shoot you if you try and commit suicide. But if you rock up at the hospital and go, I'm depressed, kill me, the government will be like, yeah, sure.
Surplus population.
Yep, you're only allowed to commit suicide when you do it under government supervision so they can steal your organs.
You believe your body belongs to you? No.
Your property of the state.
government.
Always has been.
Actual fascism. Not even pretending at this point.
Yeah. Subtlety would be nice, but these guys don't know what the word subtle fucking means.
I'd rather they not be subtle. It's nice that they're being so open about it so we can criticize them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did ask about it.
Yeah, Not a Bobcat says, if this is legal, suicide should be as well. Yeah, fucking oath. I agree 100%. How the hell does the government justify criminalizing suicide, using the police to force people to start committing suicide, potentially shooting them if they try and commit suicide, and then they'll just let them kill themselves when they get to hospital? Like, what next? Are they going to open this up to prisoners?
I mean, why not?
Death by cop?
Well, that's an ongoing problem to start with.
I mean, opting out of life is a prison option. Still seem like a good way of keeping the prisons empty.
Yeah, and I'm sure that won't be abused by the government overseers at all.
Granted, some need to be given over to, it's time to go, Mr. Pedophile.
Ardent is back.
Nuke Canada. This is, in fact, verging on murder, if not legally so. And fuck Trudeau for bringing this shit in the first place. I think I'm caught up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and fuck Ethan Klein for being a fucking government stoolie.
There we go. Good to have you back.
It is deranged,
How's that go?
and while it may be legal, it is absolutely morally reprehensible to take the lives of people who would otherwise live for decades.
Almost as if these people, should be taking an ethical oath that they have to commit to legally. That, do no harm is actually a massive part of but obviously that bit's gone now. So
Well, yeah, they got rid of that so they
Funny.
could kill babies.
yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice for them to have an oath they would follow, right?
Well, if following oaths did anything, we wouldn't see the police stepping out over the line, would we?
Yeah.
There we
But
go.
sadly, they changed the spelling to hypocritic oath.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the phrase in Australia? Bloody oath.
Fucking oath again.
Oh, there we go.
Speaking of hypocrites, it's time for Bleach's segment.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
Let's fucking go.
oh my.
So,
I don't think any of us are prepared for this.
What the fuck?
so
I
a
like this guy already.
self-centered, self-flating, high-minded, arrogant twat waffle decided that he'd write an article. And what did he do in his article? Well, he basically just abused the shit out of the audience of the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, yeah. So let's see. Let's pick up some of the lowlights of this.
Yes. So we
So,
have
let's see.
a response that Bleach actually
You're
wrote
being
to it
charitable.
specifically.
Yes.
So,
Also, please bear in mind that I have to read these articles, so sometimes I see the uncensored drafts of them
Oh dear God.
for reference.
Oh.
Poor bugger.
I was
I
trying
feel
not
sorry for
to
you,
point
dude.
that out.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care.
Fair enough.
Right now, just if you want to say it, say it.
Yeah.
Because it
Right.
pissed me the fuck off, and
So-
someone needs to be called out.
So,
Yeah.
so the idiot waffles on, and then's like, so he talks about this recent online spat. He calls it a spat. Remember that he called it a spat as we get to the end of this paragraph.
Mm.
So then he's like, Carl included, not only found themselves at the big boys' toe, but they also caught Hitchens off guard. So, then we've got Bleach's response. Would you like to read it, Bleach?
Yes. Why is the sensible centrist considered part of the conservative movement? Who is to determine the big boys table? Are we bowing to the establishment or academia to determine who should be the thought leader rather than let ideas form organically?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So then we have the next one. So I'm obviously not reading the whole thing. Like, despite the fact that I think that we will be doing enough criticism that should cover us for DMCA purposes, I'm obviously not going to read all of it aloud because this is behind a paywall normally, but we are definitely doing review and criticism. I'd
Yes,
hope that Carl
and-
wouldn't be stupid enough to say anything about that, but he's made some fucking daft decisions over the last 6 months.
And I will say, because I was until recently a subscriber and my subscription has not run out, that is why I have access to this. And this is, copied text from the article. So
Yeah.
yeah,
One thing
it
I'd
is
like to
paid
address
for.
too. Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm not cutting anybody off, am I? Okay, excellent. One thing I do want to address is directly to Carl. Carl, at least I would say all of us have at one point or another been subscribers either to your YouTube or to Lotus Eaters directly since you started that. We are not criticizing you because we don't like you. We are criticizing you because we see you failing in what you had claimed to be
We
your
see you
mission to be for.
betraying the core principles we were led to believe you held. And more so than just being
Indeed.
subscribers,
Yes.
I think almost, if not all of us, have been subscribers to all your assorted platforms, and most of us have at one point or the other been paying members of the Lotus Eaters.
Yes.
Yep.
That's actually what I meant by
I mean,
subscribers.
I quit because they didn't give me what I was paying for.
Yeah,
I
it's
was
funny
promised
that.
something, and they didn't give it to me.
Yeah.
So
Same.
then I stopped paying for it.
And this article is a exemplar of the attitude that we've been seeing creeping in, and why we have basically said, no, I'm not paying to be insulted.
Yes. Oh, should we mention what led you to cancel your subscription, Bleach?
Well, we could do that now, or we could do that later. It's up to you. It's your format.
Well, we'll continue with the article and we'll hopefully come back to that. But so, this is one of the more concerning paragraphs, I believe. So, he He does believe there to be considerable justification for Hitchens' impulse to condemn bad manners and what he deems foul play. There's a taken to set his sights on Carl. Regrettably, this is because a worrying large proportion of the online right is still refusing to move on from the anti-intellectualism of the SJW's wrecked years and so oppose any endeavours beyond dog whistling on content and be described as edgy meme speak. So, online right, what do you reckon that means? Do you think it might mean Carl's audience, by any chance?
Or his former audience, maybe.
Yes. Perhaps something along the lines of Carl's.
Audience.
Maybe it's something like, this is because a worrying large proportion of Carl's legacy audience is still refusing to move on. You think that's what it sounds like he meant when he wrote the online right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's exactly how I read it, given the context and where this article has been posted.
Yes. Not a Bobcat
Well,
says
also
every.
reading-
This like one of those. This is a fucking early 2014 Vox writer.
It's not very often
This is
that
a Vox
the Lotus
article.
Eaters comes up with an article that I absolutely despise reading, but this was one of the few that really got my back up whilst I was reading it, because it felt like such a stab in the back, especially to myself, who, you know, is a viewer, legacy audience, and is reading that and being insulted by someone who isn't even fucking Carl himself. It's just some other person who's, you know, using their platform to insult my intelligence, essentially.
Yes, but on the same note, Carl is essentially the editor-in-chief, which means he implicitly approves everything posted to this. It's his name attached to it. I don't care who's actually practically the editor. Carl runs it. His name is attached to it. The public perception is that he endorses the content on his site. That's what makes him a publisher under UK and US law, by the way, because he edits and publishes content, and he is the public face of the company. Therefore, he implicitly endorses everything that his paid, published writers produce.
Yep.
Yeah, and
So-
one of the things that really bothers me most about this whole situation is Sargon of Akkad was actually one of the biggest inspirations for me ever starting to do YouTube. And
Yeah.
it's almost like the guy I used to admire has vanished.
Yeah.
Sargon
is gone.
Sargon
We
is
have this
dead and
Carl
Carl
guy
killed
now.
him.
What was
My-
that?
my-
Just spineless.
I mean, and it just keeps getting stupid and worse from here. So, for my rebuttal for this paragraph, rather than discarding those who have brought you to prominence, it would be far better to engage them and cultivate them. This disdain laid bare for an audience from whom you have sought succor spells nothing but doom for the intellectual right. They are a necessary reaction to the petty insults hurled from the left who have successfully cultivated their radicals into sheepdogs to herd the left towards orthodoxy.
Indeed.
I thought you were very, very on point with that response, honestly.
And just to attach, because I
Really?
didn't read it out originally, the final sentence of that paragraph is, alas, for those still lamenting the loss of this era, the next stage necessarily involves calling out these overgrown children for the thorn in the side of the movement that they are. Why, thank you for directly calling each and every one of us overgrown children.
And
That's
a
not
thorn into
insulting
the
at all.
side of, like, you're talking about us being a thorn in the side of the movement that we're not an
what
organization.
even-
we're not a movement.
what even bloody-
we're just a group of people with opinions.
What bloody
Yeah.
movement is it? The conservative movement. Carl's not
He
part of the
made
conservative
them who they
movement.
are.
He's come out and said that he is not part of the conservative movement. He's a sensible centrist, also known as a fence-sitting idiot.
Yeah.
Also,
someone
I do
trusted
wanna
to get as
say-
many splinters in their arse as Tim Pool.
There's a spurious quotation that Thomas adds later in the article that I find particularly egregious, because he basically is denigrating the audience reading the article even further, more or less like just talking down to them, and it's very, very plain to see.
Yes.
So he waffles on and says the cost of blah, 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 blah was that words such as liberal, Marxists, and communists have almost entirely lost their meanings. What? What?
Yeah.
No. Like, suppose
No,
of...
liberal has changed meaning.
Yes. And communist has just expanded its meaning. Also, Thomas, you may not know this because you've got your head so far up your ass you missed this in your lectures, but You have literal meanings, but then you have figurative meanings and rhetorical meanings. Do you understand these words I'm saying? You must do, because they're big, and the only thing you care about is getting as many bloody letters in your words as possible. When we call the left a bunch of dirty fucking communists, we don't all mean that they all specifically follow the exact tenets of whichever fucking brand of communism we feel like.
Yes, and we're not necessarily implying that they are literally unbathed, unshaven, or having sex at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm relatively sure the only communists having sex are the women, and they're probably having it mostly with
Right-wing men, let's be
So
honest.
this
I was
is
gonna say, yeah.
so this is Major says these people are adopting communist tactics and philosophies, and they're infiltrating and subverting everything. What the fuck is he even talking about with that canard? Fucked if he knows.
Yeah.
Then this is Major also
So-
said in the USA and many other places around the world, the rise of communism is actually a threat to the peoples of those countries. Seriously, what the fuck is up with this?
Yeah,
Oh,
hi.
wait till we get to a further paragraph of mine.
We'll have a
Also-
look at those.
I find
Yeah.
his method of writing, his style, it's very much, I'm writing a dissertation for university to show off how intelligent I am and how well-versed and well-read I am. And it's all very self-aggrandizing. He's not sat there trying to write a persuasive argument at all. He's just expounding upon, hey, look how intelligent I am.
I'm
Or at least
right.
that's what he's trying to do.
I'm right. Congratulate me
He's
on
an
how right I am.
overeducated little shit.
Yes.
Not a Bobcat has a really good point too. Imagine if Joe Rogan was, quote, so busy he was only on 1 in 5 of his own podcasts, or if Crowder did the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, exactly.
He
Yeah.
probably wouldn't be nearly as successful. This is Carl's fault. I won't say Carl is lazy, but it's his fault for taking his eye off the ball.
Yeah. He's taking
Well,
his audience.
Well,
for
it's
granted.
not. I don't know if it's lazy, if it as so much as being monumentally
think it's-
retarded. What the
I think it's
hell
on
are you
purpose.
doing?
I personally think Carl is trying to disassociate himself from his former audience. I think he's trying to disassociate himself from the term liberal because it now has negative connotations. And I think he's actively trying to present himself as an academic that can be accepted by the mainstream in order so he can potentially subvert the mainstream back in another direction. But unfortunately, you don't fix a system by being part of the system. You fix a system by replacing it with something better.
Yes, you also don't fund your endeavors by calling your entire bloody audience
Overgrown children.
overgrown children. Or,
Or a thorn in the side.
yep.
Yeah.
Not to mention that, did they not think, I mean, I know Rory edited this to try and make it more generic so it wasn't specifically targeting, but did they not think that their audience could, think for themselves and work it out?
Well, Thomas sure as
doesn't
hell
say
didn't
anybody-
either think or care, because he straight up said it until Rory was like, I'm spitting on the nose, mate.
Yeah. Well, Thomas does not believe that anyone in in Carl's audience can be as intelligent without being a doctoral candidate in philosophy.
Do you remember when, what's his face, who started GB News, was never on his own show?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, how
You
there
remember
was a
how much Carl
massive
had a go
fuss
at him?
about it. Yep.
Yeah, Carl had a massive go about, I can't remember his name suddenly off the top of my head.
And Andrew Neil?
Andrew
Yeah.
O'Neill, yeah. He, he's like, oh, you've put all this effort into having a show, and then you're not even on your show half the time. Oh, huh.
Stone glass houses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Thomas, one of the stupidest things that is imaginable. MAGA Republicans have come to love wearing the skin suit of individualism so much that their own group identity now cannot sustain itself without deluding themselves into believing that the threat of communism remains imminent.
Pain.
Excuse me. They're deluding themselves into believing the threat of communism remains. Sorry, do the communist flags marching through downtown Portland not look like a bloody threat?
Yeah.
I
Fucking
was going to
idiot.
say, have they been ignoring China for the last decade?
Yeah.
Have they been ignoring like the actual internal communists, the people who run around with communist flags going, I'm a communist, and then demanding that we dismantle the United States of America? Do you think they might be a little bit of a threat?
Yep. And yeah, this is Medgar. He actually brought up the Red Scare to belittle his readers. Well done, dummy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I say here.
Yeah,
Just
and
as
before
the
you
word
do Bleach,
fascist not-
before you do Bleach, if I can just add one more thing onto that. Also, talk about not knowing your bloody audience. I don't know about everyone, but I think I can speak for the panel when I say that McCarthy, the only thing McCarthy did wrong was not going harder.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd agree.
So,
Anyway,
just as
sorry,
the
go on,
words
Bleach.
fascist, Nazi, and racist have no meaning, to believe that the only way to advance the ideas of the right is to slit the throat of those who support you in the darkest hours is Machiavellian at best and Operation Hummingbird at worst. While perhaps communism isn't the specter it once was, the progressive ideology is as much of a threat as it was in 1912. The foolhardy belief that any system that embeds itself into institutions is no longer a threat need only look to history if one can move past hubris.
Yeah, I was going to say this whole thing is completely against everything that was written on the Lotus Eaters beforehand about how they had the long march through the institutions and are subverting our children in the fucking schools and in the universities and brainwashing them.
Wasn't
No,
Captain
I'm sorry,
Bike...
that's not a threat, no.
Wasn't Captain Bikelock a self-admitted communist?
Yes.
Yep.
But
I
communism is not remotely a threat at all.
I also want to point out to those that don't know what Operation Hummingbird is,
Yes,
that
please.
was Kristallnacht, where the
Ooh.
Nazi Party purged their own SA and got rid of it and turned only to the SS.
I like Maureen's response here. Really admired Sargon back in the days, as someone who was driven enough to keep developing and improving himself. Now he gives me the impression of being a wannabe intellectual.
Yeah.
I was actually reading that and thinking about the time he actually took a flag from the Antifa knobs.
Yes.
Like that sort of
that's a good point.
It's gone. I don't see Carl being physically capable of that anymore. I think he would try to intellectualize his way out of a physical
But
confrontation.
speaking of that, you don't think the Antifa flag has anything to do with communism, do you, Thomas? You don't think the guys with the communist flag who attacked Carl and then he kicked their asses and stole their flag, you don't think that's a little bit of communism being a fucking imminent threat?
I get a kick out of some of the people who say things like, oh, holding onto that trophy is just childish. No, motherfucker, it's a war trophy.
Yes.
Fuck off.
Yes.
No, here's another thing that pisses me off that I see on Carl's Twitter sometimes. He is still like saying, "Oh, I still have the flag. I still keep the flag." He is waving it around still, and pretending he is the guy he used to be. Either he's willfully pretending, or he's deluded enough to think he actually is who he used to be.
So before I make a response, I just want to read Noel Bobcat's comment, which is that he's throwing away what could have been a huge media organization with a built-in audience.
Absolutely.
Yes. Bingo.
We were so fucking close. We were so close.
See, I'm not sure how it's affecting their subs, because we keep seeing the subs going down and down and down, people leaving that we just spoken to, but we also don't get an opportunity as much to interact with maybe new members that might be joining. So it's very hard to see whether he's actually losing audience or not. I'm aware that Carl has a tendency to be very, very slow to get things done. For example, they have been talking about getting a studio built for 3 different studios since last year, where they were meant to be moving into a new office, and that still hasn't happened because it's his little project, and because it's his little project, he wants to do every aspect of it rather than relying on the people he's hired. So you end up with the situation where it's basically stagnant because he's not willing to let go of the reins in the right places and is holding too tightly to certain things, but then not being active where he ought to be.
Yeah.
It's
Isn't
frustrating.
able to focus where he's supposed to focus. He is not able to put his efforts where they should be.
Yeah, Callum in the chat asks what we think has happened to Sargon to turn him into Carl. Has Lotus Eater's early success gotten to his head or something? I don't think that's what it is. I think he's made the mistake of surrounding himself with people who aren't necessarily, and I'm trying to say this as non-negatively as possible, but people who are outside of his social class and potentially above his social class. Like, as I understand it, and I don't have a great grasp on British social classes, but as I understand it, Carl was raised working middle class, somewhere in that lower
Working
tier.
lower class, I believe.
Okay. And
it's working class. It's no such thing as working low class.
Yeah,
it's
like
just working.
proper low class.
Okay, so and then now he's kind of moved into the middle class just on his own merits. and now he's starting to bring people in from, I don't know what the term is, the intellectual class, the upper class, or
Middle
whatever it is.
class, the middle class. Upper class here is the aristocracy thing. People like
Okay. So
Jacob Rees-Mogg would be an upper class person. The people who
okay,
are wannabe
so
rich, wealthy Londonites are normally middle class kind of people.
okay, so upper middle class then.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm, yeah.
Okay, I have a vague grip on it. But what this feels like to me is that Carl has been not necessarily intentionally going out and seeking these people, but that these have appeared to be the best candidates, the most well represented
Well,
when they come for an interview. And
thing is,
unfortunately,
Ardent,
you need that
Um,
red-blooded working class attitude around you.
here's the thing, Ardent. We know from his job ads that he's posted, because he's advertised them, that he has always been seeking people with degrees. And
He doesn't have a degree, by the way.
Yes, he doesn't.
Yeah, no, I know.
And do you know what happens when you seek people with degrees? You get people that've been to university. And do you know what happens when you get people who've been to...
virus.
Yeah. Do you know what happens when you get 25-year-olds with university degrees? Especially if they are from an upper middle class background. Yeah, you get the exact kind of political wannabe twat that infiltrates everything and destroys it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey guys, you
get-
remember that?
You get
sorry,
someone
guys,
who needs
you
to
go
be
first.
taken behind the woodshed for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This Edgar, Carl needs to start cultivating his presenters. He's giving them way too much free rein and starting to gallop away from the wagon. Yeah, absolutely. It's like Callum, who, while university educated, doesn't come across as a twit.
Yeah, but
Oh,
Callum's
God, no.
Callum's also got a useful degree.
Yeah.
And Callum is extremely well traveled.
Callum
Yes.
Dayton in chat, he asked, has the Lotus Eater's early success gotten to Carl's head or something? Well, essentially, as far as I understand, he has enough of a nest egg with what he has built with his YouTube and with his Lotus Eater's business that really there isn't much incentive for him to do any improvement or ensure that he's doing good quality. He basically can do whatever he wants. The company, as last I saw on the accounts that were public in the UK, he had 160,000 in assets, just sort of lying around. So he can afford to do things in general. It's just that it seems that there is somewhat some indolence and it's being treated more like a nest egg. And Medgar says, he had a kid and that might have changed him. But no, he's had other children. He's got like
the whole time.
Yeah,
he's had
the entire
kids.
time.
So, like he's had kids since 2014. I'm sure of it.
Earl calls them class holes. Yes.
But take a look at the people he's got. He's got Callum, who's got a degree in something vaguely techie, I think. You've got Josh, who's got a degree in psychology. It's not proper. I don't think it's clinical psychology, but it's at least.
I think it's research psychology.
Yeah, it's at least got some real world application. Then we have Connor, whose degree is in being a twat. Sorry, political science. And if that's not
divinity.
no, I don't know if he's smart enough to do that. But his degree is in political science or something that's basically the same thing, which means that his degree is almost literally in being a pretentious twat. Then you have Thomas here, whose degrees are in philosophy. And my God, if there's one thing more useless than political science, it's friggin' philosophy.
It's like you've skipped down to my conclusion.
Funny thing is,
I even like Hugo, to be honest.
Yeah.
What's Hugo's degree in?
I don't remember.
I'll just look it up.
Yeah, Hithloday is his last name. So.
Yeah, well, I'll just find him on the
site. He's still got a
site.
profile on Lotus Eater's website.
Here we go.
Yeah, there he is. Is Hugo gone? Is he kind of...
Yeah,
he left ages ago. He
yeah,
doesn't produce any articles anymore either for some reason.
Politics and international relations. Okay, so a completely useless degree. But
there's not a lot of application there.
He didn't seem insufferable.
Well, he probably got out and actually did something other than get put on GB News, as we're so often reminded.
But Monkey likes
it was more like Callum in that way.
Monkey likes Harry. Yeah, Harry's pretty cool. Let's
I
have
like
a
Harry was the guy that was in the band and got kicked out of it
Harry
for
was
bullshit
awesome, yeah.
reasons, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
A graduate of television and radio, so it's something that's actually bloody practical.
And in Salford, or Salford,
Yeah.
however it's
Yeah.
pronounced.
I mean, but the victim of an SJW girlfriend as early as poor bastard girls. As much experience.
Ooh.
Do the guys write these themselves, I wonder?
Josh is also really cool in person.
I
He's
like
really,
Josh.
really
Like,
nice.
Who was it?
I mean,
someone in chat
I've always
pointed out-
liked the Callum and Josh episodes. Sadly, probably more
Yeah,
than I've
yeah.
liked the Callum and Carl episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I even liked some of the Callum and Punt Gun Boy episodes because, I mean, at first, Callum was kind of there to kind of like, yeah, okay, hang on.
kind of guide him.
Then we've
Well,
got
yeah, kind of keep him on.
Then we've got Dan
Oh,
Tubbs,
dear God, the
who's
last...
a venture capitalist and asset manager. Yeah, you want to talk about something completely fucking worthless, something to make a political science
Yeah.
degree look useful. Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe he knows about economics, but he's a
that fashionable stubble doesn't
he's
really
not
do it
he's
for me.
a BlackRock employee kind of person.
Yeah, it's like, hey man, I'm wearing a t-shirt under my suit jacket. Wow, I'm so edgy.
What's
Okay,
weird
to be
about
fair,
Dan
I
is on
love
several
both.
occasions I've seen him go on the podcast in a fucking body warmer, and I'm like, what if you just come out from a walk?
Mm-hmm.
I thought there was a whole suit aesthetic that they tend to do on their show where they wear a shirt and a jacket. They even have a rack of jackets that people can wear while they're on the show, just in case they don't have one. You know, I'm just like,
What?
why is he coming on a body warmer?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, then we've got poor Stelios, who's just getting screwed because
Yep.
they're misusing him.
That is kind of
Yeah.
an interesting PhD, free will and moral responsibility, which
Mm.
not really practical, but at least he seems like he's, I don't know, not a twat.
Yeah, it doesn't tell us
Yeah,
what
he
his
seems
actual.
like a nice guy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to judge Stelios because he's being horrendously misused.
Yeah,
They are
and
not.
talked over
They
half
are
the
not catering to his strengths. So I can't really judge Stelios other than he seems fine and he's just being misused.
Yeah, he
If he was allowed to
be on the
Sorry.
produced things.
Yeah, like if he was allowed to talk on the live shows instead of being talked over, maybe we'd actually know something about him.
Yep. Yep. And this is Medgar. Celios is actually looking good because he is being used improperly.
Yeah.
Really comes across as well-meaning and sincere and intelligent. Yeah, absolutely.
This is one of the things I really loved about John Wheatley when he was a presenter. Not only was he very honest with his ideas, but whenever there was something that was said that wasn't necessarily as intellectually honest as it could be, he would call it out then and there, and say, like, no, you can't really look at it that way. This is actually how you really would have to approach that argument. And you call out the other presenters. And that was fantastic because it kept all of the presenters that worked with him honest and, actually making the correct arguments, rather than actually sitting there being like, well, I don't need to make an argument because I know I'm right already because God said so.
Yeah.
No.
It's not even. I'm pretty sure he's not even serious about his religious beliefs either. It's all just a fucking fad.
Well, now that he's broken up with her, I want to know if he's ever had sex with his ex-girlfriend.
You mean, has he committed a sin with his ex-girlfriend?
Yes, has he
I
committed
doubt
a
it.
sin? As he stands there banging on about how porn's a sin. Why? Because he had to sit there and watch her have sex with her other boyfriend.
I don't think Anna's like that.
No,
frankly.
I don't know or care. I'm just digging at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we are talking a lot of shit about Connor. But here's the thing. He deserves all of it. Just reading this fucking article.
This
is
isn't
enough
a
reason to
this
just
isn't
fucking
Connor's
nail
article.
the guy
Trim,
with a
Trim,
cross.
Trim. This isn't a Connor article.
Yes.
Connor didn't write this.
No, not Connor. What's the other fuck? What's the other fucker? The Thomas.
Thomas Dowling.
I will say that it's usually the people
Yeah,
who are banging on
words.
about certain ideas the most that tend to be ones with odd proclivities of their own.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's either covering for some weird sexual deviancy, or he is being
Well, he's Catholic.
well, yeah, or he is being or he is being violently born again with guilt for the things he did.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah. Sorry about the names, guys. I get real confused with those.
Yeah, I actually think I got John and Josh confused. Was John the one who used to show up in the Canadian tuxedo, all the denim?
I have.
Yes, John Wheatley.
Yeah, okay. I like John as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So there's basically a paragraph where he wanks himself senseless about, I've read so many books, therefore I must know things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he read The Great Gatsby. He's like, oh, it's a great writer, and I hate effing Scott Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
The Great
Yeah.
Gatsby.
So
is a
I'm
shit
going
book,
to
so
I'm going to skip the entire paragraph essentially, and your response.
I
rather-
want to put my rebuttal in. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Fair enough.
As Fitzgerald's world is one of decadence and empty platitudes, I will forget Montenegro out of spite. If you've read the book, you know.
Yeah, but yeah,
Yes.
I'm basically going to ignore the paragraph other than to comment that it's literally him wanking himself over, I've read all big books. No, it's like, who cares? Shut up. But it's also in aid of covering us for fair use. So then it's like, oh, perhaps all it takes to expose the meiosis, oh, we're using fancy words now. Behind
Is
this.
that a spelling error?
No.
No.
It, as in myopic,
Okay.
as in short-sighted.
Actually,
okay.
no. It's a very specific medical term, which is about excessive constriction of the pupil.
And there you go.
Okay.
So he misused a word, in my opinion.
Oh, smarty pants. With
Oh,
smarty
did he
words.
actually use the wrong word? Did he actually mean myopic?
Yes.
Yeah,
Twat
yeah.
waffle.
Probably looking for myopathy.
Yeah,
think
I was
it's the
thinking it
right
was the same.
term.
Yeah, myopic would make sense, which is short-sightedness, I believe. I don't know that.
Yes.
I can get confused with the technical term for long-sightedness, but
Was it
yeah,
myopsy?
he's being a pretentious twat and using a fancy word when he could have said short-sighted.
Mm-hmm.
Behind the
He could have
But again-
used way more syllables if he said short-sightedness.
And again, he used the incorrect word. I looked it up
Yes.
to double check, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. But in his endeavor to be a pretentious twat, he used the wrong word and looks like a fool.
Yes.
Yep.
Is that enough fair use for you fuckers? We're doing this word by word. So, like, then it's waffling about, oh, everything subversive must be communist. So a reminder of this. Shut up, you twat. And now he talks about how, oh, all these music videos are degenerate. Yes, but that's not because it's communist. And again, you're being intentionally misattributing the usage of the word. You're assuming it's always being used literally, as if we don't know the difference.
Yep.
I just want to point something out. When it comes to blurred lines, he's actually completely misanalyzed the video. The video has nothing to do with presenting a combination of consumer capitalism and the right to expression. The video in blurred lines is about wanting to see, hating that there are certain borders of conduct that you can't go over.
But the video in blurred lines is about going, watch this repeatedly so I get ad views. Look, tits.
Mm.
Yep.
Like, that is...
Well, it worked on me. Not kidding.
Yeah. So
Those are some nice tits.
yeah, and then he goes, then he wanks himself, or then he goes full fucking retard, born again dumb fuck. And it's like, the right to expression is synonymous with hell on earth. Any person with the slightest moral vocation could be forgiven for seeing communism as the march of God in comparison. Sorry, did you just say that communism was virtuous compared to blurred lines?
Fucking
What I
retard.
find what I find even more funny is that later on he goes on to explain how Marxism was conservative.
Yes.
Well, we'll definitely look into it.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I just say something here? And this is something that's been bugging me for a while. I have a feeling that this guy is a subversive. He's been sneaking in from the overeducated place, just pretending to be a religious guy, pretending to be a conservative, and it's just, yeah, but haha, look, intellectual shit. I'm so intellectual. I'm a communist.
Wait, you mean Thomas? He was never
Yes.
religious. He was very communist. You said he
But
come
then
from a
why
communist
the
background
hell
that he escaped.
is he acting like
Yeah.
he's religious, as if he's using
Oh my
arguments from religion?
I don't know, because he's a dick.
Yes.
Okay, Bleach, you can read your rebuttal if you like, but if you can do me a favor and obfuscate this word, that would be
Yes, I
fantastic.
will. Ah, yes, the excessive constriction of the pupil. A medical analogy. How quaint. While you blindly point to the while you blindly point to this as American culture, it is a specious claim as saying Telford it is an exemplar of Britishness. Perhaps you could be forgiven if you could forgiven to hold such cloister's view of American culture, as popular culture is virulent. But let us not forget the Beatles or Spice Girls.
God, speaking of virulent.
Yeah, Beatles. I'm sure the Beatles weren't responsible for a massive uptick in disease. So then he just goes to quote Hitchens and waffles about the influence of American culture on Britain, and then has done more to eat and claims that American pop culture has done more to eat away at British self-confidence and British institutions than the Soviet Union or the Communist Party ever did.
I'm
What?
sorry, this is Peter Hitchens?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is clearly the less or the inferior Hitchens. God, I miss fucking Chris.
Yes, but the fact that Dowling's quoting this, like, American pop culture has done more to damage British institutions than the Soviet Union or the Communist Party ever did. Sorry, active measures.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You
Perhaps
can-
this is derived from the desire to distance yourselves from the pride of empire and the fruits of properly cultivated nationalism. I will not absolve American pop culture from the damage it has caused, but if the roots of a tree are poisoned, a strong gust will undoubtedly blow it over.
Yes.
Oh, here,
Indeed.
here.
Speaking of nationalism, you should go check out my first audiobook, Notes on Nationalism by George Orwell, where he basically covers this, like, 60 years ago, and more. This
Is
is
there a
Med just
book?
says, that may be a valid point to bring up. But what is he getting at here exactly? He's going all over the map now. Yes. Billy did point out that we are the harshest critics. Yes. Ardent says, of course we
good.
are, Billy. We're the people who put Carl where he is. Well, somewhat representative. A little bit.
Yeah.
But
Well,
also...
like, let's face it, there was, obviously we had the schism ages ago in our own little server, but the people that left are even more aggressively in the same camp as us at the moment about what Carl is doing.
Yeah. Well, they are
seriously.
very much the SJW rect. There's not much denying that. But
Yeah.
additionally, we are required to be extremely critical so we can justify using the content.
Yeah.
Yes.
The more we analyze, the more we can get away with showing you and telling you.
And Billy Blogs points out correctly, Peter Hitchens was the pot-smoking commie.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'll take my whiskey swilling atheist any day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So then it's like, of course this will elicit an all too familiar response from coomers and consumers who all too conveniently still haven't found time to... And then he's just like, I read big books, suck my dick. Right. Coomers and consumers. Before you get into that, gee, you don't think that we can draw the line between that and all the bloody attacks on the audience that fucking Connor's made?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, using both those terms separately is kind of unnecessary. That's kind of a redundancy.
Yeah.
Not quite,
he's gotta
but
fill a
close
word
enough.
count.
But like he's
Sure.
saying they're going coomers. Right. So when Connor decided that he'd attack the audience for being coomers, and now you're talking about the coomers again. Well, the word coomer has previously been used by the Lotus Eaters to attack the audience, and now you're using the word again. Can we infer from the fact that it's being published by the same publication that the same context would apply?
Also, again, I find it really amusing that he's like, oh yeah, it's all too convenient that you haven't read a book. I'm like, that's not an argument.
Yeah, also
That's
he's
literally
like,
just,
still haven't found
that's
time
just an ad hominem.
and he's also
Yeah.
like, oh, you still haven't found time to read the book. Yeah, that's because we need
My
real
entire
jobs.
argument is an ad hominem. First you're consumers, then you're coomers, now you haven't read a book. Oh, it's all about your bad culture. I'm like,
Yeah.
what is the actual problem? Because you're clearly not sure. You've got 3 or 4 different things that you're accusing the audience of having a problem with, but you're not actually very specific, and you're bragging about reading Theodore Adorno's critiques? I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was
Yeah.
something I was going to point out too. Just because someone criticizes something doesn't mean they're right in their criticism. You can call it remarkably accurate all day long, but that's your interpretation of their conclusions, not what someone else might come to.
Would you like to read your comments, Bleach?
Yes, and Theodor Ludwig Wiesengrund, that's Ardano's real name, work on pop cultural standardization from my albeit brief familiarization, while accurate, should not be limited to the scope of just the American product. I am also presuming that you're conveniently forgetting the Hays Code, which pushed aspects of American film down specific paths.
Now, you thought we were going with the attacks on the audience. But that's cultural Marxism, not capitalism. Leave capitalism and my Pornhub subscription out of this. Consumer 2023. Oh yes, you had to bring up porn again. Gee, it's not like you haven't attacked porn enough already this month.
Yep.
Hello, Disco.
Hi, Disco. You might want to run and hide again.
Hello, Disco.
This is a brutal beating and slaying.
Yeah.
And
It would be appropriate at this point to yell, "Stop, stop, he's already dead," but we aren't stopping.
no.
Base name.
I'm
Just goes here.
Like
Cheese it.
father with the belt.
Paste. And then, just very quickly, Jan, must you use hyperbole and moralistic bullying to make your point?
Yes, because he has no actual
I found
arguments.
that line kind of a bit egregious. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to come up with this spurious argument that my imagined consumer has made.
That's
Who's actually said that?
That's literally a straw man. Where the hell does he get off using a blatant straw man this obvious? Like, guys, come the fuck on. You're supposed to be pretending to be professionals.
Yep.
It's a literal straw man. Like, you could put
Not
this
only
in the
that.
dictionary next to the word straw man.
Not only that, but he's using it as a quotation as if it's a real thing that someone has said to him.
Yeah, which makes it the perfect example of a straw man. I've literally made up a thing that someone has said to me, and I'm now going to attack it as my argument.
Yeah.
And so,
I expected better from these people.
And now
I
we
really
have a horrendous run-on article that waffles the American consumer spirit. It would dampen them to know that the Soviet Union gave us some ambitions for global communism in 1923. Sorry, what? Before World War II, before the Cold War, before the next 70 fucking years of the Soviet Union. Are you stupid?
I think he's proving that, yes, he is.
Yeah. So then he waffles on about, the spies were signed with the task to feed political and defense-related information back to Moscow, not to subvert America's institutions using morally corrupt ideas. As the many religious followers of James Lindsay continue to aggressively insist, sorry, have you... What's the name of the actual member of the KGB who came out and taught us about all this?
Yuri Bezmenov?
Yes. Well, just ignore everything that Yuri Bezmenov ever said.
What did Yuri Bezmenov ever do for us, eh?
Yeah.
Other than try to warn us?
Yeah, other than point out all the things that the Soviet Union had been doing to subvert America and the West.
I mean, it's almost like Thomas's grasp of history is limited to the philosophical spurgings of, these writers that he's so up their ass.
I need to remember the name of it, but I think it's actually a particular logical fallacy.
I just call it a Thomas.
The Thomas is a fucking idiot fallacy. No, that's an ad hominem.
It's a cherry picking data thing. What's he doing is cherry picking arguments. So he's ignoring the crux of history in order to pick out examples that fit his argument. Basically, that's it.
Well, he's
already
already
focusing on the Julius and Ethel Rosenberg case.
He's completely ignoring the actual politicians and bureaucrats that were actually bloody caught in the Red Scare.
Mm-hmm. Well, which Red Scare? Because we had 2 or 3.
Well, he seems to have been. I just said his name
earlier
earlier
as one thing that happened. Oh yeah, there was a a lingering Red Scare forever, and it's never gone away. And
Yeah.
that's how he seems to be treating the whole
Yeah.
thing, which is a complete
McCarthy.
misunderstanding of history.
McCarthy actually caught communists. Like, for fuck's sake.
In the State Department.
Yes. But then totally not subverting the institutions are the communists caught in the State Department.
Now you're a good person if you do that.
Yeah.
And so, to make it even dumber, he then says that some stretch into territory that this idiot James Doesn't Matter speaks against, in claiming that such an idea was part of the Frankfurt School's master plan to dominate the West. Sorry, what?
Yeah.
The fact that we can see the Frankfurt School in everything isn't a fucking problem.
A claim, of course, that only someone who has never actually read their key texts would make.
So he's again saying you haven't read books, well then you don't know.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
You have to be as well read as me.
I need to take the old Google box and search the Lotus Eaters website for the Frankfurt School.
Mm-hmm. So, while you're doing that, I'll read my rebuttal. I'm doubting that you are so ignorant not to delve into the fact that this was an internal power struggle between Stalin and others in the inner party. However, it is inconvenient to the point you are making. Let us just casually discard Soviet involvement in growing its international influence. Also, to state that the imprisoned spies, and later executed, such as Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, were to conduct more than military espionage is foolish and ignorant. Or are active measures just figments of the imagination? Regardless, one need do no more than listen to old recordings of Radio Havana to understand why such opinions of the subversive threat are the Soviets engaged in.
Right. So
because I've listened to old Radio Havana from the Vietnam era, and it's like, oh, yeah, hundreds of thousands of Americans died in the Tet Offensive, shit like that.
So let's have a look at what happens if you Google the Frankfurt School on the Lotus Eaters website. You get Thomas and Carl talking about the bloody thing. Premium, critical theory, an overview. Yes, critical theory. It's literally from the Frankfurt School, you bloody tosspot. For fuck's sake, you brain-dead reject. Yeah. The war on museums. And just in this subline, as critical race theory, identity politics, and other ideas derived from critical theory the Frankfurt School teach. Here we go. Here's another one. All strands of thought deriving from Marx or the Frankfurt School, all critical theories are a pox and cancer to human thought.
Oh my god.
I wonder who wrote that one.
Rory. Fuck's sake. Contradicted by the same bloody... His argument seems to be that, because the Frankfurt School aren't a shadowy shadowy organisation that still exists to this day, or actively working on this, doesn't mean that their bullshit hasn't infiltrated everything.
Yep. I mean, good infiltration and subversion is not understood until after it happens.
Yes. He then has a paragraph that says absolutely bloody nothing.
Yep.
Look at this. Dissolution of the bourgeois cultural superstructure. Okay, outstanding. You've said nothing. Like, that basically that entire paragraph is nothing. So we'll move on from that. So,
like, literally, they're buzzwords in order to sound smart. That's an idea, bourgeoisie, cultural superstructure, that could be reduced down to more primitive words for the sake of brevity and for the sake of clarity. But you're not doing that because you want to sound more intelligent than you are. That's the only reason that someone who's trying to make a persuasive argument to an audience uses large words. To say, hey, look, I'm more intelligent than you should believe me.
Yep. So you seem to only view communism through the lens of radical revolutionary, while blindly ignoring Fabian socialists and progressives. The idea that revolution in the Anglosphere was widely discarded in the early 20th century. While perhaps not see communism, it all works within the socialist framework of upending civilization for the goals of self-indulgent utopia.
An unacquirable, self-indulgent utopia.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
I see Crow's had enough of Callum shit or Billy shit. Crow with the banhammer out of
Yeah.
nowhere.
Right, so, but more conveniently for those
No,
afraid
he
of the
just
Red
got
Scare's
muted, Earl.
absence than the presence of an actual tyranny, the predicate. Shut up, you wankstein. And then he waffles about. Bluehead has mysteriously metamorphosed into anything that tells blue-haired middle-class students complaining about toilet strike. Listen, you Thomas. When they blue-haired middle-class students with toilets and drag queens and bullshit. This is critical theory. You know, the thing you just claimed didn't exist?
Funny that.
It's the same kind of bullshit. It's all the oppressor-oppressed bullshit that comes out of the Frankfurt School. That's critical
How the
theory.
hell did this guy get hired?
Because Carl
because he
looked
had
at
a unique commie experience, I think.
Because
Yeah.
Carl looked at his PhD and wet himself.
I think with Carl, he has a tendency to try. He wants to try and be able to present every different argument possible. So he wanted someone who was specifically in the commie camp originally, so they could make the arguments from a commie. A bit like having a Peter Hitchens on your show, except a young university graduate version of them, essentially.
Yep.
Yep.
If you want someone who's got a communist background, get Dankula.
I mean, I quite
Dankula
literally,
used to be a
I was
communist.
not offered a job because another person had more skills with After Effects than me, and they wanted that skill set. That's what I was told. But they've never actually used that skill set to my knowledge to date. Therefore, it's more like they want to collect the skills, but they aren't necessarily utilizing them properly.
Well, Carl. It seems that they just want to go. Look at. I've got 6 PhD candidates on my staff.
And yeah, I probably sound a little bit bitter because I was a bit annoyed. The fuck? Sorry, someone
Is
being a
Trent
dick outside.
snoring? Oh.
Is
No,
Siri
I'm
attempting
I'm
to
still
possess
awake.
you again?
I'm still awake. I promise. I
I
promise.
probably sound a little bit bitter because obviously, you know, I had applied for several jobs for them, but I've basically been relegated to the voiceover guy. But as the voiceover guy, I am now currently only producing an average of 2 articles a month, premium content for everybody, which isn't really being a voiceover guy. That is just being the occasional voice person.
Mm-hmm.
They might as well get an AI version of me right at this point, you know?
I mean, you say that.
Yes. Crowbot.
So then he tries to, I don't know, make him. I don't even know what he's doing. Somehow he compares Anakin and Obi-Wan to Goldman Sachs. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
It's just illogical.
That whole paragraph, it was just like, nah, fuck you, I'm moving on. Yeah, that's, you know. These trite ideas ignore human nature to create shorthand references so they can be easily and quickly described without excessive details, so that people of all intellectual levels can understand the general idea. Yeah. It took him how many damn words for me to basically repeat and then I just repeat myself essentially, because
Yeah.
I know he's too damn stupid to understand.
Yeah. So then the idiot goes, "Oh, America has good reasons to keep its anti-communist corpse babbling." What? Okay, so he's an idiot and he doesn't know what words are. Anti-communism has arguably been a national religion since the end of the First World. I know you're a young brain-dead retard, but do you not realize that the USSR was still a fucking thing when the entire fucking panel here was alive?
Yep.
Of course we're not forgetting fucking communism. Like, it's probably a bit harder for myself, Trim, and maybe Crow to remember, but Bleach and I absolutely would remember the USSR existing. Like...
Yeah, I wouldn't remember it because it was 1991 when I was born, so I think it had already collapsed by then.
Yeah.
No, you had 1 year. You were
I had 1 year. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't have an opportunity.
I
unfortunately.
don't remember if I think if it was like 92 when they collapsed. So I can't remember if I had just been born or hadn't at the time. But yeah, Trim would have been a little toddler. Like, it's not like it was in the It's not like the First World War was in the. Hold on a second. I thought my brain interpreted that as Second World War because I didn't think he could possibly be that stupid. Our national religion since the end of the First World War. Sorry, do you not remember the communism that went through to the end through World War II?
No, he doesn't. He clearly has no concept of the actual threat that the Soviet Union posed to Western homogeny. It's just he is living in this bubble of academia where they have treated the Soviet Union like some savior for humanity, and he's fucking retarded.
Yep, that's absolutely fucking insane.
So rather than letting him blather on, because he's lost the plot at this point. I'll just read my rebuttal. You clearly have no understanding of early 20th century American experience. There were active and aggressive communist and anarchist terror groups that were regularly in the news in the U.S. Their propaganda of the deed led to the 1920 Wall Street bombing and the first Red Scare, which stood as the greatest loss of life to terrorism in the U.S. until 1996. The later radicals of the 1960s and 70s continued in the national spotlight with similar terrorist types actions. For most Americans and globally, these were viewed as active and real threats to those who lived them. And to enjoy the benefits of hindsight is so sophomoric and devoid of insight.
Let me see.
And it's this level of intellectualism, because he accuses people of saying you're anti-intellectual, that turns people against the overeducated. Because they're just out there, playing with themselves, trying to prove how smart they are, rather than, I don't know, trying to do something useful.
Yeah. Oh, how about this from the FBI? A communist terror attack. Students for a Democratic Society. Yeah, they're commies. 1975. You do realize people born in people who were alive in 1975 are still alive now, right?
Yeah, but they're boomers. They have to be discarded. It's like, they lived it. They know what's going on.
Like, fuck me dead. They've been. It's utterly stupid. There have been communist terror attacks in Carl's lifetime. And that excludes the "we're totally not fascist" Antifa. Even if you exclude Antifa, there have been communist terror attacks in Carl's lifetime.
I think, to blanket say that, all the terrorists, communist terrorists have Antifa connections is typically wrong. I'd say it's about a 50-50 split, because was it the Red Army faction, German communist terrorists back in like the 70s and 80s?
Yep.
Yeah. He can't see further than his nose.
No. And then massive fucking paragraph. Oh, never-ending McCarthy. Just blah 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 blah. No
it's
true communism.
2 sentences that are worth reading.
Yeah, right. Oh my god. Hold on.
Yeah.
How long's his second? How long's his second last fucking sentence? My lord, man.
Yeah.
Thus,
he doesn't understand grammar.
Thus, if this subset of patriots gave up their ideological allegiance to free markets and admitted that Marx's point as a conservative one in the present context, they might start to finally understand why the absence of public health care wasn't enough to stop the founding of... What? Thus, if the subset patriots gave up their ideological allegiance to free markets and admitted that Marx's point is a conservative one in the present context... they might start to finally understand why the absence of public health care wasn't enough to stop the funding of transgender youth clinics, where a financial incentive is involved in the issuing of puberty blockers to children. What the fuck were you smoking when you wrote this, you fucking idiot?
Well, that's my last sentence of my rebuttal.
Yeah, I don't know, Callum. I don't get it.
So yeah.
Oh
I'll just
my god, it
read
gets
because-
dumber. They won't,
Oh, yeah.
however, because if they did, they'd have to contemplate the possibility that communism may actually have prevented this atrocity altogether. Yes, by killing them.
Yeah.
They'd have died of starvation before they were old enough.
Yeah. And yeah, because he's going on about McCarthyism bad, blah blah blah. And it's like, no, McCarthy did nothing wrong in the grand scheme of things, and to pretend otherwise is to blindly let the left-wing narrative to buy the left-wing narrative without critique or introspection. You yourself are engaging in sophilism to a wild extent. Honestly, you seem to be flailing around to fill a word count rather than provide an insightful point. May I ask what the hell you were drinking and or smoking?
Yep. So then he waffles about sensationalists, filled a demand for Cold War cosplaying sophistry and outright lying. Did he forget what the second C in CCP stands for?
Yes.
But for the soul-sacked subjects themselves who still religiously watch leftist destroyed videos on repeat, fuck you too, sir. The communist dog whistling is nothing more than a reminder to their chosen in-group that they are still on the right track. These people are delinquents, and that's nothing more than I can't say that on any fucking platform because it's actually illegal.
Mm-hmm.
My response to this is illegal.
Yeah.
Delinquents, guys. We can't be taken seriously. We should know that the opinion of our betters matter more than our childish needs to see lefty wrecked videos, guys.
Yeah, right, hold on. This is why these people are delinquents and thus nothing more and nothing less than instruments of the same social pathology as their liberal, woke, or communist adversaries. This is why instead of pandering to them, it's time for the conservatives of the future to say goodbye to the overgrown children and start developing a philosophy fit for the future. Shut up and get in the chopper.
Oh, he's fucking dead.
Just get in the chopper, man.
Yep.
Motherfucker. Go fuck yourself.
You absolute piece of shit. How fucking dare you? Should we go back and get Cud's videos of him going, haha, lefty destroyed?
Yeah, no, we should just spam the absolute shit out of that.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, no, Bobcat, the chopper.
Yep.
Fuck me sideways.
Yeah. You are again LARPing at intellectualism, making it seem that reading leftist ideologues and co-opting their framing that you have the moral high ground. It is fair to want to distance yourself from thuggish behaviors of those chanting in the streets, but to treat them with such brazen disdain shows to the everyman that the intellectual is also their enemy. You have fallen into the moronic trap of putting yourself in the inner party. You can distance yourself from the unwashed masses. If you gave one whit about the betterment of conservatism and not philosophical masturbation, you would find ways to reach the everyman. To dismiss Carl's initial audience as overgrown children is infantile. These should be the people you engage with and educate, not treat as a beast of burden for your own goals. One cannot claim to be rich when intellectual coffers have no value. That was a clunky sentence, but what the hell. I will not pretend to be a philosopher, as they are as arrogant as they are useless. Nor will I say that I've delved into the various tomes which you rely upon like a cripple. However, I will say I'm decently well read and aware enough to know that going on such a puritanical purge of those dirty ruffians will only lead to disaster. Those who only value erudite ideas and not the people who are impacted by them and burdened by the struggles of life are far worse for the cause of liberty and the preservation of moral fabric than those who openly demonstrate against conservative values. Go fuck yourself, Thomas. And I hope that has gotten you into such a damn lather on, seeing that posted on the website that you kind of like freaked the fuck out. Because
I have a feeling he'll
read.
have never read it at all, honestly.
No, I know. But I'm actually at the point of, if I can get my Twitter unlocked, I'm just going to basically send that to him, paragraph by paragraph.
Oh yeah.
So, let's read the comments on the website.
Just
So-
a second. I want to know what Bleach's Twitter got locked for. Was it good? Was it worth it?
No, it was actually so stupid. It was like, oh, you're not giving us your phone number. It's like, no, fuck you. You're not getting my phone number.
Fair enough.
Hey Arden, check the DM. Are you happy with it?
Anyway.
Oh my. Give me a moment. I'll have a look.
So, Adrian of the Fountain says, one side
I
has...
trust my computer to not shut down when I go checking other things. That's why I don't do it very often.
Yeah,
Oh, yes. Very nice.
Okay.
I like it.
If you'll save the wanking each other off for later.
I'm just watching Arden like go through his DMs while like Bez is just like, please shut the fuck up.
I know, right?
If you're going to fellate each other, can you at least do it quietly?
But it's artistic fellation. Isn't that okay?
No.
Yeah, I think you should share it, Bez, in the inner sanctum.
Oh dear. What's he done?
What am I sharing?
Why would
From-
Bez
well,
share it?
Porn.
It's in the inner sanctum, so you
Oh,
can see
that.
what's being done. That's what
Oh, dear.
that's what Trim is talking about.
Oh.
Oh, he posted it in the sanctum, did he?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I can delete it if you want.
No.
Not
Too
allowed.
late now. Yeah, that works for me. I like it.
It looks like you. This looks good.
Yeah.
Ardent has decided that he has a newer profession.
Yes.
Templar.
Urge to hospital. That's hospitaler, actually.
Yes.
I was,
Say
yeah,
I
he
was,
is.
very,
Stand up for
I was
Christ and
very
come
particular about which cross I wanted. It's the Hospitalers, not
Fair
the
enough. Fair enough.
The least based of the Crusaders.
The Hospitalers? The Hospitalers were the ones who defended the Pilgrims, dude.
Yeah, but they didn't go out of their way to enact bloody revenge.
It's interesting.
No, they waited for the bloody revenge to come to them.
The Black Templars warband basically uses that cross, except a black version of it uses the Hospitalist cross.
Ah, okay.
That's
I
why I
don't
was
really care.
unsure.
I just wanted the general iconography of the Hospitalers
Alright.
because that's kind of my...
Earl Tescales. My Twitter has been paused. All I do is win.
Right. There it is. So getting back to this article, Agent of the Fountain says, one side has the anti-fascists, who are the communists. If you think they are not, you are fooling yourself. The other side has the anti-commies, which are the fascists. I've seen little about them, but they seem a pathology looking for a cause. Please note that at any given time, both sides could simply flip. One example, white supremacists converted to the Church of Vaush, and nothing would change. What? I don't think this guy has a clue.
No, he doesn't.
No.
And the fact that he says that
It would be
only...
interesting to see a white supremacist convert to the Church of Vaush, though.
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
Just give us more reason to hate him.
But anti-commies, which are the fascists. Okay, so you don't know
Yeah,
what a fascist or a commie is. Thank you.
Exactly.
So-
That's the thing that bothered me. It's like, wait a minute. You can not have one. Yeah, it's not A equals B. It's sometimes they're similar, but they're very different in a lot of other ways.
Yes. Also, don't fall into the trap of thinking that definitions of words don't change naturally. There is a
Exactly.
vast difference between Mussolini's definition of a fascist and the actual legitimate converted modern one.
I'll just point to the word dork.
Yes.
The old original meaning was penis.
Yes.
That's quite true, actually. I
Yes,
remember that.
and we won't talk about what a bundle of sticks is called in England.
Yes.
No.
Just,
What's a
just a
fascist?
pack of cigarettes.
Actually, I
So
much
fleshy.
prefer the rolled up balls of meat in intestinal sacks.
Yes. We also won't talk about how
Vegas? No.
saying you're going to go out back and have a cigarette can be said very differently in England in such a way that an American would think it involves a gun and a person who can be referred to in certain derogatory manners.
Rainbow flag people.
Right, so Felix Wood says, I'd heavily disagree with any claim that suggests that communist infiltrators weren't actively aiming at subversion. Whoops. I'd recommend M. Stanton Evans' book. Oh, it's a book. That means he must be right, Thomas? Book on McCarthy that, as it goes into detail, including the now widely recognized role that traitors acting from within the US State Department had on the rise of Mao. The idea that a materialist, dialectical, and genocide theology like Marxism, let alone communism, could have led to better results is reaching to the point of breaking. I would get into philosophical speak, but after that I'm not sure we even speak the same language. To avoid abstracts, just look at the places that communism was in power. But that's not true Marxism. What system worked better for China? One based on the principles laid down by Confucius or the current bodge job? What about Russia? What is their birth rate looking like? What about all the other metrics? Sure, we aren't doing much better, but there is nothing to suggest that communism has gifted them with anything but less naivety, and at so heavy a price that's almost beyond the human mind to comprehend. You seem to have way too much sentimental attachment to these grand philosophical constructs, but in reality the only metric is results, and to achieve that, while I agree we need something new, it should be based off of successful systems and do the best possible to avoid cross-contamination with the ideas and ideals that got us here in the first place. We also need to build up many things besides the mistakes of the past, such as the ideas of Marx. I should only take on a cautionary tale of digging too deep into abstractions. Yep, bingo.
It's interesting how it's not just us who had a massive problem with this article, though. It's
Okay.
like widely being received badly by people.
I don't see any comment in here that is.
Wait, did you delete your comment, Bleach, or did they delete your comment?
No,
No,
I
it's-
had some misspelling, so I deleted it and reposted
right,
it.
It's still there.
Fair enough.
Right, so, yeah, like the bottom one is vaguely on board with him, but I don't think they understand what any of those words mean, so their opinion can be
Sir,
disregarded.
can I tell you about China? I like that. It's so
Yes.
funny.
Yeah. Caitlin Lawson, I mean, good on sticking to your
Wait, Joan
principles.
of Arc, isn't that Tony?
Yeah.
Good job,
Oh shit,
Tony.
really? Is that Tony?
Yeah, because Joan of Arc is his dog.
Oh, okay. I mean, good on sticking to your principles, writing something, even if it will piss off everyone, but yeah, that was a bunch of nonsense. The USSR wasn't banal, just ask the Baltic peoples, the Finns, the Ukes, the Poles, the Romani, the Mongols, the Chinese. Must I continue? Second, the US is socialist. No. Central bank,
What?
check. Hell, even my state has its own central bank. Taxes on basically everything, check. Social welfare state. Okay, so we've established that you're a moron as well.
Yeah, you don't understand. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it socialist at all.
Oh, yeah, you can have
No.
all those things and not be socialist. Just ask Norway.
What?
Settle
Oh, he's
down,
saying
Trump.
communism didn't
Could you
lose.
try
In fact,
pay-
they won.
Did you pay any attention to that sentence, Trim? You can have all those things and not be socialist. Just ask Norway.
Oh my god!
Is Norway socialist,
Hello,
Trim?
Chopwood.
No fucking way it is.
Exactly. I don't know if it was Norway, one of the other countries that turned around and reamed the ever-loving shit out of some
Oh,
other
Denmark.
politician. Denmark. Yeah.
Jeremy said
yeah.
that Scandinavians were socialist, and the Prime Minister of Denmark said, "Fuck off."
Yeah,
The Prime
he was,
Minister-
ripping Bernie Sanders a new arsehole.
Mhm.
Yes.
That's an image I did not need.
Yes.
Think about
I
it
am once
long
again
and hard.
asking you.
So this idiot actually does believe that social welfare and taxes is communism. So
At the very least, he recognizes that that Thomas is wrong, but he recognizes that Thomas is wrong for the wrong reasons, which is kind of weird.
yeah,
Yeah.
like what the fuck? Okay, so that guy's an idiot. Damon Clevenger Says this raises significant questions to me as to just what exactly Thomas believes himself in certain spots, and it seems to be in contrast to other members of the team. Perhaps I misinterpreted. I need to give another read.
Yeah. And then Grant Gibson is a moron. Is like, not at his core, but even if it did, what would it matter? It matters quite a bit.
Oh, that's a long reply
Pass.
there.
Bleach Demon. So that's basically just the red text that we just read.
Oh, what do people say in response to you?
Yeah, we'll have a look at that. Let's see. Oh, there's an extra sentence here that wasn't in it. Bleach, if you would like to.
To the wider audience, hopefully those of you more eloquent than I can impart some meaningful discourse here with the...
Without the coarseness I have imparted my response with. It's because you highlighted it, you made it impossible to fucking read. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, take it up with Disco.
No. It's not Disco's fault. It's the developer's fault. And who pays the developer? Carl.
So it's Carl's fault.
So it's Carl's fault.
So Henry Wonka says, sadly, there's just too much wrong with this article to even debate it. There simply is no value in analysis that considers Marx's views as valid, since they are based on an absolutely wrong understanding of economics, history, and society.
Yep, absolutely. Didn't even understand human psychology.
No.
No, that's
And
gloriously
I just
fucking...
I don't consider this... don't consider my rebuttal as debate, but simply swatting a gnat buzzing in the ear. An expenditure of energy, while perhaps fruitless, provides relief.
Yeah. I think Billy was asking, like, what's the definition of fashion, how they would change it? Not quite.
Oh, wait. Base makes a really good point. Who pays Carl? Us. No. We're down. We're responsible for the shitty website, guys.
Clearly.
Damn.
I think that the way the usage of fascism is, it's drifting more towards government totalitarianism. It's a specific type of totalitarianism. I think,
Like
vaguely.
Chinese, kind of.
Yeah, it's really odd because he's gone from a liberal viewpoint to now pushing much more like, oh yeah, we need government control on everything. We should have, stop and search, as you said.
Yes.
We should have all of these other things going on, like
Porn licenses.
Porn licenses. That was the one that they're pushing lately. Yeah. No sense of irony in that at all.
No.
I want my money back.
Earl Testicles, I want my money back. Yeah.
When you say you need gun control and you want less crime on your streets, you're basically saying we don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
I want gun control, but I want gun control to mean that I have access to fucking guns.
Yeah.
I want to be the one in control of my
Yeah.
gun.
The gun. Yeah, exactly.
And here's the thing. What the hell happened to Sargon, I want a gun to protect my family, who's now going, yeah, I agree with banning carrying knives, and I agree with
his
stop
wife
and
would
frisk.
never let him have a gun. I absolutely would never let me have a gun, I don't think. Not around having all the kids he has.
But seriously, though. It's such
But then
a
again, I think that's...
Carl's coming
I
from...
think that's a lot down to English culture, where
Yeah.
most of us have grown up without guns, so
Yeah.
we have no real understanding of the importance behind
That's
that
not
sort of
my
defense.
point,
Because
though. That's not my point
Yeah,
entirely,
mm.
though. Carl was in favour of self-defence. He's now turned around and gone, yes, I'm in favour of banning guns, I'm in favour of stop and frisk, which is such NIMBY bullshit. Just because
Which
Carl...
means that he's also in favor... Sorry, go ahead, Bezic.
Just because Carl lives in bloody Swindon, and that's not a stop and frisk for no fucking reason, not even a bullshit one, area, Carl's fine with it. Okay, Carl, how would you think of it if suddenly we made Swindon a stop and frisk area, and then we sent in some of Jess Phillips's favourite cops to your area? How do you think you'd like it if they're like, stop and frisk area, I can frisk anyone. Oh, hey, look, it's that guy who insulted Jess Phillips. I don't need a reason
not
to
only that-
harass you, so I'm going to search you. Huh, that's Sargon's kids. We'll just search them. How would you like it, Carl?
And whoever's with them.
Yep. How would you like it, Carl, if your kids got searched by the police on the way home from school? It's fucking unbelievable.
Okay.
Hey, Callum.
Uh,
I wonder
one-
if
one thing
Carl's
I-
in favor of more sea people.
Yeah, that's a good choice. Good question too. But the point I've been trying to make for a little bit, the Carl who took that flag from that Antifa guy, and I do apologize for belaboring the reference, but
That was
Carl
not
who
Carl.
took
That was
that
Sargon
flag-
of Akkad.
sorry, yes, Sargon. But the man who did that would now be told by the man that exists in the same skin that, oh, no, you shouldn't have done that. You should have let a cop deal with it.
I was just going to say, do you think Carl's wearing the skin suit of intellectualism at the moment?
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely.
You need.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. 100%.
And it's one thing to be, decently well read, to go and look into these, philosophies and whatnot. But it's like, don't fucking pretend to be something that you're not.
So, Mitch
Sorry, I
W.
was laughing at Mitch W's comment. Yeah.
Yes, Mitch W. as a legend says, okay, perhaps there is space for compromise. We can hold off on the wood chips for communists until the pedos are all gone.
Yeah.
Chipper chopper rope.
Yep.
Clayton Callahan says, I disagree with almost everything this person said. James Lindsay is right. The only thing I agree with this article on that we need to go past the SJW own videos, and porn probably isn't a good thing, but there's next to no way to legislate, so there's not really anything you can do against it. Yeah, this guy's saying sounds reasonable enough.
Yep.
Mark Jorgensen, article, don't group together and make sure people act sensible. Also, don't be proud of what foundation you stand. I mean, this article's all over the place. This is what I've summarized from this article.
Yeah, I don't think there's many people on side with Thomas here, and perhaps he'll take that as a point of pride. I don't know.
He can take whatever he wants up his own butt. And I just don't care what he has to say anymore.
This guy is an SJW, basically.
Well,
he appears to be a Marxist.
Well, he is.
Yeah.
He's just claiming he's not one for the sake of getting paid.
Somebody
he's a
said-
bad Marxist.
It's not even that. What he's done is he's taking the stance of a disaffected socialist. So he's been disassociated with the movement as it is constituted, but not the ideas. That's what I derived from reading into his little abstract on the university website that I found, which not going to dox him because it's got personal information and all that shit, but it was like it's publicly available, but it's on a university website. I found that article as stupid as I found it tedious.
Yeah, I did not enjoy reading it. I can tell you I was complaining heavily to Bezic.
I wonder why.
And for damn good reason.
It's not normal that an article gets my back up so much, but that one really was like, what are you on about?
Yeah, I can confirm that Crow's like, I can't read this crap. It's so stupid.
And I think the thing that really just aggravated me no end with the reading it through, not only is he ignorant of his facts, but it's the fact that they're wanting to drive such a deep wedge between the core audience, the Sargon audience, and Carl's audience, which they don't view as the same, even though they are. It's what are you playing at? And to find out, that Carl doesn't have to care financially anymore speaks very poorly of everything that I'm encountering with the Lotus Eaters these days. I mean, it just seems like it went from I have these things that I want to say to now have money. Now I can,
Now I can tell you what I really think.
Yeah. It's like, no, fuck off. I don't like this.
Yeah, there's a point I want to make about the last thing that Clayton Callahan said in his comment. That porn probably isn't a good thing, but there's next to no way to legislate it, so there's not really anything you can do against it. Okay, the legislature is not your final authority for whether or not something is socially acceptable. That's
It's not a moral
society.
authority.
Yeah, the legislature should not be involved in matters of morality.
Exactly. And if you want to do something about porn, you start on the small scale. You start local, you start household. You look at your family. If you're raising kids and you give them the idea that porn is fucking bad and you tell them why. Now you do that at an appropriate age, not when they're fucking 6. But...
Also, if you want to get rid of porn, maybe we should make it so men actually stand a remote fucking chance of ever having actual sex. You don't need porn if you can get a real woman.
I don't necessarily agree with saying introducing more Christian values such as marriage and stuff like that, but there is something to be said about the difference between a very, very liberal society now where sex is easy come, easy go, compared to when you actually had to be dedicated to someone before that had happened.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see the necessary value in involving the government in anything at all, ever.
Ever, yeah.
But I'm
I'm
also firmly against casual sex. Just casual sex is the thing that I don't like, because it's not.
I had a very loose 20s, so I can say from my own experiences, as much as it was physically fun, it didn't do any good for my mental health at all, because I didn't understand why people didn't want long-term relationships with me.
You know, and look, I'm not going to say that people need to be married. I'm not going to say that they need to swear an oath to God that they'll be together forever and ever and ever. No, bitch, you don't. I said till the death. You don't get me afterwards. Or anything like that. I'm not even going to say, oh, you need to be together for so many times. No. You need to be. It needs to be, from my perspective, a person that you are committed to building a strong relationship with.
And that's the difference.
Yeah. And I don't care if you make that decision the day after you meet them.
Or even the same day. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, it's...
Yeah.
But I think, we don't need to go down the, Christian moral values side of this. I mean, me personally, it's like, yeah, okay, that's where I would go. But I think there's a better, stronger argument to be made that there are psychological and physiological problems with doing anything to excess, and masturbation through porn is one of them, because it fucks up your pleasure sensors for a lot of people. So I think you could go with a small
that isn't to say that masturbation itself is bad, but anything in excess is bad for you. Too much oxygen, too much water, they all kill you. That's a universal truth.
And that's where I think it would be, if you wanted to go after porn, that's a better tactic than, we're going to have to get a license for that. It's like, no, you go, you say, all right, there's problems. It's like with anything, you don't do it to excess, and you get people to basically self-regulate rather than go and impose, because when it's imposed, suddenly porn's a lot more interesting to a lot more people.
Yeah. Not to mention, there are numerous other issues that are related to it. Like, porn is free. If you pay for porn, you're an idiot. Or you've got some really weird fucking fetishes. But porn is essentially free. Which, it might make more sense when I finish the sentence, because porn isn't free isn't the point. Porn is free, but going out isn't. Hobbies are expensive. Socializing is expensive. Drugs are expensive.
And when you're locked in for a year,
alone, you have needs.
So you want yourself a dopamine hit, and everything else costs money.
And I wanted to make the point as well that whenever you try to legislate something such as drugs, guns, whatever, it might be sex in this case, alcohol, prohibition in America, what happened was it went underground, and it was much more violent, much more unregulated, much more dangerous, much more harmful.
Yeah, hey Biden, how's that war on drugs going?
And that's the entire problem I have with people like Connor's argument that we should have porn passes or that we should ban porn entirely, because if you're going to do that, you only add to the problem that the porn is going to be made because people want the porn. There's a market for it, and now they can make more money out of it because it's hard to do. It's it's illegal to do, and therefore they have to be more risky with it.
Yeah.
If you think that making it illegal stops it happening, you're a fucking idiot. That's why there's still so many fucking pedophiles sharing pictures of underage children.
Well, and on the same note,
Underage children.
when you make
what I
porn
mean.
illegal, you also remove any possibility for the protection of the actors, in inverted commas. Where porn is legal, that means you can go to a place, you can see paperwork, you can go through all legislative stuff, you can get records, you can actually make the bloody studios check ID and shit, so that
Again,
you can rapidly decrease the opportunities for abuse. You make it illegal,
it's like
boom, we've invented trafficking again.
The government wants to tax the fuck out of you because of its need to make money. But why make drugs illegal that are not necessarily harmful? For example, weed. If you weed can have its problems certainly, but if you regulate it and make it available, like in a pharmacy, so people can go and buy a bit of weed, that suddenly their government can make money out of this supply it's creating, rather than having to worry about this fucking issue of underground sale where they have drugs that are essentially spliced with other things that they can't check has the purity or quality that is needed to ensure harm is within reason.
Well, what is it? It's like all the cocaine's fucking laced with fentanyl. You wouldn't have that problem if you could go into the local pharmacy and go, "I'll have some cocaine, please."
Yeah, because if you went to the local pharmacy and they gave you cocaine laced with fentanyl, they would get shut down because it would not be it would be against the regulations that the government. I don't mind government regulations as long as they make some fucking sense.
Yeah, and
I think the only fear that I would have, because you see it in California where they overtax it and it goes back underground.
Yeah.
No, it needs to be within reason.
Yes, it needs to be. Tax should never be more than 100%.
Earl, legalize recreational cocaine.
I mean, and going back specifically, just more related to porn. How well did making prostitution illegal work for America?
Yeah, pretty awful.
Meanwhile, in Australia, prostitution is illegal. We do not have problems with pimps or hookers on street corners. Do you know why? Because the hookers can do it a lot safer. when the hooker can, if I had a newspaper, I'd take a photo of the fucking back page. They actually have call girls advertised in the paper, and they are registered. Well, we're leaving aside whether you like the registration thing or not, but they are registered professionals. They are required to have up-to-date STD tests, and they are protected from the Johns. And they aren't pimps. In the traditional sense, you've got more madams and things, but because it's all regulated, if they are being mistreated, if a man rapes them, or a pimp abuses them, they can just turn around and go to the government and go, yeah, put them in jail for 50 years.
Yeah, rather than being at risk of being put to jail themselves because of solicitation.
Yep.
Well, and that's the thing. That you don't have problems with women being afraid to go to the police or the regulatory agencies if someone's being dodgy, because they don't get punished for it, so they're protected.
Sex workers make a huge amount of money. Imagine just being able to make that all legal and then taxing them. That's a lot of tax you can make.
Well, that's it. Like, we're taxing OnlyFans. OnlyFans is taxable income.
Basically solicitation, except without any physical contact.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say furthermore that not only would you avoid the that side and you get the taxes, but there's probably enough people out there who would not be kind of the weirdos that they have become if they could just get their rocks off.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the things I've never understood, obviously, I've only ever been to a strip club once, but the idea of going to a strip club to pay for someone to titillate me rather than actually getting any action.
I mean, strip
I might
clubs.
as well just punch myself in my own balls.
Strip clubs probably cause more problems. You get all these guys all horny and drunk, and then you set them free on the fucking streets. Yeah, that can't possibly fucking go wrong. Drunk, horny guys. Yeah, that's
How
not a
many
problem
guys
at all.
do you see becoming problems after they've gone for a nice deep tissue massage with a happy ending?
But like, the prostitutes get so many protections, and again, it's a thing where if and so do the Johns. Like,
There should be protections for the people who use them as well.
yeah, there's protections for the people that use them. Not least of which is because it's now a regulated industry, and we can compare this to everything else. And I'll get to that argument in a second. But because it's a regulated industry, you can now go. You must have STD checks every however often. And if you test positive, for one, you must contact everybody that you worked with since the last test. So they can go get tested ASAP, get treated, and solve all sorts of problems. It's like, I don't like prostitution as a concept. But people are going to bloody do it, so we might as well make it safer. And the other... Sorry, go ahead.
And when you move things away from being illicit, it kind of like takes the thrill out of it for enough people.
Yeah. And again, it also means that when you regulate it, you can go... there's no problems with people's... with the brothels, because they're licensed, their address is on the government website, you know they're legitimate, you don't have children in them. You know that all the workers are legal adults.
Yep. And to answer Billy's question, whether rub and tug joints are better than strip clubs, yeah, pretty much. I mean, at least in concept. Execution always changes, but the concept's better.
I wouldn't know. I've never been to one.
I assume that it makes more sense than to get a guy's rocks off than to get him drunk and horny and then throw him out onto the street at 2 a.m. with drunk women.
Yep.
I assume that there is less opportunities for things to go pear-shaped. And no, we'll pass on STD passports.
Yeah.
But the way it works is you get your test results from the clinic, and then you just present your test results. Because it's got the details and the date of the test results. And then you just get a new one of those every however often.
Monkey, I'm going to hire a hooker and cook her a homemade chicken schnitzel just so Maureen can't have any.
Yeah.
I'm based.
How's the joke go, Bleach? For $50, I'll do you anything you want. Okay, can you paint the wall in my living room?
Yeah, exactly.
To be fair, Maureen was probably into that.
Painting walls or watching monkey feed hookers chicken.
Oh no, sadomasochism. So based as being a sadist.
Ah.
That's another
Exactly.
interesting thing that Maureen points out. In the Netherlands, disabled people get a budget from the government to hire a prostitute about once every month, I think. Now, I'm not sure I'd go that far, but I can see the logic behind it. But like again, I'm sure that goes a long way to reducing the weird, fucked up dude from harassing women.
Yep. And that's the thing. I think too many people are like, oh, you've got to do this, that, and the other. It's like, yeah, even in the old days, prostitution, while less regulated, it probably solved a little bit of the crime problem in most countries.
Well, I assume that it probably does significantly reduce the sexual harassment rates, specifically from disabled people. Like disabled people want affection, even if it's only physical too. If they can just get that, if they can go see, what's a hooker name?
Chastity.
Yeah, if they can go see Chastity once a month, rather than trying to go out and engage with regular women, well, I, it's a lot easier when the flirtation is here's us $200.
Yeah, yeah.
No, on the same note, if I've got to pay $200 to hang out with a woman, I better be bloody getting a blowjob.
You know, there's I can't remember what the fucking, I think it's called adultwork.com or something like that. And I was looking at it, and some women are basically charging like well over $1,000 for an overnight visit.
That's it, and
I'm like,
they
these people are making fucking bank.
well, and that's the thing. They might only work one night a week. They could be making a fortune one night a week doing whatever the fuck they want the rest of the time.
And you know, I was just thinking, because I've seen it show up. And
Alice says,
you know, on like newspaper
only
articles,
Chastity
and
I
it's
know
like,
does really shitty tattoos and meth. Do you see why we're looking for hooker names now? Callum, who's Chastity? It's just a stereotypical hooker name. Because for obvious reasons, especially in the States, they use fake names. And it's always the same fucking group of fake names.
Like, they could be named Lady Gagdown, for example.
Yes. That too.
oh,
But,
God.
God. Actually, I think, yeah, fuck it, I'll Google it on my computer, it's legal.
You know, it's one of those.
We just hear Bezic being bloody raided. No, it was legal, I swear.
So, we actually get... So, the advantages of it being legal is you actually can just look it up on the internet and find out what's legal. So, like, brothels are legal and licensed by the authority. Prostitution is legal in Queensland if provided in licensed brothels or by sole operator sex workers. So, strict laws control how brothels and sole operator sex workers provide services. If it isn't licensed, it's not a brothel, it's an illegal prostitution venue, your health and safety may be at risk, blah, 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 blah. So, no public soliciting, so because it's illegal, but they're not allowed to do public soliciting, we don't have corner whores.
Yep.
Problem immediately
Good.
solved. Because they don't need
Suddenly,
to.
these people aren't being killed.
Yeah. Well, they're also not on the side of the road being a fucking nuisance, being hideous, being exposing children to degeneracy. No, they can just fucking advertise it like, I don't know, sexworkers.com, cscooper.com.au. And they're not on the side of the bloody street. You can just go online, Google them. There's actual fucking sites of this. Or you can just look in the fucking advertisements of the newspaper, give them a call, and they'll come to you. Because they don't like you can actually get delivery hookers in Australia.
It's like, you know, DoorDash, but for prostitution, so like Hodash.
Because you can either go to their location or they can come to you, and then you can come in them.
Yes, yeah, lots of coming and going.
Mm-hmm.
Low hanging joke.
I like Jonathan Gross. Hoes are us.
I've come up with a worse one.
I'm just saying if, like, look, there's actually a section on the government website about advertising, ad guidelines.
Welcome to Grill and Fill, where you can eat steak whilst we eat yours.
Ooh.
And like, it's just quite well restricted. And includes certain things, like what you can do. You can have business cards, you can advertise in the newspaper, you can advertise on a website, you can advertise on social media.
Which is basically what OnlyFans people want to do anyway. Who will probably be doing this as well, let's be honest, if they're already having sex with clients.
Yep. And like subjects and words like safe sex, general description of services only, sexuality and gender, age.
See how regulation makes things safer for everybody involved?
Yep.
Like I said, I don't like prohibition, sorry, of things, but proper regulation done in a correct way that, thinks about all the different things that could happen and provides a solution to it. That's a better system. It's a better system that should take over. That's why I'm so keen on these kind of things to be looked at, like regardless of whether it's prostitution or drugs or guns. Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
frustrating.
and I take it Earl has not traveled in the Midwest where they have come and go gas stations.
I was gonna say that.
Trailer. It's all.
No, I mean
what are
literally,
they called?
there's a chain of gas stations called Come and Go.
Yes. Yeah. What do you call them? Lot lizards. I imagine that Come and Go is
Yeah.
full of lot lizards. Again, it's so you've got
Probably.
unregulated, untracked hookers with no ID going up to random fucking truckers. There's a reason that hookers disappear from truck stops. It's because they can't do it legally.
I'm just thinking of bloody Jeremy Clarkson now.
Yeah. So like, like here's one. It's illegal to publicly solicit for prostitution. There you go. But because they can advertise in newspapers and on the internet, they don't need to publicly solicit. So the problem's just fucking gone. You just straight up don't see public solicitation in Australia. So boom, problem fucking solved. Not an issue. You do not have to worry about kids seeing prostitutes on the side of the road with the associated problems.
Yeah.
And like, what else do they have?
Yeah, Callum makes a good point. He's pretty regulations himself, especially because of all the red tape Clarkson had to deal with for his farm. But I am for good regulations that when they will make sense. But then that's the problem with things. That's one of the reasons I voted to leave the European Union, because they were after regulation after regulation after regulation to prop up businesses that weren't doing things well enough to be successful in their own right. That's the kind of excessive red tape regulation that I absolutely agree with you shouldn't exist. But correct regulation, where there is enough regulation for it to be safe and helpful, where it's not overt and blocking out your potential for growth of the
Chris has
business or
popped
new
into
people in the
chat.
business.
Hello, Chris.
No.
Long time no see. Right, so like.
But yeah, basically those kind of, you need some form of regulation. You can't have excessive regulation and you can't have prohibition, because neither works. It has to be sensible regulations, and that's the only way you can get it to work. What defines sensible is that each regulation needs to be up for question by people in the public. So people who are working in a farm industry should be able to say, this new regulation came in, we are writing a campaign against this, we want it reviewed because we have these problems with it, and they need to be able to put a petition to the government, and the government will have to review it. That's what should happen with these kind of regulations.
Yep.
So like, here's an example of some of the offenses. So basic, what have we got before we get into that?
I just want to point out to Maureen, stockings.
Yes.
Proper on a lady stockings. There we go.
Yeah. So sex work itself is not unlawful in Queensland. So the act of engaging in sexual activity for payment is not illegal. Oh, there we go. Prostitutes do not need to be registered or certified as long as they're performing sexual favors for money. Well, there you go. I did not know that, but there are these offences. So public soliciting, can't do that. You can't force someone into prostitution. You must use a condom. You can't obtain sex work from a person under 18. You cannot procure a person for prostitution. You cannot participate in the provision of prostitution. Blah, 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 blah. And then it's got some business crap that no one cares about. So yeah, you got all sorts of fun things like that. And yet, because it's legal to advertise, you get rid of all sorts of problems. And like, actually, I think I don't know if I can. I think it might be a bit too far to actually show it, but because brothels are required to be registered with the licensing agency, there's just a list on their website with the address. So there you go. That is how you solve a problem. But when you start turning around and making things like that illegal, or you make porn illegal, that's where you have people going under the carpet, under the rags, behind the corner, whatever you want to call it, and you start getting weird things like pimps. You don't have pimps in Australia. It's not a fucking problem here.
I mean, if you try to stop someone from getting something they want, they're going to find other ways to get it.
Yes. And those ways may involve violence and additional criminal activity. Not to mention just the general concept of taking a thing that's legal and then making it illegal because someone pays you for it or films you doing it. Are just stupid.
It's a bit of a weird one.
It is legal to have sex with a consenting adult, with a consenting person, which means
it's legal
adult.
to defend yourself up to a point.
Hmm?
It's like,
yeah,
it's retarded.
But like where you can say it is legal to have sex with a consenting partner, which infers adult because children can't consent. So it is legal to have sex with a consenting adult. Okay, we've now you put a camera in the room. It's illegal now. Fuck off, you retards.
this is my personal sex tape. You mean all of my personal sex tapes are illegal? Fuck you.
well, that depends on their definition of a porn ban, doesn't it? Is all production of porn illegal? Cool, that's your sex tape done. It's like, come on, get the government out of this shit.
Personal videos of me and my wife, and now I'm in jail for 30 years. All I've been doing is dropping soap, but none of the boys are taken.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, we have things like boys being terrorized by false sex claims. Gee, and I can't wonder why men are going, you know what? Talking to women's a fucking dangerous idea. I'll just get some porn.
Yeah. I call it art and then it's legal. I wish.
Well.
There's nothing artistic about me naked, dude.
Yeah, just don't ask the French about...
Unless you're talking about abstract art.
Just don't ask the French about what's legal if you call it art. That's how you get cuties.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Fucking grim.
Yeah. Right,
I wonder what happened to the person who made that. Do you think they're all fucking children right now?
I'm sure they're trying.
I don't want to think about it.
I want to kick them in the nuts and throw them off a roof.
Yeah,
dun,
right.
Dun, dun.
Yeah. So, what is this? This is a letter to the editor. Thank you for raising the issue of boys being anonymously accused of sexual offences. Boys branded sex predators for clumsy teenage fumbles news last week. At 14, our son was accused of sexually assaulting girls at his school. He was temporarily excluded, threatened with expulsion, and reported to the Child Protection Services and the police. The names of his accusers and the details of their claims withheld make it impossible for him to defend himself. On his eventual return to school, he was harassed and taunted as a rapist. He remains largely ostracised. He has been threatened on social media and is now reluctant to leave home except to attend school. Investigations by Child Protection Services and the police found the accusations baseless, yet the impact on our son has been devastating. A better balance needs to be struck between protecting children and helping teenagers learn to manage all aspects of their sexuality. Right. Yeah. That might be a bit of a problem. 14.
And the problem is, they will argue that, if you start legislating false accusations, people will stop coming forward.
Which is just a ridiculous that's a
it's a ridiculous
fucking
standard.
straw.
No, if the person is caught fucking lying, they should be fucking punished.
Well,
if a person has genuine, like, look, I'm accusing this person, but I know I don't have any evidence. All right, you haven't got any evidence, therefore it doesn't go anywhere legally.
Yeah, and just because, and it's a ridiculous, Like, what type of fallacy is it that they're arguing? Is it a Motte and Bailey, or is it just a regular straw man? I think
I'm
it's
not sure.
Whatever works for them, I guess.
Because they're going, oh, if you punish people who, because that, yeah, I think it is a Motte and Bailey. When conservatives say false rape accusations should be punished, the woke tards turn around and go, oh, so if they can't prove that they were raped, you send them to prison. No. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a Motte and Bailey. That they're lying about the actual statement. Because when we say false accusations should be punished, we mean provably false accusations. Just because a woman reports a crime and then the police are unable to gain sufficient evidence for a prosecution does not mean the woman lied. However, if the police, in the course of their investigation, determine that she did lie, she should be prosecuted for that. I don't think that's an unreasonable standard.
Seems fair to me.
Yeah, the Motte and Bailey fallacy, named after the Motte and Bailey Castle, is a form of argument and the informal fallacy where an arguer conflates two positions that share similarities, one modest and easy to defend, and the other much more controversial and harder to defend. So the Motte and the Bailey.
So yeah, it's a logical fallacy they use to argue against any form of holding women responsible for false accusations by claiming falsely, or fallaciously in this case, that that conservatives want to put women who are mistaken or women who can't prove their case in jail, which is obviously insane. So yeah, proper Motte and Bailey. What else do we have next? We have... Oh yeah, speaking of... Woman is jailed for more than 5 years for making 10 false rape claims against 2 different men who were able to prove they weren't even in the area.
She should definitely go to jail.
Yeah, absolutely. Only 5 fucking years, though. God. Like, they would have gone to jail for shitloads more than that. So, this dumb hoe from Essex made 10 false rape claims against 2 men. She admitted perverting the course of justice and got more than 5 years in jail. Claims led to 60 police investigations, later finding the men were not in the area. Police said it had a huge impact on men and has done real victims a disservice, which they do. They absolutely do. So this hoe from Essex made 10 claims against them. Essex police bosses have said
sounds like wishful thinking given that face.
Yeah, she looks like exactly the kind of person that would pull that. Actually, it reminds me of that fucking horrendous Ham Planet that accused like 10 different dudes of raping her. And anyone who looked at her and went, fuck off. No one would rape you. If someone was willing to go to jail for rape, they'd do fucking better than you.
There's not enough beer.
Yeah.
I wouldn't ever get caught doing rape.
No, Crow, let's not turn this rape into a murder. No.
Keyword.
Jesus Christ.
Well,
Good thing Susan's gone.
Everard. Yeah. I was going to say Christopher Everard bringing up Carl again.
Yeah.
Ironically.
Yeah.
You missed our earlier segment, Christopher, where we were bitching about him.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, God, hold on. I'm going to have to post this post my response to that in the live shows channel on the Discord, L, because there's no way in hell that's appropriate on YouTube.
Oh my God. Yes, find yourself a nice deep peat bog.
There you go, Al. That's in live shows now.
Ah.
I'm just waiting to see if the boys want to see. I want to laugh their tits off.
Yeah, no, I did see that. I just
I'm fighting live.
what the fuck, Billy? What the fuck have you posted in this? What the fuck is this?
What the fuck, Billy?
I mean, good point. Why is it on YouTube and not age restricted? But what? Why is he wearing diapers? Or are they Y fronts? That's disgusting. If you wear Y fronts, you're not a real man.
What the fuck is this shit? You know what? I think I will remove the embeds on that.
That's a good point. Yeah. I don't need to see that picture over and over and over. Oh, Earl Testicules, that response reminds me of an actual genuine murder with photos that I have seen.
Oh dear. Anyway, back to this woman. So, as officers progressed their inquiries into her claims, they found that CCTV, phone data, and information from the goddamn tyrannical number plate recognition cameras showed the alleged attacker was not in the area at the time. One of the men even agreed to have a GPS tracking tag fed to his ankle, which would send an alarm to police if it was destroyed or taken off. Why the fuck would you agree to that? Oh,
Try and prove their innocence,
Yeah.
basically.
On a number of occasions, data from the tag was analysed and shown he was not in the area when Richardson said the attack had taken place. Oh, so she accused him of rape after she'd already accused him for rape and the cops had strapped an ankle monitor on him. You stupid cunt.
God damn it. These fucking people.
Fuck's sake. So yeah, she was arrested and charged with perverting the course of justice, admitted 10 counts and was sentenced to 5 years and 1 month. Detective Inspector Don't Care said, whenever an allegation of rape or sexual assault comes to us, our starting point is to believe the person making that claim. Well, that's a reasonable starting point. It's not believe all women, but it is a reasonable starting point. They are awful offences and have a massive impact on those who've experienced them, and we have specialist officers and staff who support them and investigate. To begin with, this dumb ho's claims are no different, and we carried out our inquiries with compassion and empathy. However, it quickly became clear that the allegations the dumb ho had made were not what they seemed. Her claims do a great disservice to victims of rape and sexual assault who need our help and support, and they have had a huge impact on the lives of the two men she had accused. And yeah, it goes on to talk about how it takes up resources. Oh dear. So, and of course, that then brings us to the lefty solution to this problem. And their solution is to tell you how to raise a boy, bringing up a son fit for the 21st century. And of course,
What
it's
the
the Bloody
hell?
Guardian.
Why the hell would I trust anyone to tell me how to raise my own children?
Because believe the science?
What science?
Yeah. I'm sure they'll
Listen
make
to
some.
Oh,
You can't ask what science, you just have to believe us, because science.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when we get to the Rumble exclusive segments, we'll have a look at that some more.
Oh, yeah.
So, increasing awareness of the price of toxic masculinity has led many parents to wonder how. Shut up. Yes, if someone says toxic masculinity, kick them in the vagina. Especially if they're allegedly a man.
That's very toxic and male of you.
Like, look at this. My little son has a gang he roots for. All boys, dudes, everything. They're his gang. Shut up, you fucking weirdo. What the fuck is this crap? And so he waffles. Where does it come from, I wonder? This knee-jerk allegiance that distances little boys from little girls and makes an us versus them of gender distinctions right from the get-go. Well, it's idiots like you that sure as shit aren't helping. Oh, look at this. The slow turbulence of the Me Too movement. With all three of us just get in the chipper.
na 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 na. Get in the chipper. Na 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 na.
So yeah, basically, castrate your sons and then beat them. How to Raise a Feminist Son by an Indian-born sociopath called Don't Care. This idiot sent her an email, how to raise my son in 2021, and when she answered, we arranged a phone call. Who fucking cares? So, first, I'm glad you're asking this question, because the time has come, you know. Judicial masculinity, it's not working. Sorry, what? It was working fine until we let you cunts vote.
No, it's how it's always written by people, or it's always women generally I see talking about this. Oh, toxic masculinity, and then they date the most butch man they have around them, rather than having to deal with all the little cups that they've made that follow them.
Last year, we saw Donald Trump make religious fetish wearing about masculinity. That has literally led to death. No, shut up. Misogyny, homophobia, these things happen on traditional masculinity. It's literally just turn your kids gay, give them to the weird pedophiles. Like, what the actual fuck? Absolutely fucking insane. Let's have a look at the author. I was going to say, if that was the author, we have problems. Oh my god, could you look anything more like a soy-ridden beta cuck?
I think they could, but it would make the universe implode.
Well, these idiots probably think they can get one. So yeah, these people are just an embarrassment. And then, of course, they want to abolish the family. The family is a conservative project that limits human flourishing. The family must be abolished. You're a mentally deranged lunatic. And of course it's posted in socialism. So the commie wants to get rid of the family so that they can subvert the role of the mother and father with the state and create good little fascists. And yeah, I don't care about the article. It's just going to be commie trash. And we need to move on a little bit. In fucking hilarious news, thousands of transgender inclusivity badges left unused in Scotland after staff want nothing to fucking do with their bullshit.
No surprises there.
Senior NHS staff spent months wasting money designing the bloody thing, with the SNP government spending more than £33,000 on an initial order. Fucking hell. What a joke. Oh, and of course it's the racist one.
Is there any other one?
Yeah. And yeah, basically everyone's like, I don't want this anything to do with this bullshit. Oh, my lord. Like, what the hell did they expect? Meanwhile, at the same time, backlash against woke companies. Brits say firms should not be able to force staff to declare pronouns or sack workers for airing controversial views on social media. Poll found a paltry 58% of Brits are against workers being forced to state their pronouns. And look, if any company tries to force me to state my pronouns, oh fucking boy, it's going to be something along the lines of giant cock. Or huge penis. Sex god. You know, things like that. God king. Yeah, that works. God emperor, even better.
Man alive.
You may refer to me as God Emperor. I was like, Hunter Biden could use that money in a better way than the SNP. So yeah.
Raise a feminist son by the neck.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, findings of the study carried out by people polling for Policy Exchange indicate there's widespread opposition to companies taking divisive political positions. No shit. Just 10% of think firms adopt a stance because they believe it. What? None of this makes any sense. That's just... God, the Daily Mail gave up on journalism a long time ago. Yeah, basically, none of this makes any sense because it's poorly written by an idiot. So, in fucking hilarious news, J.K. Rowling has received a public apology from a trans activist and drag queen who falsely accused her of being a Nazi.
Good.
Really?
Oh,
As she deserved.
those speech laws you fuckwits demanded are coming back to bite you in the ass, are they?
Huh.
Funny that.
Yeah, it turns out that because England's got stupid speech laws and has had dumb as shit like defamation laws for decades. Yeah, calling someone a Nazi, you can actually get sued for that.
Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, and of course they're waffling about this abomination in the game. Replying to a tweet by retired... Oh, of course it's a fucking cop and veteran piece of shit activist who not only participated in the Stonewall terrorist acts, but helped organise the very first pedophile march, in which he shared a meme, blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. That's waffled shit. He spent days engaging aggressively. They're just embarrassments.
What else is new?
This is a poorly put... Come on, Bounding into Comics, you're better than this, aren't you? Yeah, and then of course they had to retract everything they were saying. Because, of course, J.K. Rowling's like, okay, let's go to the lawyers, and I've got more money.
Not only that, she's also legally correct.
Yes, absolutely. You want to play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Hello. Here's an interesting one that touches on what we were covering last week. Yeah, the controversial website intended to reveal which streamers had played Hogwarts Legacy, gone offline just 24 hours after launch. Oops-a-doodle.
That's almost like harassment is a bad thing online.
Yes.
Who knew?
Yeah. Weird.
That's right, Chris. It's almost like you fuck around and then you find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's that idiot we looked at earlier. It's just here for some reason. Slightly out of order. Oh, I missed this. Thomas Dowling whining to Elon Musk. Well, if you ignored my account, the analytics research I had has literally disappeared overnight. I'm so important, pay attention to me.
Content.
Could it be that you said something to offend your audience?
No.
No,
How could
never.
that possibly happen?
Offending your audience. Whatever does that mean?
You know, I always forget that Twitter actually has analytics.
I don't even use Twitter enough to think my analytics are worth looking at.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I post shit on there, but no one follows me. It's not like I'm like someone famous or anything.
I mean, I mostly just use Twitter to receive dumb articles from Crow and to share the friggin' videos we do.
Yeah, basically.
Up next. Oh, yes. We've acquired a Stormy. Hello.
Hey.
Hello, Stormy. Oh, he's gone again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, can we keep Stormy and just Ardent can go, I don't know, play with the dogs?
You have been replaced.
Listen, it's not that I don't mind the idea of playing with dogs, but I'm not leaving my woman alone with you.
Oh, fair.
Well, in that
He'd
case,
rather go and play with Stormy than go and play with the dogs.
understandable.
Yes, that is also true.
Heard it. Oh,
I'm
God.
sorry, I can't talk right now. I'm being flashed.
We see the reflections in his glasses.
They see the reflection in my glasses. And those are coming
Lord.
right off now.
Why?
Though I know it's probably crap, but just in
Oh,
case.
dear. Right, so, Ardent,
Yes,
have you been struggling with the price of groceries in Canada?
I would say that's a fair thing to say. Yes,
Have you considered not eating food?
I have, in fact, as I am a fat bastard. However, I find that having some nutritional intake during the run of a day or week actually keeps me alive. So no.
So the deranged psychopaths at the Wall Street Journal are like, to save money, maybe you should skip breakfast. Have you considered? No, I can't say that. But have you considered going and fucking yourselves in the corner?
And that's a
This
censored
one isn't.
version, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this one is not quite so bad. But I'm guessing you have the other one coming up later that talks about skipping all the meals.
Yes, I have. Funny that.
Yes, yes.
And someone's like, I hear you,
That's
but
the
if you're
one I
not
have
doing
a
manual
very,
labor
very firm.
for a job or training for a marathon, 2 meals a day is plenty. Or here's a crazy fucking thought: have you considered having smaller meals?
Yeah, and eating when you get up actually kicks your metabolism
Yes.
into gear. So you
yeah,
That's
actually
strictly not
are
true.
healthy.
No, that's not
Your
really true.
metabolism starts on its own. It does it on its own. You don't need to actually eat anything.
Like Kellogg's pulled
Okay.
a whole bunch
No,
of bullshit about breakfast, but it is definitely true that getting some good carbs into you in the morning does give you more energy to burn during the day, rather than just sitting there into you at night. Like, I'm not sure how valid the research is, but it does seem to indicate that having a big breakfast is better than having a big dinner and immediately going to bed.
Depends. There's lots of different research that's very
Yeah.
contradictory, so it's a bit muddled to actually work out the truth.
Honestly,
behind a lot of
okay.
it. What does seem to be the case when it comes to eating food is that eating ultra processed food is one of the worst things that you can do. So you need to eat natural and as least processed as possible. Like you get fresh ingredients, you cut them up yourself, and then cook them.
Yeah. Wash them and cut them up yourself.
But also,
I like all the germs.
yeah. But also,
Come on,
if
that's a
you're
little pesticide, right?
if you're eating the correct amount of calories a day, why does it fucking matter in which order do you eat them? Does it matter if you
Okay,
eat them
tell
all
me.
at once or if you break them into thirds?
Okay. Tell me, is 1,000 calories of chocolate the same as 1,000 calories of broccoli?
Of course not.
Right,
In
so-
terms of the effect it'll have on your colon,
But it's still
probably.
only 1,000 calories. You'll
It's
also
still only
probably
1,000
find
calories, but it will have a completely different effect on the way your body processes it
Yeah.
This is
because
true, yeah.
it's sugars versus more complicated carbohydrates, quite low carbohydrates and high fibers. So your body processes it in a different way.
Okay.
This is one of the problems with people using only calories as a means of measurement. It's not
Yes.
just calories; it's about what you're eating as well.
But if you that wasn't my entire point, but okay.
Sorry, carry on. I'm just getting a bit. I'm very fanatical about this kind of stuff. So
Yes.
Today on Crow's Soapbox.
Yes. But
No, I
again,
absolutely agree with him.
it's more like a bird bath than a soapbox.
it's very different having a bowl of cereal, and I'm not talking about your full bullshit fucking here's 3 kilos of sugar in a fucking bowl.
Don't you disrespect honeycombs?
But like, if like, assuming you're getting the correct amount of calories and macronutrients or whatever the fuck they're called in a 24-hour period, why the fuck would it matter whether you have them all in one go or if you have them spread out across the day financially? Like, come on. Unless, because what they're essentially suggesting is that you just have fucking empty fucking carbohydrates for dinner. Like, how about we take these useless fucking morons and they can suck on my bacon and eggs for breakfast? I will start having bacon and eggs for breakfast just so these cunts can fuck off.
I recommend eating extra bacon so that somewhere some vegan who thinks he's making a difference isn't. And Callum Dayton has a good point. Yeah, people eat and need different things. Some people need more carb, some people need more veg. Yeah, that's true. And a lot of the time that depends, believe it or not, on your ethnicity.
Mm-hmm. Oh, where the hell did that article go? It's hiding in here somewhere, maybe. God damn it, have I actually lost it?
You've only got a couple of tabs. How could you possibly have lost them?
I only got a couple of hundred tabs. Is this it?
Yeah.
Yes, here we go. Mother
There you
Jones,
go. Yeah,
why you
that's
should stop
the one.
eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Dramatic adherence to meal times is anti-science, racist, and might actually be making you sick. Anti-science, racist.
Dogmatic.
Yeah.
That's the word that got me. Dogmatic adherence to mealtimes.
And then she
Then
shits out the
right
word
Guy
racist.
saying anti-fucking science.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the circadian rhythm and metabolism are not real things, right?
And
Or not.
200,000 years of experience means fucking nothing, apparently.
See, I only ever actually eat one meal a day at the moment, and I tend to eat it when I'm hungry, and then I stop. That works very, very well. There is no science that proves that you need to have a meal at a certain time of the day, regardless of your circadian rhythm. Your circadian rhythm has nothing to do with eating. It's all to do
No,
with
but
sleep
there's also
cycles.
no science that proves that you should have your Soylent Green at just in one dose.
Yeah, no, there's not. But actually, to counter to that, there is evidence that there are different things that, when it comes to, for example, weight loss, what you're talking about is how many spikes of insulin does your body need in a day? So if you eat little and often, you have many, many, many frequent spikes of insulin. And if you have high spikes of insulin, thanks to high sugar products, you tend to develop diabetes because your body doesn't have a chance to lower its levels of insulin. Whereas if you have one meal a day of a low insulin boosting thing, it's like a high fat meal, like ketosis, keto based meals, you have a lower peak of insulin produced by your body because it doesn't have high response. Therefore, because it's only one spike in that time, you actually get a much longer period of time between those spikes where the body gets to lower and become, again, more sensitive to insulin, reversing the diabetic process. So there is some evidence that more meals in a day is actually bad for you. However, that's not the same thing as talking about a maintenance diet or regular eating. This is talking about specifically eating for the sake of countering diabetic issues, and you've only had diabetic issues if you've been eating poorly to begin with.
Yes. So basically, if you've been eating food produced after the 1920s.
More
One of
yeah.
the one of the other things about this sort of idea is, what this should say is why you should eat whenever you're hungry and never associate with other people because communal meal times are not a thing.
Well, they're also ignoring the fact that, well, they've already told us we're not allowed to have families, so they're completely disregarding the fact that maybe, just maybe, it is more convenient to get half a dozen people together at 5 or 6 p.m. and make one meal for everyone. And if that's not enough food, well, maybe they can have lunch. Maybe if Dad goes off to work in the fucking factory, he needs a big breakfast and a big lunch. And maybe the kids only need a little bit of sandwich and an apple for lunch compared to massive food for him.
Yeah, when I was doing my trade, I'd get up in the morning, I'd have a banana and literally a piece of cheese and coffee and a glass of water, and that would be enough for me until lunch when I'd have probably a fairly light sandwich.
Yeah.
But then I'd have to have a big dinner to kind of recover from how hungry I was after all of that.
But it's saying it's racist and anti-science is just retarded.
Yeah.
Show us the
Yeah,
science.
There's a lot when it comes to
Anti-science is
nutrition.
go ahead, Carl.
There's a lot that when it comes to nutrition that's very, very interesting because it's one of those few sciences where there is still so much debate and so much to learn and so much misinformation out there.
It's
sometimes
almost as
propagated
if
by
the
massive companies.
scientists are saying what they're paid to say.
Precisely. Thankfully, you can wade through a lot of the bullshit to find some of the stuff because you can look at the biological processes. For example, some people are like, oh yeah, I only eat protein. Protein's really good. You have to have only protein, which is another bullshit thing because they think it's meaning that they're not eating carbs, but your body has a special process called gluconeogenesis where it breaks down proteins and turns them into sugar because your brain fucking needs sugar. Like even if you're in like full-on ketosis, your brain is only using roughly 70% of ketones. The rest it does by producing its own glucose to feed the brain. It's still something it requires.
Also,
the body does so many processes.
Also, rabbit starvation. If you just need protein, You
Yeah.
You shouldn't die if you only eat rabbit.
Well, that's specifically because of the it costs more energy, I think, with the rabbit. It's not the same with all meats.
Well, no, it's specifically rabbits. They lack a bunch of the other nutrients you need, and
The amino acids, yeah.
yeah, like you're just getting protein, but and your body's like, that's great, but I kind of need other shit.
Also, another fuck you, Maureen. I don't preach. I just happen to have done a lot of reading on this fucking subject.
Yeah, but how do you know someone's on keto? They'll fucking tell you.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm on keto, bro.
Did you know I lost like a stone in a week? Oh, it's not water weight, I swear.
I lost 90 pounds in a week once. The police still haven't found her. I'm
Chris says he likes meat, no matter which meat. I'm not touching that
Right,
one.
I'm just gonna ignore Maureen. If she carries on with this fucking brother nonsense, I'll silence you, asshole.
But where the fuck does this racist bullshit come in? Also, take it up with the Japanese. Oh, you don't do breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Have you ever met a Japanese person? Like, those fuckers make breakfast, lunch, and dinner a bloody art form.
Oh yeah.
They have proper sit-down meals for breakfast as well. And again, like, something that people can't wrap their tiny little minds around is you can eat a... God damn it, stop being cute and disgusting, you bastards.
No, I will not.
It's
I'm
nasty.
very fortunate that Ardent's camera just happens to drop off sometimes when things happen, so I miss it.
Very good. Anyway, I was saying, something else that people don't realize is, especially with the processed foods crap, if you are eating unprocessed foods, you can eat a larger volume and Oh, his woman did make him a sandwich.
She
So,
brought me
Bay
sandwiches.
State, when are you going to make me the chicken schnitzel?
Yeah, monkey. What the hell?
When are you going to show him some leg?
Yeah, I want to see you in tights. No, stockings with proper suspenders. Do it proper.
But yeah, if you're not eating highly processed crap, you can eat a much larger volume and mass. So I think a lot of people find that because they're eating highly processed garbage, that they're not feeling full. But they're still consuming far too much fat, far too many calories, etc., etc., etc. Meanwhile, when you go to your unprocessed foods, you're consuming a larger volume of food, so you feel full, and I imagine that has some value.
There was an interesting research paper recently where they basically believe that your body has certain appetites for different things. And basically, so you have an appetite for carbs, you have an appetite for fat, and you have an appetite for protein and for salt. That's why, for example, if you're low on salt, salty foods will taste more appealing to you, so you consume more. And so with that, a lot of people are eating very, very high carb diets, generally in the West. And because of that, they overeat carbs because they will still get some protein from their meals, but because they're constantly trying to fill up that protein hunger that the body has, they're overeating on all the other things like carbs to try and adjust because most of the meals are very heavy in carbs.
Yeah.
And therefore they only feel that satiety from eating once they've got there, which is one of the reasons I'm eating high protein or medium to high protein in my diet to help me to stay full whenever I'm on, because I'm on an 800 calorie diet right now, which is very, very low. And I'm losing weight because of it. But because I'm having the higher protein, I'm not feeling anywhere near as hungry as I would expect to.
And the same thing is,
Yeah,
like, and when you get into that, like, take a look at your generic McDonald's bullshit burger. Or your generic, one of those kind of places bullshit burger.
Yeah, the goy slop. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Filled with dextrose, no doubt.
Yeah, then go to your local bloody butcher and the dairy and get yourself some real fucking meat and some real fucking cheese and some real... throw on some onions, maybe an egg. You're going to end up with and you're going to end up with a fucking massive burger as big as your head that probably has less bloody calories. Because don't forget that McDonald's just shovels sugar into their buns and shit excessively.
They even use sugar to make their fries.
Yeah, that's just part of the reason why they're so damn crispy. But yeah, it's
And addictive.
Mm.
Yep.
Another thing as well that you're talking about different appetites for different things, Crow. I've got thyroid disease, and occasionally, it's much rarer now, I've gotten the disease very well under control in the last few years. But
Mm.
there have been times where my appetite will go absolutely insane because some chemical related to producing the hormone that I'm missing is not in whatever I've been eating. And I
Yeah.
will find myself almost obsessively just shoveling whatever is handy into my
Yeah,
mouth,
and
just trying to get that chemical.
and similarly, pregnancy cravings. Like there seems to be a somewhat. I don't know nor care about the actual details, but there seems to be some indication that the pregnancy cravings are related to nutrients that the woman is missing.
Well, yeah.
How much and how valid that is, don't neither know nor care. All I,
mean,
know is
I
that
think,
whatever
yeah.
the pregnant woman wants, the pregnant woman gets.
Mhm.
It's safer that way.
Yes.
For everyone. But yeah, I've noticed for myself, it's like there are certain times when I am hungry for certain foods simply because my body's craving, say, electrolytes. I'll get hungry for pickles, stuff like that.
Yeah, Maureen says McDonald's
Because
is
I know,
so good though. Yeah, because they shovel sugar into it.
Literally, one of the major things you have to look out for in processed meats is what they call dextrose, which is a form of sugar, usually made from things like sinew and flesh. But yeah, you'll see that in a lot of cold meat slices that there is a lot of dextrose in them or sugar, like under the protein as one of the top ingredients. And that's just because it's so ultra processed, it's really fucking bad for you. Just buy some fresh fucking meat, put it in a fucking meat grinder at home and make them yourself. It's
Yeah.
not that hard.
Unfortunately,
well,
the
but
price
it
of
is
groceries
because
is
people are
so
lazy.
yeah,
Well,
and
if you're
also
lazy, it's hard, yes.
and add in the cost of the raw resources, like especially if you live in a city and you can't get access to a decent butcher, grocer, etc. Like it can cost a bloody fortune to get decent friggin' food, which is a problem. Like
Well, I
you
know,
can work in and
specifically in
around
the
it,
United.
but like if you're working poor, you run out of time very quickly.
I know specifically in the United States how rare it is to find a butcher shop.
Mm.
I
That's one of
had
the things
one.
I don't like. They've been replaced by Tesco's and shit, and they're
Yeah.
not very good.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
And
Like, there's a butcher that I'd like to be able to get to, but hey, no car license, so I'm fucked. And it's like on the other side of the city, like 3 buses away. So that's probably not going to work out. Where for the same price, you can get a shitty supermarket tray of allegedly sausages. You can go to the butcher and get several fucking kilos for the same price of actual
and I
decent
think,
fucking food.
and another thing that I think of all of us here, Bessic and Arden are the most familiar with is a lot of American foods have to be shelf stable for a longer period of time because if you're living in places where
Mm-hmm.
it can take 3 hours just to get from your home to a grocery store, you're going to have to, you're going to make sure you have stocked up for multiple weeks rather than, yeah, I can just, pop over, once a week to the grocer. It's a
And,
unfortunate side effect of the size of most, these countries.
yeah, and like if you
And
can
the fact that
if you
local
can
production is not as profitable.
centralized and things like, but like,
Yeah.
and another part of that is buying in bulk is cheaper. Problem is, you don't have buying in bulk money.
Yeah.
Like you can save a shitload of money by going to something like Costco and buying I don't know 100 fucking kilos of flour or something. Unfortunately, most people who are in the point where they're desperately scraping money that would be saved by buying in bulk don't have buying in bulk money.
Yep. Yep. And
Like,
I think it's a damn shame that food is so processed to be shelf stable for as long as it is. Not because, that part of it's a bad thing, but because they want to do chemical preservation over other forms of preservation, like, heat canning and things like that.
let me do some math. Because I want to get some things out. What's a Macca's burger? You got? I assume they have Big Macs everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I, what, like an international poll of McDonald's burgers?
Yeah, that's it.
McCrispy,
Mc,
the chicken sandwich.
McChubby.
Dude, let me have a look.
The big tasty with bacon.
What do they reckon here?
Is that meant to be a quarter pounder, Crow? Big tasty?
Probably, it's probably it.
Or a
come on,
Royale
In
with
America,
come on, Macca's, you
It's like
bastards! I know you're
that
legally
big in the
required
picture,
to
but
publish.
it's like that big in reality.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
and then it's
something
still
about, English
10,000
McDonald's.
calories.
You guys should come to the UK and try English McDonald's to see the difference. It probably tastes better, but they give you much smaller like portion sizes. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've got to say, my experience with an English McDonald's somewhere up, I was at the M6, and it was the burger was actually superior by a lot of
Oh
ways.
yeah, because we have much higher quality standards for our food products in the UK. But like the fact of the matter is, like, size wise, you go to America and you ask for a large chips, and it's about 3 or 4 times the size we use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but, a lot of that derives from the fact that everybody's like, oh, American portions are so big. It's because we demand more value for our purchase. That's where
Instead
it's
of
coming
more
Yeah.
quality for your purchase.
Yes,
from. Yeah.
but like a Big Mac is allegedly 530 calories. Like 10 of those is equal to a kilo of bacon. Like,
I really am hungry for meat right now.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
sounds, that's another quotable line from John. Yay. Whoops.
That's right. Crow wants all the meat.
God, we need to actually have like some bot that we can, like, on Twitch when you're streaming, you can actually like have quotations that you can store for later. We need something like that for like Twitter, for YouTube, I think. That'd be fun.
I think the sorted bots might be able to do that.
That'd be kind of good fun because, yeah, we certainly say some stupid shit that really ought to be memorized.
That's what our audience is for.
Yep,
I
good
will not
news.
say much because I know where I am on this position.
Good news. The bots do support such things.
Okay, so just for the sake of checking, the last special burger that McDonald's in my area ran was the Carolina, what the hell is it called? Carolina barbecue quarter pounder. With standard ingredients, it has 630 calories.
All right, I'm really curious which Carolina, North, South.
It just says Carolina, so I'm assuming it's generic Carolina.
So they're basically putting like really shitty tomato-based barbecue sauce on it and calling it Carolina.
They make
Yeah.
it from fresh Carolina Reapers just to really fuck with people.
Oh God,
Better than fresh Carolina Reapers.
So, like, you've got 500 calories in a bloody burger, and, well, prices on, like, what, 800 a day, you said? Something like
800 what, sorry?
that?
Yeah,
Calories a day?
800 a day at most.
Yeah. So,
Like, it can go up to like 900, but like that's a stretch.
yeah. So, you've got 500 bloody, like, using Crow as an example. If Crow decided that he'd have a cheat day and went and had a Big Mac, that's 500 calories just gone. Now, who here thinks that you'd get that burger would be remotely fucking filling?
It depends on the day.
It depends on how much you've decreased your appetite over time as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to an
Yeah,
extent,
your
but yeah.
stomach has a tendency to shrink.
But
And
it's
as
just
Prime Knight
horrendous.
points out in live shows, like low calorie vegetables, especially green ones like cauliflower, broccoli, those are really good for filling out your stomach.
Oh,
And
that is
oils are
that-
very good for you health wise, but like again, very very good point that they don't take as much.
like that's
space.
pretty much a perfect example. Like 400 calories of oil, 400 calories of chicken, 400 calories of vegetable. Yeah, and say like 500 calories of bloody piece of shit Big Mac. Probably
Yeah,
about
you're not going to feel
400
very
calories
much.
of chicken.
Like, as an example, what I've eaten today is a tin of tuna mixed with mayonnaise, salt, sorry, not salt, pepper, and a bit of vinegar. And I've had some almonds and cashews. That's all. Like a little small ramekin. That's it.
Yeah.
I could possibly go and have an omelet and some veg, but I'm kind of like, eh.
But looking at the food you've got, tuna, possibly an omelette, like that's full of good shit. Innately.
Yeah, and it's all very, very raw ingredients. It's literally roasted and salted nuts. I shouldn't really go for salted and roasted because it's a bit of extra processing, but it means I'm getting my salt intake when I'm on a low calorie intake. So again, I've been doing this for what 3 weeks now. I've had a couple of cheat days where I've had pizza with date nights and stuff, but I've lost about a stone now of weight, and it's
That's
still going
14
down
pounds?
slowly.
How many
14
kilos of
pounds.
stone?
Good question.
We don't use gay measurements here.
Yeah. I know
We
you're
use
weird.
stone
You-
and
you
we
use
use stones and
so it's
pounds.
Not even accurate at all.
6.3 kilograms for you guys.
Thank you.
Excellent
13,
start.
14 pounds.
How many more do you have to go, sir?
In kilograms, that's a good question.
How about in
Uh,
real measurements?
So
In
kilograms.
kilograms.
Don't you find it funny, Bleach, that
Um,
the empire that created the imperial system no longer uses it?
Yeah, they've gone full frog. They
Yeah,
should have just
yeah.
let Napoleon invade.
Shame.
Well, see, what you don't
I
understand.
say we absolutely measurement shame them.
Right,
So-
it's about 70 pounds total or 31 kilograms before I reach my target.
Shit, you don't look like you need to
So-
lose that much.
No, I mean, I got quite heavy, but I carry the weight very well. But when I
Yeah.
was at my lightest, I was about 10, 11 stone, which is quite small. But I'm quite a
That's
short
very
guy,
small.
but I've always been quite stocky and muscular because of the years of martial arts I did in my 20s. Well, since I was a teenager. So, but after my ex-fiance, I basically abused food, really, really badly. Didn't do any exercise because I quit martial arts, and yeah, I gained a lot of weight, embarrassingly so. And although I look relatively good, I am nowhere near as healthy as I could be, and I need to basically respond to my overeating by undereating for a while and just reverse the plate.
Yeah.
Mm.
Right, so up next, we have the environmental retards getting rid of meat.
Pain.
Burn them at the stake.
There is no alternative, says the retards at Lidl or Lidl, whichever one they like the least. Announces plans to reduce meat in, Little Dicks. Meat in stores. Little Dicks will reduce animal protein over the next few years. They have announced plans to, just fuck off. Sell fewer meat products and company-wide push for sustainability. The motivation to... It's bugs.
Well, not just that. What I was going to say, what will actually happen is all of these big companies that have basically subverted the butchers will start reducing the butcher counters because they are thinking, oh, yeah, we'll have these sustainable policies because they've let idiots into these jobs. And what will happen is butchers will start reopening and being like, well, they're no longer selling all these butcher items, so I can do that. I don't have any competition anymore. They got rid of the deli counters in many of the places in the UK, so they'll get rid of the others. And it will just result in little pop-up shops of butchers coming back. That'll be it. Hopefully, anyway. Unless they end up adding loads of fucking legislation to try and stop little pop-up shops from being able to do that.
They will. You know they will.
Here we go. I did not check my notifications yet. We have another donation.
If necessary, I will eat my fucking neighbors.
Hashtag eat
I
the
will
rich,
eat
hashtag
your
shrub first.
Yes.
Yeah. Could you stop being shit, please, paper?
No. It's PayPal. What are you
They said
expecting?
in unison.
Oh, fuck off. Fucking queer kid stuff, talking about consent again.
Yeah, we've been there, we've covered that. Let's not do it again.
Oh, I know. It's just shoot them.
Yes. Chipper
This is
chopper
an
up.
idea I can get behind.
Out of a cannon into the sun.
Yes. So, from one of the boys, think it was Earl. It could have been someone else. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Donated what works out to be, well, it's PayPal's being shit. So 27.88 Australian. So that's probably like $20 American-ish. And says, cheers, Bez. Here's for my Sultans tier. Also, I'm going to go support Soul Snatch McMuggleface on Disco streams.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that was Earl. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated. I'll be sure to use it for maximum degeneracy.
God, I can't believe it's 8 o'clock already.
Yeah, it's 25 after 4 here.
Gee.
Yeah.
It's only going on 3.
Yeah.
Hey, it's
Yeah.
almost 9 here.
Guys, you're all wrong. I'm right. I'm British.
Tally ho.
I do feel the need to agree with Al Murray, the pub landlord. Britain decides what time the Germans sit down to tea. So.
Oh, very good, very good.
While Besic's bumbling around, so because I got distracted, a cousin visited out of the blue.
Earl wants to know when we get our Sultan's Bikini Hot Tub stream. Besic will say never. Crow will say never. I will say you have to pay us a lot of money
no,
to buy...
don't speak on my behalf. I didn't say never. I said when I'm back in shape and I feel like getting my top off. Then I'll open an OnlyFans and go fucking buck wild. But
Okay.
So on Only Crows.
yeah, we have
Next
to.
time,
I have to get the breeding program running. Obviously, there's only one way of doing that.
This is true. But I was going to say that I will do the hot tub stream when someone provides me enough money to build a Japanese-style hot tub.
Oh God, we are all going to come to yours, and you'll have a nice fucking hot spring for us all to sit in.
Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. So that's at least 3 feet a person. 50. Oof. Maureen, did you know?
Maureen can sit on somebody's lap.
Christopher's going to want to be in on this.
Maureen can just float in the middle, spinning endlessly.
Yeah.
Storm's gonna need to be in it.
And we'll use that as sort of a pause thing.
We're working out how many people need to be in the hot tub.
Oh,
How big a hot tub I have to build.
all right.
Hey, can I join if I ever get in something shaped differently than 2 pears on top of an apple?
We need to have an official Sultans meetup at some point, but the problem is we all live all over the fucking world.
Well, this is why I'm saying we all should be playing the lottery in our home countries. That way, if one of us hits it big, we can get everybody together.
We need to hit it big enough that we can buy land in America and move everyone there.
Yeah, well, that's an even better choice.
I
I expect Portugal, California is going to be cheap. And
Buy
there's
land
cheap
in
land in
Anchorage.
Ohio right now.
Buy land in Anchorage and build my own bunker.
I'll just
You build
put
your
it this
bunker,
way.
I want a hobbit hole.
I'm
Same
eyeing
thing.
up a piece of property that if I won the lottery is going to be a very, very nice. And the best part is, we could all be on this property and not see each other during the course of a week.
I actually wouldn't mind having a yak farm in America, honestly.
No.
Are yaks good for meat?
Yes,
Okay.
they're
Okay.
huge.
Anyway,
If we can throw
They're
them,
big
if we can
fucking
throw them on a
cows.
spit-
so we've gone through a lot of times, but we still have more stuff we need to get through that is Rumble exclusive.
Oh my god,
yaks are so cute.
So we are going to wind down the YouTube segments here. I am just going to go grab the Rumble link and pop that into the chat, and then I will.
Sorry, you're hearing crow noises because I like yaks because they're cute.
Fair enough.
I'm not gonna judge you too much, just a bit.
I will.
Right, so there
But then I
is
judge
the
everyone
link.
harshly.
So I'm going to shut down the old YouTube broadcast, and then we will give it like half a minute or so for everyone to get onto Rumble.
Thanks for being here, folks. We're going to pop over to Rumble now, where we can swear and tell you what we really think.
Yes.
It's been fun, guys.
Yes, so hope to see you all there.
N-word now.
No.
Let's get ready to rumble.
So we will
Nancy?
see you all there shortly. Hope to see as many
What
of
a
you there
bunch of
as you
faggot.
want to do. We were not on Rumble Trim 2.0.
Hey, why did you? Best is so used to me being the problem child that he just attacks me regardless. He's been doing